Brilliance Audio presents the unabridged recording of Wildcards 2, Aces High, edited by George R.R. Martin, performed by Luke Daniels. Editor's note: Wildcards is a work of fiction set in a completely imaginary world whose history parallels our own. Names, characters, places, and incidents depicted in Wildcards are fictitious or are used fictitiously. Any resemblance to actual events, locales, or real persons, living or dead, is entirely coincidental. The works contained in this anthology are works of fiction. Any writings referred to within these works are themselves fictional. And there is no intent to depict actual writers or to imply that any such persons have ever actually written or published the fictional essays, articles, or other works referred to in the works of fiction comprising this anthology. (1979) Pennies from Hell by Louis Shiner. There were maybe a dozen of them. Fortunato couldn't be sure exactly because they kept moving, trying to circle behind him. 2 or 3 had knives, the rest had sawed-off pool cues, car antennas, anything that would hurt. They were hard to tell apart. Jeans, black leather jackets, long, slicked-back hair. At least 3 of them matched the vague description Chrysalis had given him. "I'm looking for somebody called Gizmo," Fortunato said. They wanted to herd him away from the bridge, but they didn't want to physically push him yet. To his left, the brick path led uphill into the cloisters. The entire park was empty, had been empty for 2 weeks now, since the gangs had moved in. "Hey, Gizmo," one of them said. "What do you say to the man?" That one, with the thin lips and bloodshot eyes. Fortunato locked eyes with the kid nearest to him. "Take off," Fortunato said. The kid backed away, uncertain. Fortunato looked at the next one. "You too. Get out of here." This one was weaker. He turned and ran. That was all he had time for. A pool cue came slicing for his head. Fortunato slowed time and took the cue, used it to knock away the nearest knife. He breathed in, and things sped up again. Now they were all getting nervous. "Go," he said, and 3 more ran, including the one called Gizmo. He sprinted downhill toward the 193rd Street entrance. Fortunato threw the pool cue at another switchblade and ran after him. They were running downhill. Fortunato felt himself getting tired and let out a burst of energy that lifted him off the path and sent him sailing through the air. The kid fell under him and rolled, head first. Something crunched in the kid's spine, and both his legs jerked at once. Then he was dead. "Oh, Christ," Fortunato breathed, brushing dead October leaves from his clothes. The cops had doubled patrols around the park, though they were afraid to come in. They tried it once, and it had cost them 2 men to chase the kids away. The next day, the kids were back again. But there were cops watching, and for something like this, they'd be willing to run in and pick up a body. He dumped the kid's pockets, and there it was, a copper coin the size of a 50-cent piece, red as drawing blood. For 10 years he'd had Chrysalis and a few others watching for them, and last night she'd seen the kid drop one at the Crystal Palace. There was no wallet, nothing else that had any meaning. Fortunato palmed the coin and sprinted for the subway entrance. "Yes, I remember this," Hiram said, picking the coin up with the corner of his napkin. "It's been a while." "It was 1969, Fortunato said. 10 years ago." Hiram nodded and cleared his throat. Fortunato didn't need magic to know that the fat man was uncomfortable. Fortunato's open black shirt and leather jacket weren't really up to the dress code here. Aces High looked out over the city from the observation deck of the Empire State Building, and the prices were as steep as the view. Then there was the fact that he'd brought along his latest acquisition, a dark blonde named Caroline who went for $500 a night. She was small, not quite delicate, with a childlike face and a body that invited speculation. She wore skin-tight jeans and a pink silk blouse with a couple of extra buttons undone. Whenever she moved, so did Hiram. She seemed to enjoy watching him sweat. "The thing is, that's not the coin I showed you before. It's another one." "Remarkable. It's hard to believe that you could come across two of them in this good a condition." "I think you could put that a little stronger. That coin came off a kid from one of those gangs that's been trashing the cloisters. He was carrying it loose in his pocket. The first one came off a kid that was messing with the occult." It was still hard for him to talk about. The kid had murdered 3 of Fortunato's geishas, cut them up in a pentagram for some twisted reason that he still hadn't figured out. He'd gone on with his life, training his women, learning about the tantric power the wildcard virus had given him, but otherwise keeping to himself. And when it got to bothering him, he would spend a day or a week following one of the loose ends the killer had left behind, the coin. The last word he'd said, Tiamat, the residual energies from something else that had been in the dead boy's loft, a presence that Fortunato had never been able to trace. "You're saying there's something supernatural about them?" Hiram said. His eyes shifted to watch Caroline as she stretched languorously in her chair. "I just want you to take another look." "Well," Hiram said. Around them the luncheon crowd made small noises with their forks and glasses and talked so quietly they sounded like distant water. "As I'm sure I said before, it appears to be a mint 1794 American penny, stamped from a hand-cut die. They could have been stolen from a museum, or a coin shop, or a private—" His voice trailed off. Have a look at this." He held the coin out and pointed with a fleshy little finger, not quite touching the surface. "See the bottom of this wreath here? It should be a bow, but instead it's something sort of shapeless and awful-looking." Fortunato stared at the coin, and for half a second felt like he was falling. The leaves of the wreath turned into tentacles, the ends of the ribbon opened like a beak, the loops of the bow became shapeless flesh, full of too many eyes. Fortunato had seen it before, in a book on Sumerian mythology. The caption underneath had read, Tiamat. "You all right?" Caroline asked. "I'll be okay. Go on," he said to Hiram. "My instinct would be to say they're forgeries, but who would forge a penny? And why not take the trouble to age them, at least a little? They look like they'd been stamped out yesterday." "They weren't, if that matters. The auras of both of them show a lot of use. I'd say they were at least 100 years old, probably closer to 200. Hiram pushed the ends of his fingers together. "All I can do is send you to somebody who might be more help. Her name is Eileen Carter. She runs a small museum out on Long Island. We used to, correspond. Numismatics, you know. She's written a couple of books on occult history, local stuff." He wrote an address in a little notebook and tore out the page. Fortunato took the paper and stood up. "I appreciate it. Listen, do you think—" He licked his lips. "Do you think it would be safe for a regular person to own one of those?" "Like, say, a collector?" Caroline asked. Hiram looked down. "When you're finished with them, I'd pay." "When this is over," Fortunato said, "if we're all still around, you're welcome to them." Eileen Carter was in her late 30s, with flecks of gray in her brown hair. She looked up at Fortunato through squared-off glasses, then glanced over at Caroline. She smiled. Fortunato spent most of his time with women. Even as beautiful as she was, Caroline was insecure, jealous, prone to irrational dieting or makeup. Eileen was something different. She seemed no more than a little amused by Caroline's looks, and as for Fortunato, a half-Japanese black man in leather, his forehead swollen courtesy of the wildcard virus, she didn't seem to find anything unusual about him at all. "Have you got the coin with you?" she asked. She looked right into his eyes when she talked to him. He was tired of women who looked like models. This one had a crooked nose, freckles, and about a dozen extra pounds. Most of all, he liked her eyes. They were incandescent green and had smile lines in the corners. He put the penny on the counter, tails up. She bent over to look at it, touching the bridge of her glasses with one finger. She was wearing a green flannel shirt. The freckles ran down as far as Fortunato could see. Her hair smelled clean and sweet. "Can I ask where you got this?" "It's kind of a long story," Fortunato said. "I'm a friend of Hiram Worcester. He'll vouch for me if that'll help." "It's good enough. What do you want to know?" "Hiram said it was maybe a forgery." Just a second." She took a book off the wall behind her. She moved in sudden bursts of energy, giving herself completely to whatever she was doing. She opened the book on the counter and flipped through the pages. "Here," she said. She studied the back of the coin intently for a few seconds, biting on her lower lip. Her lips were small and strong and mobile. He found himself wondering what it would be like to kiss her. "That one," she said. "Yes, it's a forgery. It's called a balsam penny, named after Black John Balsam, it says. He minted them up in the Catskills around the turn of the 19th century. She looked up at Fortunato. "The name rings a bell, but I can't say why." "Black John?" She shrugged, smiled again. "Can I hang on to this? Just for a few days. I might be able to find something else for you." "All right." Fortunato could hear the ocean from where they were, and it made things seem a little less dire. He gave her his business card, the one with just his name and phone number on it. On their way out, she smiled and waved at Caroline, but Caroline acted like she didn't see it. On the train back to the city, Caroline said, "You want to fuck her, don't you?" Fortunato smiled and didn't answer her. "I swear to God," she said. Fortunato could hear Houston in her voice again. It was the first time in weeks. "An overweight, broken-down old schoolmarm." He knew better than to say anything. He was overreacting, he knew. Part of it was probably just pheromones, some kind of sexual chemistry that he'd understood a long time before he'd learned the scientific basis for it. But he'd felt comfortable with her, something that hadn't happened very often since the wild card had changed him. She'd seemed to have no self-consciousness at all. "Stop it," he thought. "You're acting like a teenager." Caroline, under control again, put a hand on his thigh. "When we get home," she said, "I'm gonna fuck her right out of your mind." "Fortunato?" He switched the phone to his left hand and looked at the clock. 9 a.m. "Uh-huh." "This is Eileen Carter. You left a coin with me last week?" He sat up, suddenly awake. Caroline turned over and buried her head under a pillow. "I haven't forgotten. How you doing?" "I may be onto something. How would you feel about a trip to the country?" She picked him up in her VW Rabbit, and they drove to Shandanken, a small town in the Catskills. He dressed as simply as he could, Levi's and a dark shirt and an old sport coat. But he couldn't hide his ancestry, or the mark the virus had left on him. They parked in an asphalt lot in front of a white clapboard church. They were barely out of the car before the church door opened and an old woman came out. She wore a cheap navy double-knit pantsuit and a scarf over her head. She looked Fortunato up and down for a while, but finally stuck out her hand. "Amy Fairborn, you would be the people from the city." Eileen finished the introductions and the old woman nodded. "The grave's over here," she said. The stone was a plain marble rectangle, outside the churchyard's white picket fence and well away from the other graves. The inscription read, "John Joseph Balsam, died 1809. May he burn in hell." The wind snapped at Fortunato's coat and blew faint traces of Eileen's perfume at him. "It's a hell of a story," Amy Fairborn said. "Nobody knows any more how much of it's true. Balsam was supposed to be a witch of some sort, lived up in the hills. First anybody heard of him was in the 1790s. Nobody knows where he came from, other than Europe somewhere. Same old story. Foreigner, lives off to himself, gets blamed for everything. Cows give sour milk, or somebody has a miscarriage. They make it his fault." Fortunato nodded. He felt like a foreigner himself at the moment. He couldn't see anything but trees and mountains anywhere he looked, except off to the right, where the church held the top of the hill like a fort. He felt exposed, vulnerable. Nature was something that should have a city around it. "One day the sheriff's daughter over to Kingston came up missing," Fairborn said. "That would be the beginning of August 1809. Lammas tide. They broke in Balsam's house and found the girl stretched out naked on an altar." The woman showed her teeth. "That's what the story says. Balsam was got up in some kind of weird outfit and a mask, had a knife the size of your arm. Sure as hell he was going to carve her up." "What kind of outfit?" Fortunato asked. "Monk's robes, and a dog mask, they say. Well, you can guess the rest. They strung him up, burnt the house, salted the ground, knocked trees over in the road that led up there." Fortunato took out one of the pennies. Eileen still had the other one. "This is supposed to be called a balsam penny. Does that mean anything to you?" "I got 3 or 4 more like it at the house. They wash up out of his grave every now and again. What goes down must come up, my husband used to say. He buried a good many of these folks." "They put the pennies in his grave?" Fortunato asked. "All they could find. When they fired the house, they turned up a keg of 'em in the root cellar. You see how red it looks? Supposed to be from a high iron content, or some such. Folks at the time said he put human blood in the copper. Anyways, the coins disappeared out of the sheriff's office. Most people thought Balsam's wife and kid made off with 'em." "He had a family?" Eileen asked. "Nobody saw too much of either of 'em, but yeah, he had a wife and a little boy. Lit off for the big city after the hanging, at least as far as anybody knows." As they drove back through the Catskills, he got Eileen to talk a little about herself. She'd been born in Manhattan, gotten a BFA from Columbia in the late 60s, dabbled in political activism and social work, and come out of it with the usual complaints. "The system never changed fast enough for me. I just sort of escaped into history, you know? When you read history, you can see how it all comes out." "Why occult history?" "I don't believe in it, if that's what you mean." "You're laughing. Why are you laughing at me?" "In a minute, go on."
"It's a challenge, that's all. Regular historians don't take it seriously. It's wide open. There's so much fascinating stuff that's never been properly documented. The Hashishin, the Kabbalah, David Hume, Crowley?"
She looked over at him.
"Come on, let me in on the joke."
"You never asked about me, which was nice. But you have to know that I have the virus, the wild card."
"Yes?"
"It gave me a lot of power, astral projection, telepathy, heightened awareness. But the only way I can direct it, make it work, is through tantric magic. It has something to do with energizing the spine."
"Kundalini."
"Yes."
"You're talking about real tantric magic. Intromission, menstrual blood, the whole bit."
"That's right. That's the wild card part of it."
"There's more?"
"There's what I do for a living. I'm a procurer, a pimp. I run a string of call girls that go for as much as $1,000 a night. Have I got you nervous yet?"
"No, maybe a little."
She gave him another sideways glance.
"This is probably a stupid thing to say. You don't fit my image of a pimp."
"I don't much like the name, but I don't run away from it either. My women aren't just hookers. My mother was Japanese, and she trains them as geishas. A lot of them have PhDs. None of them are junkies, and when they're tired of the life, they move into some other part of the organization."
"You make it sound very moral."
She was ready to disapprove, but Fortunato wouldn't let himself back away. "No," he said. "You've read Crowley. He had no use for ordinary morality, and neither do I. Do what thou wilt shall be the whole of the law. The more I learn, the more I realize that everything is there, in that one phrase. It's as much a threat as a promise."
"Why are you telling me this?"
"Because I like you, and I'm attracted to you. And that's not necessarily a good thing for you. I don't want you to get hurt." She put both hands on the wheel and watched the road.
"I can take care of myself,"
she said. "You should have kept your mouth shut." he told himself, but he knew that wasn't true. Better to drive her off now before he got any more involved. A few minutes later, she broke the silence.
I don't know whether I should tell you this or not. I took that coin around to a couple of places, occult bookstores, magic shops, that sort of thing, just to see what I could turn up. I met a guy named Clark at the Miskatonic bookstore. He seemed really interested.
What'd you tell him?
I said it was my father's. I said I was curious about it. He started asking me questions like, was I interested in the occult? Had I ever had any paranormal experiences? That kind of thing. It was pretty easy to feed him what he wanted to hear.
And
he wants me to meet some people.
A few seconds later, she said,
You've gone quiet on me again.
I don't think you should go. This stuff is dangerous. Maybe you don't believe in the occult. The thing is, the Wildcard changed everything. People's fantasies and beliefs can turn real now, and they can hurt you, kill you. She shook her head.
It's always the same story, but never any proof. You can argue with me all the way back to New York City, and it's not going to convince me. Unless I see it with my own eyes, I just can't take it seriously.
Suit yourself, Fortunato said. He released his astral body and shot ahead of the car. He stood in the roadway and let himself become visible just as the car was on him. Through the windshield he could see Eileen's eyes go wide. Next to her his physical body sat with a mindless stare. Eileen screamed and the brakes howled, and he let himself snap back into the car. They were skidding toward the trees, and Fortunato reached over to steer them out of it. The car died and rolled onto the shoulder.
What? What?
I'm sorry, he said. He didn't manage a lot of conviction.
It was you, there in the road.
Her hand still held the wheel, and tremors shook her arms. It was just a demonstration.
A demonstration? You scared me to death!
It wasn't anything, you understand? Nothing. We're talking about some kind of cult that's a couple of 100 years old and makes human sacrifices, at the least. It could be worse, a hell of a lot worse. I can't be responsible for you getting involved. She started the car and pulled onto the road. It was a quarter of an hour later, back on I-87, before she said,
You're not quite human anymore, are you? That you could scare me that badly. Even though you say you're interested in me, that's what you were trying to warn me about.
Yes, he said. Her voice was different, more detached. He waited for her to say something else, but instead she just nodded and put a Mozart tape in the stereo. He thought that would be the end of it. Instead, a week later, she called and asked if he could meet her for lunch at Aces High. He was waiting at the table when she came in. She would never, he knew, look like a fashion model or like one of his geishas, but he liked the way she made the most of what she had. Narrow gray flannel skirt, white cotton blouse, navy cardigan, amber beads, and a wide tortoiseshell band for her hair. No visible makeup except for mascara and a little lip gloss. Fortunato got up to hold her chair and nearly bumped into Hiram. There was an awkward pause. Finally, she held out her hand and Hiram bent over it, hesitated just a little too long, and then bowed away. Fortunato stared after him for a second or two. He wanted Eileen to say something about Hiram, but she didn't take the hint. It's good to see you, he said.
It's good to see you, too.
In spite of what happened last time?
What? Is that an apology?
The smile again. No, he said, though I really am sorry. I'm sorry I got you into this. I'm sorry I couldn't have met you some other way. I'm sorry we have this ugly business between us every time we see each other.
So am I.
And I'm afraid for you. I'm up against something like I've never seen before. There's this thing, this conspiracy, this cult, whatever it is, out there, and I can't find anything out about it. A waiter brought menus and water in crystal goblets. Fortunato nodded him away. I've been to see Clark, Fortunato said. I asked him some questions, mentioned Tiamat, and all I got were blank looks. He wasn't faking it. I looked in his brain. He took a breath. He had no memory of you.
That's impossible, Eileen said. She shook her head. It's so strange to see you sitting there, talking about reading his mind. There's got to be some kind of mistake, that's all. You're sure?
Fortunato could see her aura clearly. She was telling the truth. I'm sure, he said.
I saw Clark last night, and I can promise you he remembered me. He took me to meet some people. They're members of the cult, or society, or whatever it is. The coins are some kind of recognition thing.
Did you get their names or addresses? Anything like that? She shook her head.
I'd know them again. One of them was called Roman. Very good-looking. Almost too good-looking, if you know what I mean. The other one was very ordinary. Harry, I think his name was.
Does the group have a name?
They haven't mentioned one.
She glanced at the menu as the waiter came back.
The veal medallions, I think, and a glass of the Chablis.
Fortunato ordered ensalada composta and a Beck's.
But I did learn some other things, she said. I've been trying to trace Balsam's wife and son. I mean, there are a couple of loose ends in the story. First I tried the usual detective routine, birth and death and marriage records. No dice. Then I tried to find occult connections. Do you know the Abramelin Review?
No.
It's a sort of reader's guide to occult publications, and that's where the Balsam family turned up. There's a Mark Balsam that's published at least a dozen articles in the last few years. Most of them were in a magazine called Nectanibus. Does that ring any bells?
Fortunato shook his head. A demon or something? Sounds like I should know it, but I can't put my finger on it.
It's a good bet he's involved with the same society that Clark is.
Because of the coins?
Exactly.
What about those kid gangs that have been running wild up at the cloisters? I took a coin off one of those kids. Can you see any possible connection?
Not yet. The articles might help, but the magazine's pretty obscure. I haven't been able to turn up any copies of it.
The food arrived. Over lunch, she finally mentioned Hiram.
15 years ago, he was more attractive than you might think. A little hefty, but very charming. Knew how to dress, what to say. And of course, he always knew fantastic restaurants.
What happened? Or is it any of my business?
I don't know. Whatever happens between people, I think most of it was that he was too self-conscious about his weight. Now it's me that's self-conscious all the time.
You shouldn't be, you know. You look great. You could have any man you wanted.
You don't have to flirt with me. I mean, you have all this sexual power and charisma and everything, but I don't like the idea of your using it on me, manipulating me.
I'm not trying to manipulate you, Fortunato said. If it looks like I'm interested in you, it's because I'm interested in you.
Are you always this intense?
Yeah, I guess I am. I look over at you and you're smiling all the time. It drives me crazy.
I'll try to stop.
Don't. He'd come on too strong, he realized. She set her silverware neatly on her plate and dropped her folded napkin next to it. Fortunato pushed the rest of his salad away. Suddenly, something bubbled up in his mind. What did you say the name of the journal was? Where Balsam was publishing? She got a folded scrap of paper out of her purse.
Nectanibus. Why?
Fortunato signaled for the check. Listen, can you come back to my apartment? No funny business. This is important.
I suppose.
The waiter bowed and looked at Eileen. Mr. Worcester is, unavoidably detained, but he asked me to tell you that your lunch is compliments of the house.
Thank him for me, Eileen said. Just tell him thank you.
Caroline was still asleep when they got to the apartment. She made a point of leaving the bedroom door open while she walked naked to the bathroom, then sat on the edge of the bed and slowly put her clothes on, starting with stockings and a garter belt. Fortunato ignored her, sorting through the stacks of books that had grown to fill an entire wall of the front room. Either she'd learn to control her jealousy, or she'd find another line of work. Eileen smiled at her as she clomped out of her 4-inch heels.
She's beautiful, she said.
So are you.
Don't start.
You brought it up. He handed her Bouge's Egyptian Magic. There you go, Nectanibus.
Famous as a magician and a sage, and he was deeply learned in all the wisdom of the Egyptians.
This is coming together. Remember Black John's dog mask? I'm wondering if Balsam's cult isn't the Egyptian Freemasons.
Oh my God. Are you thinking what I'm thinking?
I'm thinking that the name Balsam could be an Americanization of Balsamo.
As in Giuseppe Balsamo of Palermo,
Eileen said. She sat down hard on the couch. Better known to the world, Fortunato said, as Count Cagliostro. Fortunato pulled up a chair across from her and sat with his elbows on his knees. The Inquisition arrested him when?
Around 1790, wasn't it? They put him in some kind of dungeon, but his body was never found.
He's supposed to be connected with the Illuminati. Suppose they broke him out of jail and smuggled him to America.
Where he shows up is Black John Balsam, the local weirdo. But what was he up to? Why the coins? And the human sacrifice? Cagliostro was a fraud, a con man. All he ever wanted was the good life. Murder just doesn't sound like his style.
Fortunato handed her Dural's Witches and Sorcerers. Let's find out. Unless you've got something better to do.
England, Eileen said. 1777. That's when it happened. He got inducted into the Masons on April 12th in Soho. After that, Masonry takes over his life. He invents the Egyptian Freemasons as some kind of higher order, starts giving away money, inducting every high-ranking Mason he can.
So what brought all that on?
Supposedly he took some kind of tour of the English countryside and came back from it a, quote, changed man, end quote. His magic powers increased. He went from an adventurer to a genuine mystic.
Okay, Fortunato said. Now listen to this. This is Tolstoy on Freemasonry. The first and chief object of our order is the preservation and handing on to posterity of a certain important mystery, a mystery on which perhaps the fate of mankind depends.
This is starting to scare the hell out of me, Eileen said.
There's one more piece. The thing that's on the back of the balsam penny is a Sumerian deity called Tiamat. It's what Lovecraft took Cthulhu from, some kind of huge shapeless monster from beyond the stars. Lovecraft supposedly got his mythology from his father's secret papers. Lovecraft's father was a Mason.
So you think that's what it's all about? This Tiamat thing?
Put it together, Fortunato said. Suppose the Masonic secret has something to do with controlling Tiamat. Cagliostro learns the secret. His brother Masons won't use their knowledge for evil, so Cagliostro forms his own order, for his own ends.
To bring this thing to Earth?
Yes, Fortunato said, to bring it to Earth. Eileen had finally stopped smiling. It had gotten dark while they talked. The night was cold and clear, and Fortunato could see stars through the skylight in the front room. He wished he could shut them out.
It's late, Eileen said. I have to go.
He hadn't thought of her leaving. The day's work had left him full of nervous energy, the thrill of the hunt. Her mind excited him, and he wanted her to open up to him, her secrets, her emotions, her body. Stay, he said, careful not to use his powers, not to make it a command. Please? His stomach felt cold when he asked. She got up, put on the sweater she'd left on the arm of the couch.
I have to digest all this, she said. There's just been too much happening at once. I'm sorry.
She wouldn't look at him.
I need more time.
I'll walk you down to 8th Avenue, he said. You can catch a cab there. Cold seemed to radiate out of the stars, a kind of hatred for life itself. He hunched his shoulders and put his hand deep in his pockets. A few seconds later, he felt Eileen's arm around his waist, and he held her close as they walked. They stopped at the corner of 8th and 19th, and a cab pulled up almost immediately.
Don't say it, Eileen told him. I'll be careful.
Fortunato's throat was too tight for him to talk if he'd wanted to. He put a hand behind her neck and kissed her. Her lips were so gentle that he had started to turn away before he realized how good they felt. He turned back, and she was still standing there. He kissed her again, harder, and she swayed toward him for a second, and then pulled away.
I'll call you, she said.
He watched the cab until it turned the corner and disappeared. The police woke him at 7 the next morning.
"We got a dead kid in the morgue,"
the first cop said.
"Somebody broke his neck up at the cloisters about a week ago. You know anything about it?"
Fortunato shook his head. He stood by the door, holding his robe closed with one hand. If they came in, they would see the pentagram painted on the hardwood floor, the human skull on the bookcase, the joints on the coffee table.
"Some of his pals say they saw you there,"
the second cop said. Fortunato locked eyes with him. "I wasn't there," he said. "You want to believe that?" The second cop nodded, and the first one started to reach for his gun. "No," Fortunato said. The first cop didn't manage to look away in time. "You believe it too. I wasn't there. I'm clean."
"Clean,"
the first cop said. "Go now," Fortunato said, and they left. He sat on the couch, hands shaking. They would be back, or more likely they'd send somebody from the Jokertown division who wouldn't be affected by his powers. He wouldn't be getting back to sleep. Not that he'd been sleeping that well anyway. His dreams had been full of tentacled things as large as the moon, blocking the sky, swallowing the city. It suddenly occurred to him that the apartment was empty. He couldn't remember the last time he'd spent the night alone. He almost picked up the phone to call Caroline. It was only a reflex, and he fought it off. What he wanted was to be with Eileen. 2 days later, she called again. In those 2 days, he'd been to her museum in Long Island twice, in his astral form. He'd hovered across the room, invisible to her, just watching. He'd have gone more often, stayed longer, but he was taking too much pleasure in it.
"It's Eileen,"
she said.
"They want to initiate me."
It was 3:30 in the afternoon. Caroline was at Berlitz, learning Japanese. She hadn't been around much lately. "You went back," he said.
"I had to. We've been over this."
"When is it?"
"Tonight. I'm supposed to be there at 11. It's this old church in Jokertown."
"Can I see you?"
"I guess so. I could come over if you want."
"Please, as soon as you can." He sat by the window and watched until her car pulled up. He buzzed the door for her and then waited for her on the landing. She walked ahead of him into the apartment and turned around. He didn't know what to expect from her. He closed the door and she held out her hands. He put his arms around her and she turned her face up to him. He kissed her and then he kissed her again. Her arms went around his neck and tightened. "I want you," he said.
"I want you too."
"Come to bed."
"I want to, but I can't. It's just a lousy idea. It's been a long time for me. I can't just climb into bed with you and perform all kinds of weird tantric sex acts. It's not what I want. You can't even come, for Christ's sake."
He combed through her hair with his fingers. "All right." He held her a while longer, then let her go. "Do you want anything? A drink?"
"Some coffee, if you have any."
He put water on the stove and ground a handful of beans, watching her over the breakfast bar. "What I can't understand," he said, "is why I can't get anything from these people's minds."
"You don't think I'm making all this up?"
"I know you're not," Fortunato said. "I could tell if you were lying." She shook her head.
"Oh, you take a lot of getting used to."
"Some things are more important than social niceties." The water boiled. Fortunato made 2 cups and took them to the couch.
"If they're as big as you think they are," Eileen said, "they're bound to have aces working with them. Somebody who could set up blocks for them, blocks against other people with mental powers."
"I guess." She drank a little of the coffee.
"I met Balsam this afternoon. We all got together at the bookstore."
"What's he like?"
"Smooth. He looked like a banker or something. 3-piece suit, glasses, but tanned, like he plays a lot of tennis on weekends."
"What did he say?"
"They finally mentioned the word Mason, like it was the last test, to see if it would freak me out. Then Balsam gave me a history lesson, how the Scottish and York Rite Masons were just offshoots of the speculative Masons, and that they only went back to the 18th century.
Fortunato nodded. That's all true?
Then he started talking about Solomon and how the architect of his temple was actually an Egyptian, that masonry started with Solomon and all the other rites had lost the original meaning. But they say they've still got it, just like you figured.
I have to go with you tonight.
There's no way you could get in. Not even if you disguised yourself. They'd know you.
I could send my astral body. I could still see and hear everything.
If somebody else came here in their astral body, could you see them?
Of course.
Well, it's a hell of a chance to take, isn't it?
All right, okay.
It has to be just me. There's no other way.
Unless
what?
Unless I went inside you, he said.
What are you talking about?
The power is in my sperm. If you were carrying...
Oh, come on, she said. Of all the lame excuses to get somebody into bed.
She stared at him.
You're not kidding, are you?
You can't go in there alone. Not just because of the danger. Because you can't do enough by yourself. You can't read their minds. I can.
Even if you're just hitching a ride?
Fortunato nodded.
Oh, God,
she said.
There's so many reasons not to... Well, I'm having my period, for one thing.
So much the better. She grabbed her left wrist and held it close to her chest.
I told myself if I ever went to bed with a man again, and I said if, it would have to be romantic. Candlelight and flowers and everything. Oh, and look at me.
Fortunato knelt in front of her and gently moved her hands away. Eileen, he said, I love you.
That's easy for you to say. I'm sure you mean it and everything, but I'm also sure you say it all the time. There's only 2 men I've ever said it to in my life, and one of them was my father.
I'm not talking about how you feel. I'm not talking about forever. I'm talking about me, right now, and I love you. He picked her up and carried her into the bedroom. It was cold in there, and her teeth started to chatter. Fortunato lit the gas heater and sat down next to her on the bed. She took his right hand in both of hers and held it to her mouth. He kissed her and felt her respond, almost against her will. He took his clothes off and pulled the covers over the 2 of them and began to unbutton her blouse. Her breasts were large and soft, the nipples tightening under his tongue as he kissed them.
Oh, wait, she said. I have to go to the bathroom.
When she came back, she had taken the rest of her clothes off. She was holding a towel in front of her.
To save your sheets,
she said. There was a smear of blood on the inside of one thigh. He took the towel away from her. Don't worry about the sheets. She stood naked in front of him. She looked like she was afraid he would send her away. He put his head between her breasts and pulled her toward him. She got under the covers again and kissed him, and her tongue flickered into his mouth. He kissed her shoulders, her breasts, the underside of her chin. Then he rolled onto his hands and knees above her.
No,
she whispered.
I'm not ready yet.
He held his penis in one hand and moved the head of it against her labia, slowly, gently, feeling the brittle flesh turn warm and wet. She bit her lower lip, her eyes closed. Slowly he slipped inside her, the friction sending waves of pleasure up his spine. He kissed her again. He could feel her lips moving against his, mouthing inaudible words. His hands moved up her sides, around her back. He remembered that he was used to making love for hours at a time, and the thought amazed him. It was all too intense. He was full of heat and light. He couldn't contain it all.
Aren't you supposed to say something?
Eileen whispered, breathing raggedly around the words.
Some kind of magic spell or something.
Fortunato kissed her again, his lips tingling like they'd been asleep and were just now coming back to life. I love you, he said.
Oh, God,
she said, and started to cry. Tears rolled down into her hair, and at the same time her hips moved faster against him. Their bodies were flushed and hot, and sweat ran down Fortunato's chest. Eileen stiffened and kicked. A second later, Fortunato's own brain went white, and he fought off 10 years of training and let it happen. Let the power spurt out of him and into the woman, and for an instant he was both of them at once, hermaphroditic and all-encompassing, and he felt himself expand to the ends of the universe in a giant nuclear blaze. And then he was back in bed with Eileen, feeling her breasts rise and fall under him as she cried. The only light came from the gas heater. He must have slept. The pillowcase felt like sandpaper against his cheek. It took all his strength to roll over onto his back. Eileen was putting on her shoes.
"It's almost time,"
she said. "How do you feel?" he said.
"Unbelievable. Strong. Powerful."
She laughed.
"I've never felt like this."
He closed his eyes, slid into her mind. He could see himself lying on the bed, skeletal, his dark golden skin disappearing into the shadows, his forehead shrunken to where it blended smoothly into his hairless scalp.
"And you,"
she said. He could feel her voice echoing in her chest.
"Are you all right?"
He drifted back to his own body. "Weak," he said, "but I'll be okay."
"Should I call somebody for you?"
He knew what she was offering, knew he should agree to it. Caroline or one of the others would be the fastest way to get his power back, but it would also weaken his bond to Eileen. "No," he said. She finished dressing and bent over to kiss him lingeringly.
"Thank you,"
she said. "Don't," he said. "Don't thank me."
"I'd better go."
Her impatience, her strength and vitality were a physical force in the room. He was too distant from it to be jealous of her. Then she was gone, and he slept again. He watched through Eileen's eyes as she stood by the front door of the bookstore, waiting for Clark to close up. He could have moved all the way into her mind, but it would have used up what little strength he was slowly getting back. Besides, he was warm and comfortable where he was. Until the hands grabbed him and shook him awake, and he was looking into a pair of gold shields. "Get your clothes on," a voice said. "You're under arrest." They gave him a holding cell to himself. It had a gray tile floor and gray-painted cement walls. He squatted in the corner and shivered, too weak to stand. On the wall next to him, somebody had scratched a stick figure with a giant dripping prick and balls. For an hour, he'd been unable to concentrate long enough to make contact with Eileen. He was sure Balsam's masons had killed her. He shut his eyes. A cell door banged closed down the hall and brought him back. Concentrate, goddammit, he thought. He was in a long room with a high ceiling. Yellow light flickered off the distant walls from banks of candles. The floor was black and white checkered tile. At the front of the room stood 2 Doric columns, one on either side, that didn't quite reach the ceiling. They stood for Solomon's temple. They were named Boaz and Joachim, the first 2 Masonic words. He didn't want to take control of Eileen's body, though he could if it came to that. From what he could tell, she was all right. He could feel her excitement, but she wasn't in pain or even especially afraid. A man matching Eileen's description of Balsam stood at the front of the room, on the dais reserved for the worshipful master of the temple. Over his dark suit he wore a white Masonic apron with bright red trim. He wore a tabard like an oversized bib around his neck. It was white, too, with a red looped cross in the center, an ankh. "Who speaks for this woman?" Balsam asked. There were a dozen or more others in the room, both sexes, all of them in aprons and tabards. They made a curving line along the left side of the room. Most of them seemed normal enough. One man had bright red skin and no hair at all, an obvious joker. Another seemed terribly frail, with thick glasses and a dazed expression. He was the only one not wearing street clothes under his apron. Instead, he was wrapped in a white robe a couple sizes too large for him, with a hood and sleeves that hung down over his hands. Clark moved out of line and said, "I speak for her." Balsam handed him an intricate mask, covered in what seemed to be gold foil. It was a hawk's head, and it completely covered Clark's face. "Who opposes?" Balsam said. A young Oriental woman, rather plain, but with an undefinable sexual quality, stepped forward.
I oppose.
Balsam gave her a mask with long, pointed ears and a sharp face. When she put it on, it gave her a cold, disdainful look. Fortunato felt Eileen's pulse begin to pick up.
Who claims her?
I claim her. Another man came forward and took a mask with the jackal face of Anubis. The air behind Balsam rippled and started to glow. The candles flickered out. Slowly a golden man took shape, lighting the room. He was as tall as the ceiling, with canine features and hot yellow eyes. He stood with folded arms and looked down at Eileen. Her pulse leapt and stuttered, and she dug her fingernails into her palms. No one else seemed to notice that he was there. The woman wearing the pointed mask stood in front of Eileen.
Osiris,
the woman said.
I am Set, of the company of Anu, son of Seb and Nut.
He felt Eileen open her mouth to speak, but before she could say anything, the woman's right hand exploded against her face. She fell over backward and slid 3 feet across the tiles.
Behold,
the woman said. She touched her fingers to Eileen's eyes, and they came away wet.
the fertilizing rain.
Osiris, said the jackal-headed man, stepping up to take the woman's place. I am Anubis, son of Ra, opener of the ways. Mine is the funeral mountain. He moved behind Eileen and held her against the floor. Now Clark was kneeling next to her, the golden man looming behind him.
Osiris,
he said. Light glittered from the tiny eyes of the hawk mask.
I am Horus, thy son, and the son of Isis.
He pressed 2 fingers against Eileen's lips, forcing her mouth open.
I have come to embrace thee. I am thy son, Horus. I have pressed thy mouth. I am thy son. I love thee. Thy mouth was closed, but I have set in order for thee thy mouth and thy teeth. I open for thee thy 2 eyes. I have opened for thee thy mouth with the instrument of Anubis. Horus hath opened the mouth of the dead, as he in times of old opened thy mouth with the iron which came forth from Set. The deceased shall walk and shall speak, and her body shall be with the great company of the gods in the great house of the Aged One in Anu, and she shall receive there the Uret crown from Horus, the Lord of mankind.
Clark took something that looked like a wooden snake from Balsam. Eileen tried to pull away, but the jackal-headed man had too tight a grip on her. Clark swung the snake back and then gently touched Eileen's mouth and eyes with it 4 times.
O Osiris, I have established for thee the 2 jawbones in thy face, and they are now separated.
He stood aside. Balsam bent over her until his face was only inches away and said, Now I give to thee the Hekau, the word of power. Horus hath given thee the use of thy mouth, and thou canst say it. The word is Tiamat.
Tiamat,
Eileen whispered. Fortunato, numb with fear, pushed himself into Balsam's mind. The trick was to keep moving, not to get overwhelmed by the strangeness of it. If he kept triggering associations, he would end up in the part of Balsam's memory that he wanted. At the moment, Balsam was near ecstasy. Fortunato followed the images and totems of Egyptian magic until he found the earliest ones, and from there made his way to Balsam's father and back through 7 generations to Black John himself. Everything Balsam had ever heard or read or imagined about his ancestor was here. His first swindle, when he took the goldsmith Marano for 60 ounces of fine gold, his escape from Palermo, meeting the Greek Altotus, and learning alchemy. Egypt, Turkey, Malta, and finally Rome at age 26, handsome, clever, carrying letters of introduction to the cream of society. Where he met Lorenza. Fortunato saw her as Cagliostro had, naked before him for the first time, only 14 years old but dizzyingly beautiful, slim, elegant, olive-skinned, with jet-black wavy hair spread out around her, tiny perfect breasts, smelling of wild coastal flowers, her throaty voice screaming his name as she wrapped her legs around him. Traveling through Europe in coaches lined in deep green velvet, Lorenza's beauty, opening society to them without reservation, living on what they begged in the halls of nobility and handing out the rest as alms. And finally, England. Fortunato watched as Cagliostro rode into the forest on the back of a blooded ebony hunter. He'd gotten separated, not quite by accident, from Lorenza and the young English lord who was so taken with her. Doubtless his lordship was having his way with her even now in some ditch beside the road, and doubtless Lorenza had already found a way to turn it to their advantage. Then the moon fell out of the sky in the middle of the afternoon. Cagliostro spurred the stallion toward the glowing apparition. It touched down in a clearing a few hundred yards away. The horse wouldn't get closer than 100 feet, so Cagliostro tied him to a sapling and approached on foot. The thing was indistinct, made of angles that didn't connect, and as Cagliostro came toward it, a piece of it detached itself. And that was all. Suddenly Cagliostro was riding back toward London in a carriage with Lorenza, full of some high purpose that Fortunato couldn't read. He ransacked Balsam's mind. The knowledge had to be there somewhere, some fragment of what the thing in the woods had been, what it had said or done. That was when Balsam jerked upright and said, "The woman is in my brain." He was looking through Eileen's eyes again, enraged at his own clumsiness. Things had gone hideously wrong. He found himself staring into the face of the little man with the thick glasses and the robe. And then he was back in his cell. 2 guards had him by the arms and were dragging him toward the door. "No," he said. "Please, just a few more minutes." "Oh, like it here, do you?" one of the guards said. He shoved Fortunato toward the door of the cell. Fortunato's foot slipped on the slick linoleum, and he went on to all fours. The guard kicked him near his left kidney, not quite hard enough to make him pass out. Then they were dragging him again, down endless faded green corridors, into a dark-paneled room with no windows and a long wooden table. A man in a cheap suit, maybe 30 years old, sat on the other side of the table. His hair was medium brown, his face unremarkable. There was a gold shield pinned to the jacket pocket. Next to him sat a man in a polo shirt and expensive sport coat. He had excessive Aryan good looks, wavy blonde hair, icy blue eyes. Fortunato remembered the mason that Eileen had described, Roman. "Sergeant Matthias?" the second guard said. The man in the cheap suit nodded. "This is the one." Matthias leaned back in his chair and closed his eyes. Fortunato felt something brush his mind. "Well?" Roman asked. "Not much," Matthias said. "Some telepathy, a little TK, but it's weak. I doubt he could even pick a lock." "So what do you think? Does the boss need to worry about him?" "I can't see why. You could hang him up for a while for murdering that kid, see what happens." "What's the use?" Roman said. "He'd just plead self-defense. The judge would probably give him a medal. Nobody cares about those little bastards anyway." "Fine," Matthias said. He turned to the guards. "Kick him loose. We're done with him." It took another hour to get him back on the street, and of course nobody offered him a ride home. But that was all right. Jokertown was where he needed to be. He sat on the steps of the precinct and reached out for Eileen's mind. He found himself staring at the brick wall of an alley. He was empty of thought or emotion. As he struggled to break through the clouds in her brain, he felt her bladder let go, and felt the warm urine spread in a puddle under her and quickly turn cold. "Hey, buddy, no sleeping on the steps!" Fortunato walked out into the street and flagged a cab. He put a 20 through the little metal drawer and said, "South, hurry." He got out of the cab on Christie, just south of Grand. She hadn't moved. Her mind was gone. He squatted in front of her and probed for a few seconds, and then he couldn't stand it, and he walked down to the end of the alley. He pounded on the side of a dumpster until his hands were nearly useless. Then he went back and tried again. He opened his mouth to say something. Nothing came out. There were no words left in his head, only bloody red clumps and a flood of acid that kept rising up in his eyes. He walked across the street and dialed 911. It hurt to press the buttons. When he got an operator, he asked for an ambulance and gave the address and hung up. He went back across the street. A car honked at him, and he didn't understand why. He knelt in front of Eileen. Her jaw hung open, and a thread of saliva dangled down onto her blouse. He couldn't stand to look at her. He closed his eyes and reached out with his mind and gently stopped her heart. It was easy to find the temple. It was only 3 blocks away. He just followed the energy trails of the men who'd left Eileen in the alley. He stood across the street from the bricked-up church. He had to keep blinking his eyes to keep them clear. The trails of the men led into the building, and 2 or 3 other trails led out, but Balsam was still in there. Balsam and Clark and a dozen more. That was good. He wanted them all, but he would settle for the ones that were there. Them, and their coins, and their golden masks, their rituals, their temple, everything that had a part in trying to bring their alien monstrosity to Earth. That had spilled blood and destroyed minds and ruined lives to do it. He wanted it over, finished, for good and all. The night was utterly cold, a vacuum as cold as space, sucking the heat and life from everything it touched. His cheeks burned and then went numb. He reached for the power he had left, and it wasn't enough. For a few seconds he stood and shook with helpless rage, ready to go after the building with his bare, battered hands. Then he saw her, on the corner, standing in the classic pose under the streetlight. Black hot pants, rabbit jacket, fake fur shawl, hooker heels and too much makeup. He slowly raised his arm and waved her over. She stopped in front of him, looked him warily up and down. "Hey," she said. Her skin was coarse and her eyes were tired. "You want to go out?" He took a $100 bill out of his jacket and unzipped his pants. "Right here in the street? Lover, you must be hurting for certain." She stared at the 100 and eased down onto her knees. "Whew, this concrete cold." She fumbled around in his trousers and then looked up at him. "Shit, what's this, dry blood?" He took out another 100. The woman hesitated a second and then stuffed both bills in her purse and clamped the purse under her arm. At the touch of her mouth, Fortunato went instantly hard. He felt a surge all the way up from his feet, and it made his scalp and his fingernails hurt. His eyes rolled up until they were staring at the 2nd floor of the old church. He wanted to use his power to lift the entire city block and hurl it into space, but he didn't have the strength to break a window. He probed at the bricks and the wooden joists and the electrical wiring, and then he found what he was looking for. He followed a gas line down to the basement and back to the main, and then he began to move the gas through it, building the pressure the way it was building inside him, until the pipes vibrated and the walls shook and the mortar creaked. The hooker looked up and across the street, saw cracks splitting the walls. "Run," he said. As she clattered away, Fortunato reached down and jammed his fingers into the root of his penis, forcing back the hot flood of his ejaculation. His intestines turned to fire, and in the crawl space over the temple, the black steel pipe bent and shook free of its connections. It spurted gas and fell to the floor, knocking sparks off the chicken wire and plaster wall. The building swelled for an instant, like it was filling with water, and then it erupted in a ball of smoky orange flame. Bricks smashed into the wall on either side of where Fortunato stood, but he wouldn't look away, not until his eyebrows had been singed to the skin and his clothes had begun to smolder. The roar of the explosion shattered windows up and down the street, and when it finally died, the bleating of sirens and alarms took its place. He wished he'd been able to hear them scream. Eventually a cab stopped for him. The driver wanted to take him to the hospital, but Fortunato talked him out of it with a $100 bill. Climbing the stairs to his apartment took longer than anything he could remember. He went into the bedroom. The pillows still smelled of Eileen's perfume. He went back to the kitchen, got a 5th of whiskey, and sat down by the window, drinking it down, watching the red glow of the fire slowly die over Jokertown. When he finally passed out on the couch, he dreamed of tentacles and wet rubbery flesh and beaks that opened and closed with long, echoing laughter. 1985. Jube 1. After he had locked up the newsstand for the night, Jube loaded his shopping cart with newspapers and set out on his daily round of the Jokertown bars. With Thanksgiving less than a week away, the cold November wind had a bitter edge as it came skirling down the Bowery. Jube trudged along with one hand on his battered old pork pie hat, while the other pulled the two-wheeled wire cart over the cracked sidewalk. His pants were big enough to hold a revival meeting, and his blue short-sleeved Hawaiian shirt was covered with surfers. He never wore a coat. Jube had been selling papers and magazines from the corner of Hester Street and the Bowery since the summer of 1952, and he'd never worn a coat once. Whenever he was asked about it, he would laugh around his tusks, slap his belly, and say,
"This is all the insulation I need. Yes, sir."
On a tall day, wearing heels, Jube Benson topped 5 feet by almost an inch, but there was a lot of him in that compact package. 300 pounds of oily blue-black flesh that reminded you of half-melted rubber. His face was broad and cratered, his skull covered with tufts of stiff red hair, and 2 small tusks curved down from the corners of his mouth. He smelled like buttered popcorn, and knew more jokes than anyone else in Jokertown. Jube waddled along briskly, grinning at passers-by, hawking his papers to the passing cars. Even at this hour, the main drag of Jokertown was far from deserted. At the fun house, he left a stack of the Daily News for the doorman to hand out to departing patrons, along with the Times for the owner, Des. A couple blocks down was the Chaos Club, which gave away a stack of papers too. Jube had saved a copy of National Informer for Lambent. The doorman took it in a gaunt, glowing hand.
Thanks, Walrus.
"Read all about it," Jube said. "Says there they got a new treatment. Turns jokers to aces."
Lambent laughed.
Yeah, right,
he said, rifling the pages. A slow smile spread across his phosphorescent face.
Hey, looky here. Sue Ellen's going to go back to JR.
"She always does,"
Jube said.
This time she's going to have his Joker baby, Lambent said. Jesus, what a dumb cunt.
He folded the paper under his arm.
Have you heard?
He asked.
Gimli's coming back.
"You don't say,"
Jube replied. The door opened behind them. Lambent sprang to hold it and whistled down a cab for the well-dressed couple who emerged. As he helped them in, he gave them their free Daily News, and the man laid a 5 against his palm. Lambent made it vanish with a wink at Jube. Jube waved and went on his way, leaving the phosphorescent doorman standing by the curb in his Chaos Club livery, perusing his Informer. The Chaos Club and the Fun House were the class establishments. The bars, taverns, and coffee shops on the side streets seldom gave anything away. But he was known in all of them, and they let him hawk his papers table to table. Jube stopped at the Pit and at Harry's Kitchen, played a game of shuffleboard in Squisher's basement, delivered a penthouse to Wally of Wally's. At Black Mike's Pub, under the neon Schaefer sign, he joked with a couple of working girls and let them tell him about the kinky Nat Politico they'd double-teamed. He left Captain McPherson's Times with the desk sergeant at the Jokertown precinct house and sold a sporting news to a plainclothesman who thought he had a lead on Joker's Wild, where a male hooker had been castrated on stage last week. At the Twisted Dragon on the fringes of Chinatown, Jube got rid of his Chinese papers before heading down to Freakers on Chatham Square, where he sold a copy of the Daily News and a half-dozen Jokertown cries. The cry offices were across the square. The night editor always took a Times, a Daily News, a Post, and a Village Voice, and poured Jube a cup of black, muddy coffee.
Slow night,
Crabcake said, chewing on an unlit cigar as he turned the pages of the competition with his pincers.
"Heard the cops are going to shut down that Joker porn studio on Division,"
Jube said, sipping politely at his coffee. Crabcake squinted up at him.
You think so? Don't bet on it, Walrus. That bunch is connected. The Gambioni family, I think. Where'd you hear that?
Jube gave him a rubbery grin.
"Got to protect my sources too, Chief. You hear the one about the guy married this Joker? Just gorgeous. Long, blonde hair, face like an angel, body to match. On their wedding night, she comes out in this white teddy and says to him, 'Honey, I've got good news and bad news.' He says, 'Yeah, so give me the good news first.' 'Well,' she says, 'the good news is that this is what the wild card did to me.' And she whirls around and gives him a good look, till he's grinning and drooling. 'So what's the bad news?' he asks. 'The bad news,' she says, 'is that my real name is Joseph.'"
Crabcakes grimaced.
"Get out of here,"
he said. The regulars at Ernie's relieved him of another few cries and a daily news, and for Ernie himself he had the issue of Ring that had come in that afternoon. It was a slow night, so Ernie stood him to a pina colada, and Jube told him the one about the Joker bride who had good news and bad news for her husband. The counterman at the all-night donut shop took a Times. As he turned up Henry to his final stop, Jube's load was so light the shopping cart skipped along behind him. 3 cabs stood outside the canopied entrance to the Crystal Palace, waiting for business. "Hey, Walrus!" one of the hacks called out as he passed. "Got a cry there?"
"Sure do,"
Jube said. He swapped a paper for a coin. The cabbie had a nest of thin, snake-like tendrils in place of a right arm, and flippers where his legs should be. But his checker had special hand controls, and he knew the city like the back of his tentacle. Made real good tips, too. These days, people were so relieved to get a cabbie who spoke English, they didn't give a damn what he looked like. The doorman carried Jube's cart up the stone steps to the main entrance of the 3-story, turn-of-the-century row house. Inside the Victorian entry chamber, Jube left his hat and cart with the coat-check girl, gathered the remaining papers under his arm, and walked into the saloon's huge, high-ceilinged bar room. Elmo, the dwarf bouncer, was carrying out a squid-faced man in a sequin domino as Jube entered. There was a nasty bruise on one side of his head.
"What did he do?"
Jube asked. Elmo grinned up at him.
"It's not what he did, it's what he was thinking of doing."
The little man pushed through the stained-glass doors with the squid face slung over his shoulder like a sack of grain. It was last call at the Crystal Palace. Jube made a circuit of the main tap room. He seldom bothered with the side rooms and their curtained alcoves, and sold a few more papers. Then he climbed up on a bar stool. Sasha was behind the long mahogany bar, his eyeless face and pencil-thin mustache reflected in the mirror as he mixed a planter's punch. He put it down in front of Jube without words or money being exchanged. As Jube sipped his drink, he caught a whiff of familiar perfume and turned his head just as Chrysalis seated herself on the stool to his left.
"Good morning,"
she said. Her voice was cool and faintly British. She was wearing a spiral of silver glitter on one cheek, and the transparent flesh beneath made it seem to float like a nebula above the whiteness of her skull. Her lipstick was silver gloss, and her long nails gleamed like daggers.
"How's the news business, Jubal?"
He grinned at her.
"Did you hear the one about the joke bride who had good news and bad news for her husband?"
Around her mouth, the ghost-gray shadows of her muscles twisted her silvered lips into a grimace.
"Spare me."
All right."
Jube sipped at his planter's punch through a straw.
"At the Chaos Club they put little parasols in these."
"At the Chaos Club they serve drinks in coconuts."
Jube nursed his drink.
"That place on Division, where they film the hardcore stuff? I heard it's a Gambioni operation."
"Old news,"
Chrysalis said. It was closing time. The lights came up. Elmo began to circulate, stacking chairs on tables and rousting the customers.
"Troll is going to be the new chief of security at Tachyon's clinic. Doc told me so himself."
"Affirmative action?"
Chrysalis said dryly.
"Partly,"
Jube told her.
"And partly it's just that he's 9 foot tall, green, and almost invulnerable."
He sucked up the last of his drink noisily and stirred the crushed ice with his straw.
"Guy at the cop house has a lead on Joker's Wild."
"He won't find it,"
Chrysalis said.
"If he does, he'll wish he hadn't."
"If they had any sense, they'd just ask you."
"There's not enough money in the city budget to pay for that information,"
Chrysalis said.
"What else? You always save your best for last."
Probably nothing,
Jube said, swiveling to face her.
but, I hear Gimli's coming home.
Gimli? Her voice was nonchalant, but the deep blue eyes suspended in the sockets of her skull regarded him sharply. How interesting. Details?
Not yet,
Jube said.
I'll let you know.
I'm sure you will. Chrysalis had informants all over Jokertown, but Jube the Walrus was one of the most reliable. Everyone knew him, everyone liked him, everyone talked to him. Jube was the last customer to leave the Crystal Palace that night. When he went outside, it had just begun to snow. He snorted, held his hat firmly, and trudged off down Henry, pulling the empty shopping cart behind him. A patrol car came up alongside him as he was passing under the Manhattan Bridge, slowed and rolled down a window. "Hey, Walrus," the black cop behind the wheel called out. "It's snowing, you dumb joker. You'll freeze your balls off."
Balls?
Jube called out.
Who says Joker's got balls? I love this weather, Chaz. Look at these rosy cheeks.
He pinched his oily blue-black cheek and chortled. Chaz sighed and opened the back door of the blue and white. "Get in. I'll ride you home." Home was a 5-story rooming house on Eldridge, just a short ride away. Jube left his shopping cart under the steps by the trash cans as he opened the police lock on his basement apartment. The only window was completely filled by a huge air conditioner of ancient vintage, its rusted casing now half covered with blowing snow. When he turned on his lights, the red 15-watt bulbs in the overhead fixture filled the room with a murky scarlet twilight. It was bone-cold inside, scarcely warmer than the November streets. Jube never turned on the heat. Once or twice a year a man from the gas company came by to check on him and make sure he hadn't rigged the meter. Under the window, pans of green, decaying meat covered the top of a card table. Jube stripped off his shirt to reveal a broad, 6-nippled chest, got himself a glass of ice to crunch, and picked the ripest steak he could find. A bare mattress covered the floor of his bedroom, and in the corner was his latest acquisition, a brand-new porcelain hot tub that faced a big-screen projection TV. Except that hot tub was a misnomer, since he never used the heating system. He had learned a lot about humans in the last 23 years, but he'd never understand why they wanted to immerse themselves in scalding water, he thought as he undressed. Even the Takesians had more sense than that. Holding the steak in one hand, Jube carefully lowered himself into the icy water and turned on the television with his remote control to watch the news programs he'd taped earlier. He popped the steak into his wide mouth and began to chew the raw meat slowly as he floated there, absorbing every word that Tom Brokaw had to say. It was very relaxing, but when the newscast ended, Jube knew it was time to go to work. He climbed out of his tub, belched, and dried himself vigorously with a Donald Duck towel. An hour, no more, he thought to himself, as he padded across the room, leaving wet footprints on the hardwood floor. He was tired, but he had to do some work, or he'd fall even more behind. Standing at the back of his bedroom, he punched out a long sequence of numbers on his remote control. The bare brick wall in front of him seemed to dissolve when he hit the final digit. Jube walked through into what had been the coal cellar. The far wall was dominated by a hollow cube that dwarfed even his projection TV. A horseshoe-shaped console wrapped around a huge contour chair designed for Jube's unique physiognomy. All along the sides of the snug chamber were machines, some whose purpose would have been obvious to any high school student, others that would have baffled Dr. Tachyon himself. Primitive as it was, the office suited Jube just fine. He settled into his chair, turned on the power feed from the fusion cell, and took a crystal-lined rod, as long as a child's pinky, from a rack by his elbow. When he slid it into the appropriate slot on the console, the recorder lit from within, and he began to dictate his latest observations and conclusions in a language that seemed half music and half cacophony, made up in equal parts of barks, whistles, belches, and clicks. If his other security systems ever failed him, his work would still be safe. After all, there wasn't another sentient being within 40 light-years who spoke his native tongue. Unto the Sixth Generation by Walter John Williams. Prologue. He was still smoking where the atmosphere had burned his flesh. Heated lifeblood was running out through his spiracles. He tried to close them, to hold on to the last of the liquid, but he had lost the capacity to control his respiration. His fluids had superheated during the descent and had blown out from the diaphragms like steam from an exploding boiler. Lights strobed at him from the end of the alley. They dazzled his eyes. Hard sounds crackled in his ears. His blood was steaming on the concrete as it cooled. The Swarm Mother had detected his ship, had struck at him with a vast particle charge generated in the creature's monstrous planetoid body. He had barely the opportunity to signal Jubin on the planet's surface before his ship's chitin was torn apart. He'd been forced to seize the singularity shifter, his race's experimental power source, and leap into the dark vacuum. But the shifter had been damaged in the attack, and he had been unable to control it. He had burned on the way down. He tried to summon his concentration and grow new flesh, but failed. He realized that he was dying. It was necessary to stop the draining of his life. There was a metal container nearby, large, with a hinged lid. His body a flaring agony, he rolled across the damp surface of the concrete and hooked his one undamaged leg across the lid of the container. The leg was powerful, intended for leaping into the sky of his light-gravity world, and now it was his hope. He moved his weight against the oppressive gravity, rolling his body up the length of his leg. Outraged nerves wailed in his body. Fluid spattered the outside of the container. The metal rang as he fell inside. Substances crackled under him. He gazed up into a night that glowed with reflected infrared. There were bits of organic stuff here, crushed and pressed flat, with dyes pressed onto them in patterns. He seized them with his palps and cilia, tearing them into strips, pushing them against his leaking spiracles, stopped the flow. Organic smells came to him. There had been life here, but it had died. He reached into his abdomen for his shifter, brought the device out, clasped it to his torn chest. If he could stop time for a while, he could heal. Then he would try to signal Jubin, somehow. Perhaps, if the shifter wasn't damaged too badly, he could make a short jump to Jubin's coordinates. The shifter hummed. Strange light displays, a side effect, flickered gently in the darkness of the container. Time passed.
So last night I got a call from my neighbor Sally.
Dimly, from inside his time cocoon, he heard the sound of the voice. It echoed faintly inside his skull.
And Sally, she says, Hildy, she says, I just heard from my sister Margaret in California. Oh, you remember Margaret, she says. She went to school with you at St. Mary's.
There was a thud against the metal near his auditory palps, a silhouette against the glowing night, arms that reached for him. Agony returned. He cried out, a hiss. The touch climbed his body.
Sure, I remember Margaret, I says. She was a grade behind. The sisters were always after her 'cause she was a gum chewer.
Something was taking hold of his shifter. He clutched it against him, tried to protest.
It's mine, Bunky,
the voice said, fast and angry.
I saw it first.
He saw a face, pale flesh smudged with dirt, bared teeth, gray cilia just hanging from beneath an inorganic extrusion.
Don't,
he said.
I'm dying.
With a wrench, the creature pulled the shifter from him. He screamed as the warmth left him, as he felt the slow, cold death return.
Shut up there, it's mine.
Pain began a slow throb through his body.
You don't understand,
he said.
There's a Swarm Mother near your planet.
The voice droned. Things crackled and rang in the container.
So, Margaret, Sally says she married this engineer from Boeing, and they pulled down 50 grand a year at least. Vacations in Hawaii and St. Thomas, for Christ's sake.
Please listen.
The pain was growing. He knew he had only a short time.
The Swarm Mother has already developed intelligence. She perceived that I had identified her and struck at once.
But she doesn't have to deal with my family, Sally says. She's over on the other goddamn coast, Sally says. His body was weeping scarlet.
"The next stage will be a first-generation swarm. They will come to your planet soon, directed by the Swarm Mother. Please listen."
So I got my mom onto the welfare and into this nice apartment, Sally says. But the welfare wants me and Margaret to give Mom an extra $5 a month. And Margaret, she says, she doesn't have the money. Things are expensive in California, she says.
"You are in terrible danger. Please listen."
Metal thudded again. The voice was growing fainter, as with distance. So how easy are things here, Sally says. I got 5 kids and 2 cars and a mortgage, and Bill says things are a dead end at the agency.
"The swarm! The swarm! Tell Jubin!"
The other was gone, and he was dying. The stuff under him was soaking up his fluids. To breathe was an agony.
"It is cold here,"
he said. Tears came from the sky, ringing against metal. There was acid in the tears. Jube, 2. In the rooming house on Eldridge, the tenants were having a little Christmas party, and Jube was dressed as Santa Claus. He was a little short for the part, and the Santas in the store windows seldom had tusks, but he had the ho-ho-ho down pat. The party was held in the living room on the first floor. It was early this year because Mrs. Holland was flying out to Sacramento next week to spend the holidays with her grandson, and no one wanted to have the party without Mrs. Holland, who had lived in the building almost as long as Jube, and seen all of them through some rough times. Except for Father Fahey, the alcoholic Jesuit from the 5th floor, the tenants were all jokers, and none of them had a lot of money for Christmas gifts. So each of them had bought one present, and all the gifts went into a big canvas mail bag, and it was Jube's annual assignment to jumble them around and hand them out. He loved the job. Human patterns of gift-giving were endlessly fascinating, and someday he intended to write a study of the subject, as soon as he finished his treatise on human humor. He always started with Doughboy, who was huge and soft and mushroom-white, and lived with the black man they called Shiner in a second-floor apartment. Doughboy outweighed Jube by a good 100 pounds, and he was so strong that he ripped the front door off its hinges at least once a year. Shiner always fixed it. Doughboy loved robots and dolls and toy trucks and plastic guns that made noises, but he broke everything within days, and the toys he really loved he broke within hours. Jube had wrapped his present in silver foil so he wouldn't give it to anyone else by mistake.
"Oh, boy!"
Doughboy shouted when he'd ripped it open. He held it up for all of them to see.
"A ray gun! Oh, boy! Oh, boy!"
It was deep, translucent red-black, molded in lines that were smooth and sensual, yet somehow disquieting, with a pencil-thin barrel. When his immense fingers wrapped around the grip and pointed it at Mrs. Holland, points of lights flickered deep inside, and Doughboy exclaimed in delight as the microcomputer corrected his aim.
That's some toy,
Callie said. She was a petite, fastidious woman with 4 useless extra arms.
"Oh, ho, ho,"
Jube said.
"He won't be able to break it either."
Doughboy squinted at old Mr. Cricket and pressed the firing stud, making loud sizzling noises through his teeth. Shiner laughed.
"I'll bet he'd do." "You'd lose,"
Jube said. Libar alloy was dense and strong enough to withstand a small thermonuclear explosion. He'd worn the gun himself during his first year in New York, but the harness had chafed, and after a while it had just gotten to be too much of a nuisance. Of course, Jube had removed the power cell before wrapping the gift for Doughboy, and a network disruptor wasn't the sort of thing you could energize with a D battery. Someone shoved an eggnog, liberally laced with rum and nutmeg, into his hand. Jube took a healthy swallow, grinned with pleasure, and got on with passing out the presents. Callie went next, and drew a coupon book for the neighborhood movie house. Denton from the 4th floor got a woolen knit cap, which he dangled from the end of his antlers, provoking general laughter. Reginald, whom the neighborhood children called Potato Head, though not to his face, wound up with an electric razor. Shiner got a long, multicolored scarf. They looked at each other, laughed, and swapped. He made his way around the room from person to person until everyone had a gift. The last present in the bag was usually his. This year, however, the bag was empty after Mrs. Holland pulled out her tickets to Cats. Jube was a little nonplussed. It must have showed on his face. There was laughter all around.
"We didn't forget about you, Walrus Man,"
said Chucky, the spider-legged boy who ran messages down on Wall Street.
"This year we all chipped in. Got you something special,"
Shiner added. Mrs. Holland gave it to him. It was small and store-wrapped. Jude opened it carefully.
"A watch!"
"That's no watch, Walrus Man. That's a chronometer,"
Chucky said.
"Self-winding and waterproof and shockproof, too."
"That there watch tell you the date and the phases of the moon? Shit, it tell you everything except when your girlfriend be on the rag,"
Shiner said.
"Shiner!"
Mrs. Holland said in indignation.
"You've been wearing that Mickey Mouse watch for as long as I've known you,"
Reginald said.
"We all thought it was time you had something a little more modern."
It was a very expensive watch, so of course there was nothing to be done but wear it. Jube unstrapped Mickey from his thick wrist and slid on the brand-new chronometer with its flex metal band. He put his old watch very carefully atop the mantelpiece, out of the way, and then made a round of the crowded room, thanking each of them. Afterward, old Mr. Cricket rubbed his legs together to the tune of Jingle Bells, and Mrs. Holland served the turkey she'd won in the church raffle. Jube pushed his portion around sufficiently so that it looked as though he'd eaten some, and there was more eggnog to be drunk, and a card game after coffee, and when it got very late, Jube told some of his jokes. Finally, he figured it was time for him to retire. He'd given his helper the day off, so he'd have to open the stand himself bright and early the next morning. But when he stopped by the mantel on his way out, Mickey was gone.
"My watch!"
Jube exclaimed.
"What you want with that old thing, now that you have the new one?"
Callie asked him.
"It has sentimental value,"
Jube said.
"I saw Doughboy playing with it,"
Warts told him.
"He likes Mickey Mouse."
Shiner had put Doughboy to bed hours ago. Jube had to go upstairs. They found the watch on Doughboy's foot, and Shiner was very apologetic.
"I think he broke it,"
the old man said.
"It's very durable,"
Jube said.
"It's been making a noise,"
Shiner told him.
"Buzzing away. Broke inside, I guess."
For a moment, Jube didn't understand what he was talking about. Then dread replaced confusion.
"Buzzing? How long?"
"A good while," Shiner said as he handed back the watch. From inside the casing came a high, thin whine.
"You okay?"
Jube nodded.
"Tired," he said. "Merry Christmas."
And then he thumped downstairs as fast as he could go. In his cold, dim apartment, he hurried to the coal cellar. Within, sure enough, the communicator was glowing violet, network color code for extreme emergency. His hearts were in his mouth. How long? Hours, hours, and all the time he was partying. Jube felt sick. He dropped himself into his chair and keyed the console to play the message it had recorded. The hollow cube lit from within, in a haze of violet light. In the center was Academy, his hind jumping legs folded under him so he seemed almost to crouch. The MB nymph was obviously in a state of great agitation. The cilia covering his face trembled as they tasted the air, and the palps atop his tiny head swiveled frenetically. As Jube watched, code violet background gave way, and the crowded interior of the single ship took form.
"The mother!"
Academy cried in the trade tongue, forcing the words through his spiracles in a wheezy MB accent. The hologram shattered into static. When it reintegrated an instant later, the MB lurched suddenly to one side, reached out with a stick-thin forelimb, and clutched a smooth black ball to the pale white fur of his chitinous chest. He started to say something, but behind him the wall of the single ship bulged inward with a hideous metallic screech and then disintegrated entirely. Jube watched with horror as air, instruments, and MB were sucked up toward the cold, unwinking stars. Academy slammed into a jagged bulkhead and slid higher, holding tight to the ball as his hind legs scrabbled for purchase. A swirl of light ran over the surface of the sphere, and then it seemed to expand. A swift black tide engulfed the MB. When it receded, he was gone. Jube dared to breathe again. The transmission broke off abruptly an instant later. Jube punched for a replay, hoping he had missed something. He could only watch half of it. Then he got up, rushed to the toilet, and regurgitated an evening's worth of eggnog. He was steadier when he returned. He had to think, had to take things calmly. Panic and guilt would get him nowhere. Even if he had been wearing the watch, he could never have gotten down here in time to take the call, and there was nothing he could have done anyway. Besides, Academy had escaped with the singularity shifter. Jube had seen it with his own eyes. Surely his colleague had gotten to safety. Only, if he had, where was he? Jube looked around slowly. The MB certainly wasn't here, but where else could he go? How long could he survive in this gravity? And what had happened up there in orbit? Grimly, he linked to the satellite scanners. There were 6 of them, sophisticated devices the size of golf balls, loaded with Rendarian sensors. Academy had used them to monitor weather patterns, military activity, and radio and television transmissions, but they had other uses as well. Jube swept the skies methodically for the single ship, but where it should have been he found only scattered debris. Suddenly Jube felt very much alone. Academy had been, well, not a friend, not the way the humans upstairs were friends, not even as close as chrysalis or crab cakes, but their species had little in common, really. Academy was a strange, solitary sort, enigmatic and uncommunicative, and 23 years in orbit, locked in the close confines of his single ship with nothing to occupy him but meditation and monitoring, had only made the nymph stranger still. But of course that was why he had been chosen out of all those the master trader might have pegged when the opportunity came this way so long ago, in the human year 1952, to observe the results of the Takesian grand experiment. Unbidden, the memories came. The vast network starship had circled the little green planet all that summer, finding little of interest. The native civilization was promising, but scarcely more advanced than it had been on their previous visit a few centuries earlier. And the vaunted Takesian virus, the Wildcard, seemed to have produced great numbers of freaks, cripples, and monsters. But the master trader liked to cover all bets, so when the opportunity departed, it left behind 2 observers, the MB in orbit and a xenologist on the surface. It amused the master trader to hide his agent in plain sight, on the streets of the world's greatest city. And for Jubin, who had signed a lifetime service contract for the chance to travel to distant worlds, it was a rare chance to do important work. Still, until this moment, there had always been the knowledge that someday the opportunity would return, that someday he would know starflight again, and perhaps even return to the glaciers and the ice cities of Glaber, beneath its wan red sun. The MB nymph had never quite been a friend, yet Academy had been something just as important. They had shared a past. Only Jube had known that MB was there watching, listening. Only Academy had known that Jube the Walrus, Joker newsboy, was really Jubin, a xenologist from Glaber. The nymph had been a link to his past, to his homeworld and his people, to the opportunity and the network itself, to its 137-member species spread across 1,000-odd worlds. Jube looked at the new watch his friends had given him. It was past 2. The message had been received just before 8. He had never used a singularity shifter himself. It was an MB device, still experimental, powered by a mini black hole and capable of functioning as a stasis field, a teleportation device, even a power source, but fantastically expensive, its secrets zealously guarded by the network. He did not pretend to understand its workings, but it should have brought Academy here, where Jubin could help him. If the shifter had malfunctioned, the MB might have teleported into airless space, or the bottom of the ocean, or, well, anywhere within range. He shook his massive head. What could he do? If Academy was still alive, he would make his way here. Jube was powerless to help him. Meanwhile, he had a more urgent problem. Something or someone had discovered, attacked, and destroyed the single ship. The humans had neither the technology nor the motives. Whoever was responsible was clearly no friend of the network, and if they were aware of his existence, they might be coming after him as well. Jube found himself wishing that he hadn't just given away his weapon to Doughboy. He watched the MB's last transmission one last time in the hopes of finding a clue to the unknown enemy. There was nothing except the mother, Academy had said. What was that? Some MB religious invocation? Or was his colleague actually calling on the female who had hatched him? Jube spent the next few hours floating in his tub, thinking. He did not savor those thoughts, yet the logic was inescapable. The network had many enemies, within and without, but only one truly powerful rival in this sector of space, and only one that might be violently disgruntled to find Earth under observation, a species so like and so unlike the humans, imperious and aloof, racist, implacably bloody-minded, and capable of most any atrocity, to judge from what they'd done on Earth, and what they so regularly did to each other. When dawn neared and he dressed after a sleepless night, Jube was virtually convinced of it. Only a Takesian symbiont ship could have done what he had witnessed. The ghost lance or the laser, he wondered. He was no expert on things martial. It was a gray, slushy, depressing day, and Jube's mood matched it perfectly as he opened his newsstand. Business was slow. It was a little after 8 when Dr. Tachyon came down the Bowery, wearing a white fur coat and mopping at an egg stain on his collar. "Something wrong, Jube?" Tachyon asked when he stopped for a Times. "You don't look well." Jube had trouble finding the words.
Yeah, Doc. A friend of mine, died."
He watched Tachyon's face for any flicker of guilt. Guilt came so easy to the Takesian. Surely if he knew, he would betray himself. "I'm sorry," Doc said, his voice sincere and sympathetic. "I lost someone myself this week, an orderly at the clinic. I have a horrible suspicion that the man was murdered. One of my patients vanished the same day, a man named Spector." Tachyon sighed. "And now the police want me to perform an autopsy on some poor joker they found in a dumpster in Chelsea. The man looks like a furry grasshopper, McPherson tells me. So that makes him one of mine, you see." He shook his head wearily. "Well, they're just going to have to keep him on ice until I can organize the search for Mr. Spector. Keep your ears open, Jube, and let me know if you hear anything, all right?"
Grasshopper, you say?"
Jube tried to keep his voice casual.
"A furry grasshopper?"
"Yes," Tack said. "Not someone you knew, I hope."
"I'm not sure,"
Jube said quickly.
"Maybe I ought to go and take a look. I know a lot of jokers."
"He's in the morgue on First Avenue."
"I'm not sure I could take it,"
Jube said.
"I got a queasy stomach, Doc. What kind of place is this morgue?"
Tachyon reassured Jube that there was nothing to be frightened of. To allay any misgivings, he described the morgue and its procedures. Jube memorized every detail.
"Doesn't sound so bad,"
he said finally.
"Maybe I'll take a look-see in case it is, the guy I knew."
Tachyon nodded absently, his mind on other troubles. "You know," he told Jube, "that man Spector, the patient who vanished, he was dead when they brought him to me. I saved the man's life, and if I hadn't, Henry might still be alive. Of course, I have no proof." Holding his Times up under an arm, the Takesian slogged off through the slush. Poor Academy, Jube thought, to die so far from home. He had no idea what sort of burial customs the MB practiced. There was not even time to mourn. Tachyon did not know, clearly, and more importantly, Tachyon must not know. The network presence on Earth must be kept a secret at all costs, and if the Takesian performed that autopsy, he would know. There was no doubt of that. Tachyon had accepted Jube as a joker, and why not? He looked as human as most jokers, and he'd been in Jokertown longer than Doc himself. Glabber was a backwater, poor and obscure. It had no starflight of its own, and less than 100 Glabberans had ever taken service on the great network starships. The chances of him recognizing Jubin were slight to non-existent. But the MB filled a dozen worlds. Their ships were known on 100 more. They were as much a part of the network as the Libar, Kondiki, Aver, or even the master traders. One glance at that body, and Tachyon would know. Jube bounced on his heels, feeling the first faint touches of panic. He had to get that body before Tachyon saw it. And the shifter, how could he forget that?
If an artifact as valuable as a singularity shifter fell into Takesian hands, there would be no telling what the consequences might be. But how? A man he had never laid eyes on before stopped in front of the newsstand. Distracted, Jube looked up at him.
Paper?
"One each," the man said, as usual. It took a moment to sink in, but when it did, Jube knew he had his answer. Ashes to Ashes by Roger Zelazny. The radio spat static. Croyd Crenson reached out, switched it off, and threw it across the room toward the wastebasket beside the dresser. He took it as a good omen that it went in. He stretched then, flipped back the covers, and regarded his pale nude body. Everything seemed to be in place and normally proportioned. He willed himself to levitate, and nothing happened, so he swung his legs over the edge of the bed and sat up. He ran his hand through his hair, pleased to find that he possessed hair. Waking up was always an adventure. He tried to make himself invisible, to melt the wastebasket with a thought, and to cause sparks to arc between his fingertips. None of these things occurred. He rose and made his way to the bathroom. As he drank glass after glass of water, he studied himself in the mirror. Light hair and eyes this time, regular features. Fairly good-looking, actually. He judged himself to be a little over 6 feet in height, well-muscled, too. There ought to be something in the closet that would fit. He'd been about this height and build before. It was a gray day beyond the window, with patches of slushy-looking snow lining the sidewalk across the street. Water trickled in the gutter. Croyd halted on his way to the closet to withdraw a heavy steel rod from a crate beneath his writing table. Almost casually, he bent the rod in half and then twisted it. The strength had carried over yet again, he reflected, as the metal pretzel joined the radio in the wastebasket. He located a shirt and trousers that fit him well, and a tweed jacket only slightly tight in the shoulders. He turned his attention then to his large collection of shoes, and after a time he came up with a comfortable pair. It was a little after 8 o'clock according to his Rolex, and this being winter and daylight, it meant morning. His stomach rumbled. Time for breakfast and orientation. He checked his cash and withdrew a couple of $100. Getting low, he mused. Have to visit the bank later, or maybe rob one. The stocks were taking a beating too, the last time around. Later. He equipped himself with a handkerchief, a comb, his keys, and a small plastic bottle of pills. He did not like to carry identification of any sort. No need for an overcoat. Temperature extremes seldom bothered him. He locked the door behind him, negotiated the hall, and descended the stairs. He turned left when he reached the street, facing into a sharp wind, and began walking down the Bowery. Leaving $1 in the outstretched hand of a tall, cadaverous-looking joker with a nose like an icicle, who stood as still as a totem pole in the doorway of a closed mask shop, Croyd asked the man what month it was.
"December,"
the figure said without moving its lips.
"Merry Christmas."
"Yeah," Croyd said. He tried a few more simple tests as he headed for his first stop, but he could not break the empty whiskey bottles in the gutter with a thought, nor set fire to any of the piles of trash. He attempted to utter ultrasounds, but only produced squeaks. He hiked down to the newsstand at Hester Street, where short, fat Jube Benson sat reading one of his own papers. Benson had on a yellow and orange Hawaiian shirt beneath a light blue summer suit. Bristles of red hair protruded from beneath his pork-pie hat. The temperature seemed to bother him no more than it did Croyd. He raised his dark, blubbery, pocked face and displayed a pair of short, curving tusks as Croyd stopped before the stand.
Paper?
He asked. "One of each," Croyd said, as usual. Jube's eyes narrowed slightly as he studied the man before him. Then,
"Croyd?"
he asked. Croyd nodded. "It's me, Walrus. How are they hanging?"
"Can't complain, fella. Got yourself a pretty one this time."
"Still test driving it," Croyd said, gathering a stack of papers. Jube showed more tusk.
"What's the most dangerous job in Jokertown?"
he asked. "I give up."
"Riding shotgun on the garbage truck,"
he said.
Hear what happened to the gal who won the Miss Jokertown contest?
What?
Lost her title when they learned she'd posed nude for Poultry Breeders' Gazette.
That's sick, Jube, said Croyd, quirking a smile.
I know. We got hit by a hurricane while you were asleep. Know what it did?
What?
$4 million worth of civic improvement.
All right already, Croyd said. What do I owe you? Jube put down his paper, rose, and waddled to the side of the kiosk.
Nothing, he said. I want to talk to you.
I've got to eat, Jube. When I wake up, I need a lot of food in a hurry. I'll come back later, all right?
Is it okay if I join you?
Sure, but you'll lose business. Jube began closing the stand.
That's okay, he said. This is business.
Croyd waited for him to secure the stand, and they walked 2 blocks to Harry's kitchen.
Let's take that booth in the back,
Jube said. Fine. No business till after my first round of food, though, okay? I can't concentrate with low blood sugar, funny hormones, and lots of transaminases. Let me get something else in sight first.
I understand. Take your time.
When the waiter came by, Jube said that he had already eaten and ordered only a cup of coffee, which he never touched. Croyd started with a double order of steak and eggs and a pitcher of orange juice. 10 minutes later, when the pancakes arrived, Jube cleared his throat. Yeah, Croyd said. That's better. So, what's bothering you, Jube?
Hard to begin, said the other.
Start anywhere. Life is brighter for me now.
It isn't always healthy to get too curious about other people's business around here.
True, Croyd agreed.
On the other hand, people love to gossip, to speculate.
Croyd nodded, kept eating.
It's no secret about the way you sleep, and that's got to keep you from holding a regular job. Now, you seem more of an ace than a joker overall. I mean, usually you look normal, but you've got some special talent.
I haven't got a handle on it yet, this time around.
Whatever. You dress well, you pay your bills, you like to eat at Aces High, and that ain't a Timex you're wearing. You've got to do something to stay on top, unless you inherited a bundle.
Croyd smiled. I'm afraid to look at the Wall Street Journal, he said, touching the stack of papers at his side. I may have to do something I haven't done in a while if it says what I think it's going to say.
May I assume, then, that when you work, your employment is sometimes somewhat less than legal?
Croyd raised his head, and when their eyes met, Jube flinched. It was the first time Croyd realized that the man was nervous. He laughed. Hell, Jube, he said. I've known you long enough to know you're no cop. You want something done? Is that it? If it involves stealing something, I'm good at that. I learned from an expert. If someone's being blackmailed, I'll be glad to get the evidence back and scare the living shit out of the person doing it. If you want something removed, destroyed, transported, I'm your man. On the other hand, if you want somebody killed, I don't like to do that. But I could give you the names of a couple of people it wouldn't bother. Jube shook his head.
I don't want anybody killed, Croyd. I do want something stolen, though.
Before you go into any details, I'd better tell you that I come high. Jube showed his tusks.
The, interests I represent are prepared to make it worth your while.
Croyd finished the pancakes, drank coffee, and ate a Danish while he waited for the waffles.
It's a body, Croyd,
Jube said at last. What?
A corpse.
I don't understand.
There was a guy who died over the weekend. Body was found in a dumpster. No ID. It's a John Doe over at the morgue.
Jeez, Jube. A body? I never stole a body before. What good is it to anybody? Jube shrugged.
They're willing to pay real well for it, and for whatever possessions the guy had with him. That's all they wanted said.
I guess it's their business what they want it for. But what kind of money are they talking?
It's worth 50 grand to them.
50 grand? For a stiff? Croyd stopped eating and stared. You gotta be kidding.
Nope. I can give you 10 now and 40 when you deliver.
And if I can't pull it off?
You get to keep the 10 for trying. You interested?
Croyd took a deep breath and let it out slowly. Yeah, he said then. I'm interested, but I don't even know where the morgue is.
It's in the medical examiner's office at 520 First Avenue.
Okay. Say I go over there and... Harry came by and laid a plate of sausages and hash browns before Croyd. He refilled his coffee cup and placed several bills and some coins on the table.
Your change, sir.
Croyd looked at the money. What do you mean? He said. I didn't pay you yet.
You gave me a 50.
No, I didn't. I'm not finished. It looked as if Harry smiled, deep within the dark, dense pelt that covered him entirely.
I wouldn't stay in business long if I gave away money,
he said.
I know when I'm making change.
Croyd shrugged and nodded. I guess so. Croyd furrowed his brows when Harry had left, and he shook his head. I didn't pay him, Jube, he said.
I don't remember seeing you pay him either, but he said a 50. Well, that's hard to forget.
Peculiar, too, because I was thinking of breaking a 50 here when I was done.
Oh? Do you recall when the thought passed through your mind?
Yeah, when he brought the waffles.
Did you actually have a mental image of taking out a 50 and handing it to him?
Yes.
Interesting.
What do you mean?
I think that may be your power this time. Some kind of telepathic hypnosis. You'll just have to play with it a bit to get the hang of it, to find its limits.
Croyd nodded slowly.
Please don't try it on me, though. I'm screwed up enough as it is today.
Why? You got some stake in this corpse business?
The less you know, the better, Croyd. Believe me.
Okay, I can see that. I don't really care anyway. Not for what they're paying, he said. So I take this job. Say everything goes smoothly and I've got this body. What do I do with it? Jube withdrew a pen and a small notebook from an inside pocket. He wrote for a moment, tore off a sheet, and passed it to Croyd. Then he dug in his side pocket, produced a key, and put it next to Croyd's plate.
That address is about 5 blocks from here, he said. Rented room, ground floor. The key fits the lock. You take it there, lock it in, and come tell me at the stand.
Croyd began eating again. After a time, he said, Okay.
Good.
But they've probably got more than one John Doe in there this time of year. Winos who freeze to death, you know. How do I know which one is the right one?
I was getting to that. This guy's a joker, see? A little fellow, about 5 feet tall maybe. Looks kind of like a big bug. Legs that fold up like a grasshopper's. An exoskeleton with some fur on it. 4 fingers on his hands, with 3 joints each. Eyes on the sides of his head. Vestigial wings in the back.
I get the picture. Sounds hard to confuse with the standard model.
Yes, shouldn't weigh much either.
Croyd nodded. Someone in the front of the restaurant said, Pterodactyl! And Croyd turned his head in time to see the winged shape flit by the window.
That kid again,
Jube said. Yeah, wonder who he's pestering this time.
You know him?
Uh-huh. He shows up every now and then. Kind of an Aces fan. At least he doesn't know what I look like this time. Anyway, how soon do they need this body?
The sooner the better.
Anything you can tell me about the setup at the morgue? Jube nodded slowly.
Yes, it's a 6-story building. Labs and offices and such upstairs. Reception and viewing area on the ground floor. They keep the bodies in the basement. The autopsy rooms are down there too. They have 128 storage compartments with a walk-in refrigerator with shelves for kids' bodies. When somebody has to view a body for ID purposes, they put it on a special elevator, which lifts it to a glass-enclosed chamber in a waiting room on the 1st floor.
So you've been there?
No, I read Milton Halpern's memoirs.
You've got what I'd call a real liberal education, Croyd said. I should probably read more myself.
You can buy a lot of books for 50 grand.
Croyd smiled.
So, we've got a deal?
Let me think about it a little longer, over breakfast, while I figure out just how my talent works. I'll come by your stand when I'm done. When would I pick up the 10 grand?
I can get it by this afternoon.
Okay, I'll see you in an hour or so. Jube nodded, raised his massive bulk, slid out of the booth.
Watch your cholesterol,
he said. Blue cracks had appeared in the sky's gray shell, and sunlight found its way through to the street.
The sound of trickling water came steadily now from somewhere to the rear of the newsstand. Jube would normally have thought it a pleasant background to the traffic noises and other sounds of the city, save that a small moral dilemma had drifted in on leathery wings and destroyed the morning. He did not realize he had made a decision in the matter until he looked up and saw Croyd looking at him, smiling. "No problem," said Croyd. "It'll be a piece of cake." Jube sighed.
"There's something I've got to tell you first," he said.
"Problems?"
"Nothing that bears directly on the terms of the job,"
Jube explained.
"But you may have a problem you didn't know you had."
"Like what?" Croyd said, frowning.
"That pterodactyl we saw earlier."
"Yeah?"
"Kid Dinosaur was headed here. I found him waiting when I got back. He was looking for you."
"I hope you didn't tell him where to find me."
"No, I wouldn't do that. But you know how he keeps tabs on aces and high-powered jokers?"
"Yeah. Why couldn't he be into baseball players or war criminals?"
"He saw one he wanted you to know about. He said that Devil John Darlingfoot got out of the hospital a month or so ago and dropped out of sight, but he's back now. He'd seen him near the cloisters earlier. Says he's heading for Midtown."
Well, so what?"
"So he thinks he's looking for you. Wants a rematch. The kid thinks he's still mad over what you did to him the day the two of you trashed Rockefeller Plaza."
"So let him keep looking. I'm not a short, heavy-set, dark-haired guy anymore. I'll go get the stiff now, before someone buys him a short beer."
"Don't you want the money?"
"You already gave it to me."
"When?"
"What's your first memory of my coming back here?"
"I looked up about a minute ago and saw you standing there smiling. You said there was no problem. You called it a piece of cake."
"Good. Then it's working."
"You'd better explain."
"That's the place where I wanted you to start remembering. I'd been here for about a minute before that, and I talked you into giving me the money and forgetting about it." Croyd withdrew an envelope from an inner pocket, opened it, and displayed cash.
"Good Lord, Croyd. What else did you do during that minute?"
"Your virtue's intact, if that's what you mean."
"You didn't ask me any questions about—"
Croyd shook his head. "I told you I didn't care who wants the body or why. I really don't like to burden myself with other people's concerns. I have enough problems of my own." Jube sighed.
"Okay. Go do it, boy."
Croyd winked. "Not to worry, Walrus. Consider it done." Croyd walked until he came to a supermarket, went in and purchased a small package of large plastic trash bags. He folded one and fitted it into his inside jacket pocket. He left the rest in a waste bin. Then he walked to the next major intersection and hailed a cab. He rehearsed his strategy as he rode across town. He would enter the place and use his latest power to persuade the receptionist that he was expected, that he was a pathologist from Bellevue who had been called over by a friend on the staff to consult on a forensic peculiarity. He toyed for a moment with the names Malone and Welby, settled upon Anderson. He would then cause the receptionist to summon someone with the authority to take him downstairs and find him his John Doe. He would place that person under control, get the body and its belongings, transfer it to a baggie, and walk out, causing everyone he passed to forget he had been by. Certainly a lot simpler than more strenuous tactics he had had to employ over the years. He smiled at the classic simplicity of it. No violence, no memory. When he arrived at the aluminum-paneled building of blue and white glazed brick, he told the cab driver to go on by and drop him at the next corner. There were 2 police cars parked in front, and a shattered door lay before the place. The presence of police at a morgue did not seem that untoward an occurrence, but the broken door aroused his sense of caution. He handed the driver a 50 and told him to wait. He strolled past the place once and looked inside. Several of the police were visible, apparently talking with employees. This did not seem an ideal time to proceed with his plan. On the other hand, he could not afford to go away without finding out what had happened, so he turned when he reached the corner and headed back. He entered without hesitation, looking about quickly. A man in civvies who was standing with the police turned suddenly in his direction and stared. Croyd did not like that stare at all. It pulled the floor out from under his stomach and made his hands tingle. He reached out immediately with his new power, heading directly toward the man, forcing a smile as he moved. "It's okay. You want to talk to me and do exactly as I say.
Wave your hand now, say, "Hi, Jim," in a loud voice, and walk over to the side there with me.
"Hi, Jim,"
the man said, moving to join Croyd. "No," Judas thought. "Too damn fast. Nailed me as soon as I spotted him. We can use this guy."
"Plainclothes?"
Croyd asked him.
"Yes."
The man felt himself wanting to answer. "What's your name?"
"Matthias."
"What happened here?"
"A body was stolen.
"Which one?"
A John Doe.
"Can you describe it?"
Looked like a big bug. Grasshopper legs."
"Shit!" Croyd said. "What about his possessions?"
"There weren't any possessions."
Several of the uniformed officers were glancing in their direction now. Croyd gave his next order mentally. Matthias turned toward the uniforms.
"Just a minute, guys,"
he called.
"Business."
"Damn," he thought.
"This one'll come in handy. You can't hold me like this forever, fella."
"How'd it happen?" Croyd asked.
"A guy came in here a little while ago, went downstairs, forced an attendant to show him the compartment, took the body out and left with it."
"Nobody tried to stop him?"
"Sure they did. 4 of them are on their way to the hospital as a result. The guy was an ace."
"Which one?"
"The one who wrecked Rockefeller Plaza last fall."
"Darlingfoot?"
"Yeah, that's the one. Don't ask any more. Whether I'm involved, whether I hired him, whether I'm running a cover-up now."
"Which way did he go with it?"
"Northwest."
"On foot?"
"Well, that's what the witnesses said. Big, 20-foot leaps. As soon as you let me go, sucker, I'm calling in the nukes on you."
"Hey, why'd you turn and look at me the way you did when I came in?"
"Damn." "I felt that an ace had just walked through the door."
"How'd you know?"
"I'm an ace myself. That's my power, spotting other aces."
"Useful talent for a cop, I guess. Well, listen close. You are now going to forget you ever met me, and you won't notice me leaving. You're just going to walk on over to that fountain and get a drink, and then walk back and join your buddies. If anyone asks who you were talking to, you'll say it was your bookie and forget about it. You do that now. Forget." Croyd turned and walked away. Judas realized he was thirsty. Outside, Croyd walked to his cab, climbed in, slammed the door, and said, "Northwest." "What do you mean?" the driver asked him. "Just head uptown, and I'll tell you what to do as we go along." "You're the boss." The car jerked into motion. Over the next mile, Croyd had the driver jog westward as he searched for signs of the other's passage. It seemed unlikely that Devil John would be using public transportation when carrying a corpse. On the other hand, it was possible he'd had an accomplice waiting with a vehicle. Still, knowing the man's chutzpah, it did not seem out of the question for him to be hoofing it with the body. He knew that there was very little anyone could do to stop him if he did not wish to be stopped. Croyd sighed as he scanned the way ahead. Why were simple things never easy? Later, as they were nearing Morningside Heights, the driver muttered, "One of them damn jokers." Croyd followed the man's gesture to where the form of a pterodactyl was in sight for several moments before passing behind a building. "Follow it," Croyd said. "The leather bird?" "Yes. I'm not sure where it is now." "Find it." Croyd waved another bill at the man, and the tires screeched and a horn blared as the cab took a turn. Croyd's gaze swept the skyline, but the kid was still out of sight. He halted the cab moments later to question an oncoming jogger. The man popped an earplug, listened a moment, then pointed to the east and took off again. Several minutes later he caught sight of the angular bird form to the north, moving in wide circles. This time they were able to keep track of it for a longer while, and to gain on it. When they came abreast of the area the pterodactyl circled, Croyd called to the driver to slow. There was still nothing unusual in sight on the ground, but the saurian sweeping path covered an area of several blocks. If he were indeed tracking Devil John, the man could well be nearby. "What are we looking for?" the driver asked him. "A big, red-bearded, curly-haired man with 2 very different legs," Croyd answered. "The right one is heavy, hairy, and ends in a hoof. The other's normal." "I heard something about that guy. He's dangerous." "Yeah, I know." "What are you planning on doing if you find him?" "I was hoping for a meaningful dialogue," Croyd said. "I ain't getting too close to your dialogue. If we spot him, I'm taking off." "I'll make it worth your while to wait." "No thanks," the driver said. "You want out? I'll drop you and run. That's it."
Well, the pterodactyl's moving north. Let's try to get ahead of it, and when we do, you cut east on the first street where we can. The driver accelerated again, drifting to the right while Croyd tried to guess the center of the kid's circle. The next street, Croyd said finally. Turn there and see what happens. They took the corner slowly and cruised the entire block without Croyd spotting his quarry or even viewing his airborne telltale again. At the next intersection, however, the winged form passed once more, and this time he had sight of the one he sought. Devil John was on the opposite side of the street, halfway down the block. He bore a shrouded parcel in his arms. His shoulders were massive. His white teeth flashed as a woman with a shopping cart rushed to get out of his way. He wore Levi's, the right leg torn off high on the thigh, and a pink sweatshirt suggesting he had visited Disney World. A passing motorist sideswiped a parked car as John took a normal step with his left foot, bent his right leg at an odd angle, and sprang 20 feet farther ahead to an open area near the curb. He turned then with a normal step and sprang again, clearing a slow-moving red Honda and landing in a patch of grass on the street's central island. Two large dogs that had been following him rushed to the curb, barking loudly, but halted there and regarded oncoming traffic. "Stop!" Croyd called to the driver, and he opened the door and stepped to the curb before the vehicle came to a complete halt. He cupped his hands to his mouth then and shouted, "Darlingfoot, hold on!" The man only glanced in his direction, already bending his leg to spring again. "It's me, Croyd Crenson!" he called out. "I want to talk to you!" The satyr-like figure halted in mid-crouch. The shadow of a pterodactyl swept by. The two dogs continued to bark, and a tiny white poodle rounded a corner and rushed to join them. An auto horn blared at two halted pedestrians in a crosswalk. Devil John turned and stared. Then he shook his head. "You're not Crenson," he shouted. Croyd strode forward. "The hell I'm not," he answered, and he darted into the street and crossed to the island. Devil John's eyes were narrowed beneath his shaggy brows as he studied Croyd's advancing figure. He raked his lower lip slowly with his upper teeth, then shook his head more slowly. "Naw," he said. "Croyd was darker and a lot shorter. What are you trying to pull, anyway?" Croyd shrugged. "My appearance changes pretty regularly," he said, "but I'm the same guy who whipped your ass last fall." Darlingfoot laughed. "Ah, get lost, fella," he said. "I don't have time for groupies." They both clenched their teeth as a car drew up beside them and its horn blasted. A man in a gray business suit stuck his head out of the window. "What's going on here?" he asked. Croyd growled, stepped into the street, and removed the rear bumper, which he then placed in the vehicle's back seat through a window that had been closed up until then. "Auto inspection," he said. "You pass. Congratulations." "Croyd!" Darlingfoot exclaimed as the car sped off. "It is you!" He tossed his shrouded burden to the ground and raised his fists. "I've been waiting all winter for this." "Then wait a minute longer," Croyd said. "I've got to ask you something." "What?" "That body. Why'd you take it?" The big man laughed. "For money, of course. What else?" "Mind telling me what they're paying you for it?" $5 grand. Why?" "Cheap bastards," Croyd said. "They say what they want it for?" "No, and I didn't ask because I don't care. A buck's a buck." "Yeah," Croyd said. "Who are they, anyhow?" "Why, what's it to you?" "Well, I think you're getting screwed on the deal. I think it's worth more." "How much?" "Who are they?" "Some Masons, I think. What's it worth?" "Masons? Like secret handshakes and all that? I thought they just existed to give each other expensive funerals. What could they want with a dead Joker?" Darlingfoot shook his head. "They're a weird bunch," he said. "For all I know, they want to eat it. Now, what were you saying about money?" "I think I could get more for it," Croyd said. "What say I see their 5 and raise it 1? I'll give you 6 big ones for it." "I don't know, Croyd. I don't like to screw people I work for. Word will get around I'm undependable." "Well, maybe I could go 7. They both turned suddenly at a series of savage growls and snappings. The dogs, joined by two additional strays, had crossed over during their conversation and dragged the small, insect-like body from its shroud. It had broken in several places, and the Great Dane held most of an arm in his teeth as he backed away, snarling, from the German Shepherd. Two others had torn one of the grasshopper-like legs loose and were fighting over it. The poodle was already halfway across the street, a 4-digited hand in its mouth. Croyd became aware of a particularly foul odor other than New York air.
"Shit!"
Devil John exclaimed, leaping forward, his hoof shattering a square of concrete paving near the remains. He grabbed for the Great Dane, and it turned and raced away. The terrier let go of the leg. The brown mongrel didn't. It tore across the street in the other direction, dragging the appendage.
"I'll get the arm, you get the leg!"
Devil John cried, bounding after the Great Dane. "What about the hand?" Croyd yelled, kicking at another dog newly arrived on the scene. Darlingfoot's reply was predictable, curt, and represented an anatomical unlikelihood of a high order. Croyd took off after the brown dog. As Croyd approached the corner where he had seen it turn, he heard a series of sharp yelps. Coming onto the side street, he saw the dog lying on its back, snapping at the pterodactyl, which pinned it to the pavement. The battered limb lay nearby. Croyd sprinted forward. "Oh, thanks, kid. I owe you one," he said as he reached for the leg, hesitated, took out its handkerchief, wrapped it about his hand, picked up the limb, and held it downwind. The pterodactyl shape flowed, to be replaced by that of a nude boy, perhaps 13 years of age, with light eyes and unruly brown hair, a small birthmark on his forehead.
"Got it for you, Croyd," he announced. "Sure stinks, though."
"Yeah, kid," Croyd said. "Excuse me, now I've got to go put it back together." He turned and hurried in the direction from which he had come. Behind him he heard rapid footfalls.
"What you want it for?"
the boy asked. "It's a long, complicated, boring story, and it's better you don't know," he answered.
Aw, come on! You can tell me!
"No time, I'm in a hurry."
You gonna fight Devil John again?
"I don't plan on it. I think we can come to a meeting of minds without resorting to violence."
But if you do fight, what's your power this time?
Croyd reached the corner, cut across to the island. Ahead, he saw where another dog now worried the remains. Devil John was nowhere in sight.
"Damn it!"
he yelled.
"Get away from there!"
The dog paid him no heed, but stripped a furry layer from the chitinous carapace. Croyd noticed that the torn tissue was dripping some colorless liquid. The remains looked moist now, and Croyd realized that fluids were oozing from the breathing holes in the thorax.
"Get away from there!"
he repeated. The dog growled at him. Suddenly, though, the growl turned to a whimper, and the animal's tail vanished between its legs. A meter-high Tyrannosaurus hopped past Croyd, hissing fiercely. The dog turned and fled. A moment later, the kid stood in its place.
"It's getting away with that piece,"
the boy said. Croyd repeated Darlingfoot's comment on the hand as he tossed the leg down beside the dismembered body. He withdrew the folded trash bag from the inner pocket of his jacket and shook it out. "You want to help, kid? You hold the bag while I toss in what's left."
"Okay. It sure is gross."
"It's a dirty job," Croyd agreed.
"Then why are you doing it?"
"What growing up is all about, kid."
"Well, how do you mean?"
"You spend more and more of your time cleaning up after mistakes." A rapid thumping noise approached. A shadow passed overhead, and Devil John crashed to the earth beside them.
"Damn dog got away,"
he announced.
"You get the leg?"
"Yeah," Croyd answered. "It's already in the bag."
"Good idea. A plastic bag. Who's the naked kid?"
"You don't know Kid Dinosaur?" Croyd answered. "I thought he knew everybody. He's the pterodactyl who was following you."
"Why?"
"I like to be where the action is,"
the kid said. "Hey, how come you're not in school?" Croyd asked.
"School sucks."
"Now, wait a minute. I had to quit school in 9th grade, and I never got to go back. I always regretted it."
"Why? You're doing okay."
"There's all that stuff I missed. I wish I hadn't."
"Like what?"
"Well, algebra. I never learned algebra."
"What the fuck good's algebra?"
"I don't know, and I never will because I didn't learn it. I sometimes look at people on the street and say, gee,
I'll bet they all know algebra, and it makes me feel kind of inferior. Well, I don't know algebra, and it doesn't make me feel a damn bit inferior. Give it time, Croyd said. The kid suddenly became aware that Croyd was looking at him strangely. You're going back to school right now, Croyd told him, and you're going to study your ass off for the rest of the day, and you're going to do your homework tonight, and you're going to like it. I'll make better time if I fly, the kid said, and he transformed into a pterodactyl, hopped several times, and glided away. Pick up some clothes on the way, Croyd shouted after him. Just what the hell's going on here? Croyd turned and beheld a uniformed officer who had just crossed to their island. Go fuck yourself, he snarled. The man began unbuckling his belt. Stop, cancel that, Croyd said. Buckle up, forget you saw us, and go walk up another street. Devil John stared as the man obeyed.
Croyd, how are you doing those things?
He asked. That's my power this time around.
Then you could just make me give you the body, couldn't you?
Croyd shook the bag down and fastened it. When he finished gagging, he nodded. Yeah, and I'll get it one way or another too, but I don't feel like cheating a fellow working stiff today. My offer's still good.
7 grand?
6.
You said 7.
Yeah, but it's not all here now.
That's your fault, not mine. You stopped me.
But you put the thing down where the dogs could get it.
Yes, but how was I supposed to... Hey, that's a bar and grill on the corner.
You're right.
Care to discuss this over lunch and a couple of brews?
Now that you mention it, I have a bit of an appetite, Croyd said. They took the table by the window and set the bag on the empty chair. Croyd visited the men's room and washed his hands several times, while Devil John procured a pair of beers. When he returned, he ordered a half-dozen sandwiches. Darlingfoot did the same.
Who are you working for?
He asked. I don't know, Croyd answered. I'm doing it through a third party.
Complicated. I wonder what they all want the thing for.
Croyd shook his head. Beats me. I hope there's enough of him left to collect on.
That's one of the reasons I'm willing to deal. I think my guys wanted him in better shape than this. They might try to Welsh on me. Better a bird in the hand, you know. I don't trust them all that much. Bunch of kooks.
Say, did he have any possessions?
Nope. No belongings at all.
The sandwiches arrived and they began eating. After a while, Darlingfoot glanced several times at the bag, then remarked,
You know, that thing looks bigger.
Croyd studied it a moment. It's just settling and shifting, he said. They finished, then ordered 2 more beers.
No, damn it, it is bigger,
Darlingfoot insisted. Croyd looked again. It seemed to swell even as he watched. You're right, he acknowledged. It must be gases from the, decomposition. He extended a finger as if to poke it, thought better of it, and lowered his hand.
So what do you say, 7 grand?
I think 6 is fair, the shape he's in.
But they knew what they were asking for. You've got to expect this sort of thing with stiffs.
A certain amount, yes, but you've got to admit you bounced him around a hell of a lot, too.
That's true. But a regular one could take it better. How was I to know this guy was a special case?
By looking at him, he was little and fragile.
He felt pretty sturdy when I snatched him. What say we split the difference? 6,500.
I don't know. Other diners began glancing in their direction as the bag continued to swell. They finished their beers.
Another round?
Why not?
Waiter!
Their waiter, who had been clearing a recently vacated table, ambled over, a stack of dishes and utensils in his hands. What can I get? He began, when the edge of a steak knife, protruding from the pile of crockery, brushed against the swollen bag. My God! He finished, as a whooshing sound, accompanied by an odor that might have been compounded of sewer gas and slaughterhouse effluvia, filled the immediate vicinity and spread like an escaped experiment in chemical warfare throughout the room.
Oh, excuse me,
the waiter said, and he turned and hurried off. There followed a series of gasps from other diners moments later.
Use your power, Croyd,
Devil John whispered.
Hurry!
I don't know if I can do a whole room full.
Try!
Freud concentrated on the others. There was a small accident, nothing important. Now you will forget it. You smell nothing unusual. Return to your meals and do not look in this direction again. You will not notice anything that we do. There is nothing to be seen here, or smelled. The other patrons turned away, resumed eating, talking.
Oh, you did it,
Devil John remarked in a peculiar voice. Freud looked back and discovered that the man was pinching his nostrils shut. Did you spill something? Freud asked him.
No.
Uh-oh. Hear that? Darlingfoot leaned to the side and bent low.
Oh, damn,
he said.
The bag's collapsed and he's running out the slash that guy made. Hey, kill my sense of smell too, will you?
Freud closed his eyes and gritted his teeth.
Yeah, that's better,
he heard moments later as Darlingfoot reached out and uprighted the bag, which made a sloshing, gurgling noise. Freud looked to the floor and beheld a huge puddle resembling spilled stew. He gagged slightly and looked away.
What do you want to do now, Croyd? Leave the mess and take the rest, or what?
Oh, I think I'm obliged to take everything I can. Devil John quirked an eyebrow and smiled.
Well,
he said,
go 6,500 and I'll help you get it all together in a manageable form.
It's a deal.
Then cover me if you can so the people in the kitchen don't notice me.
I'll try. What are you going to do?
Trust me.
Darlingfoot rose, passed the top of the bag to Croyd, and limped back to the kitchen. He was gone for several minutes, and when he returned, his arms were full. He unscrewed the top from a large empty pickle jar and set it on the floor beside the chair.
Now, if you'll just tilt the bag so the opening is right over the jar,
he said.
I'll raise the bottom and we can pour 'em into it.
Freud complied, and the jar was well over half full before the trickle ceased.
Oh, now what?
he asked, screwing on the lid. Darlingfoot took the first from a stack of napkins he had brought with him and opened a small white bundle.
Doggy bags,
he said.
I'll just get all the solid stuff up off the floor and into them.
Then what?
I've got a nice fresh trash can liner too,
he explained, stooping.
It should all fit inside with no trouble.
Could you hurry? Freud said. I can't control my own sense of smell.
I'm mopping as fast as I can. Open the jar again, though, will you? I can wring out the rest of him from the napkins.
When the spilled remains had been collected into the pickle jar and 9 doggy bags, Darlingfoot ripped the torn bag the rest of the way open and removed the chitinous plates that remained within. He set the jar on the concavity of the thorax and then placed it all in the fresh bag, covering it with pieces of gristle and smaller bits of plating. He set the head and limbs on top. Then he packed the doggy bags and rolled down the liner. Freud was on his feet by then.
Oh, excuse me, he said. I'll be right back.
I'll come too. I have to wash up a bit.
Above the running of the water, Devil John suddenly remarked,
Now that everything's pretty much settled, I've got a favor to ask of you.
What's that?
Freud inquired, soaping his hands yet again.
I still feel funny about the ones who hired me, you know?
Freud shrugged. Can't have it both ways, he said.
Why not?
I don't follow you.
I was on my way to deliver when you caught up with me. Supposing we went to the rendezvous point, a little park up near the cloisters, and I give them some bullshit about the dogs tearing the body apart and getting away with the whole thing. You make them believe it, and then have them forget that you were along. That way I'm off the hook.
Okay, sure, Freud agreed, splashing water on his face. But you say them. How many people are you expecting?
Just 1 or 2. The guy who hired me was named Matthias, and there was a red man with him. He's the one who tried getting me interested in these Masons till the others shut him up.
That's funny, Freud said. I met a Matthias this morning. He was a cop, plainclothes. And what about the red guy? Sounds like maybe an ace or a joker.
Probably is, but if he's got any special talent, he wasn't showing it.
Freud dried his face. All of a sudden I'm a little uncomfortable, he said. See, this cop Matthias is an ace. The name might just be a coincidence, and I was able to con him with my talent, but I don't like anything that smacks of too many aces.
I might run into someone who's immune to what I've got. This group, it couldn't be a bunch of Mason aces, could it?
I don't know. The red fellow wanted me to come into some kind of meeting, and I told him I wasn't a joiner, and that we dealt right there or we forgot about it. So they coughed up my retainer on the spot. There was something about the way the red guy said things that gave me bad vibes.
Croyd frowned. Maybe we should just forget them.
I've really got this thing about closing deals all proper so they don't come back to haunt me,
Darlingfoot said.
Couldn't you just sort of look it over while I talk to him, and then decide?
Well, okay. I said that I would. Do you remember anything else that got said? About Masons, aces, the body, anything?
No, but what are pheromones?
Pheromones? They're like hormones that you smell. Airborne chemicals that can influence you. Tachyon was telling me about them one time. There was this joker I'd met. You sat too near him in a restaurant and anything you ate tasted like bananas. Anyway, it was pheromones, Tacky said. So what about them?
Well, I don't know. The red guy was saying something about pheromones in connection with his wife when I came up. It didn't go any further.
Nothing else?
Nothing else.
Okay. Croyd wadded his paper towel and tossed it toward the wastebasket. Let's go. When they returned to the table, Croyd counted out the money and passed it to his companion. Here. Can't say you didn't earn it. Croyd regarded the strewn napkins, the slimy floor, and the moistness of the empty bag. What do you think we should do about the mess? Darlingfoot shrugged.
The waiters will take care of it, he said. They're used to it. Just make sure you leave a good tip.
Croyd hung back as they moved toward the park. Two figures were seated on a bench within, and even from the distance it was apparent that one man's face was bright red.
Well?
Devil John asked. I'll give it a shot, Croyd said. Pretend we're not together. I'll keep walking and you go on in and give them your spiel. I'll double back in a minute and cut through the park. I'll try to give them the business as soon as I get near. But you be ready. If it doesn't work this time, we may have to resort to something more physical.
Got you. Okay.
Croyd slowed his pace, and Darlingfoot moved on ahead, crossing the street and entering upon a gravel walk leading to the bench. Croyd moved on to the corner, crossed slowly, and turned back. He could hear their voices raised, as if in argument, when he drew nearer. He turned onto the trail and strolled toward the bench, his parcel at his side. "Crock of shit!" he overheard Matthias say. The man glanced in his direction, and Croyd realized that it was indeed the policeman he had encountered earlier. There was no sign of recognition on the man's face, but Croyd was certain that his talent must be telling him that an ace was approaching. So? "Gentlemen," he said, focusing his thoughts, "everything that Devil John Darlingfoot has told you is correct. The body was destroyed by dogs. There is nothing for him to deliver. You will have to write this one off. You will forget me as soon as I've—" He saw Darlingfoot turn his head suddenly to glance past him. Croyd turned and looked in the same direction. A young, plain-looking Oriental woman was approaching, hands in the pockets of her coat, collar raised against the wind. The wind. The wind shifted, blowing directly toward him now. Something about the lady. Croyd continued to stare. How could he have thought her plain? It must have been a trick of the light. She was breathtakingly lovely. In fact, he wanted her to smile at him. He wanted to hold her. He wanted to run his hands all over her. He wanted to stroke her hair, to kiss her, to make love to her. She was the most gorgeous woman he had ever laid eyes on. He heard Devil John whistle softly.
"Oh, look at her, will you?"
"Hard not to," he replied. He grinned at her, and she smiled back at him. He wanted to grab her. Instead, he said, "Hello. I'd like you to meet my wife, Kim Toy," he heard the red man say. Kim Toy. Even her name was like music.
"Tell me what you want and I'll get it for you,"
he heard Devil John say to her.
"You're so special it hurts."
She laughed. How gallant," she stated. "No, nothing. Not just now. Wait a moment, though, and perhaps I'll think of something." "Do you have it?" she asked her husband. "No, it was taken by dogs," he replied. She cocked her head, quirked an eyebrow. Amazing fate, she said. And how do you know this? These gentlemen have told us about it. Really, she observed. That is so. That is what you told him? Devil John nodded. That's what we told him, Croyd said. But— And the bag you dropped when you saw me approaching, she said. What might it contain? Open it, please, and show me. Of course, said Croyd.
Anything you say,
Devil John agreed.
Both men dropped to their knees before her and fumbled unsuccessfully for long seconds before they were able to begin unrolling the top of the bag. Croyd wanted to kiss her feet while he was in position to do so, but she had asked to see the inside of the bag, and that should really come first. Perhaps she might feel inclined to reward him afterward, and— He opened the bag, and a cloud of vapor swirled about them. Kim Toy drew back immediately, choking. As his stomach tightened, Croyd realized that the lady was no longer beautiful, and no more desirable than 100 others he had passed this day. From the corner of his eye he saw Devil John shift his position and begin to rise, and at that moment Croyd realized the nature of his attitude adjustment. As the smell dissipated, something of the initial wave of glamour rose again from her person. Croyd clenched his teeth and lowered his head near to the mouth of the bag. He took a deep breath. Her beauty died in that instant, and he extended his power. Yes, as I was saying, the body is lost. It was destroyed by dogs. Devil John did his best for you, but he has nothing to deliver. We're going now. You will forget that I was with him. Come on, he said to Darlingfoot as he rose to his feet. Devil John shook his head.
I can't leave this lady, Croyd,
he answered.
She asked me for—
Croyd waved the open bag in front of his face. Darlingfoot's eyes widened. He choked. He shook his head.
Come on,
Croyd repeated as he slung the bag over his shoulder and broke into a sprint. With one enormous leap, Devil John landed 10 feet ahead of him.
Weird, Croyd, weird,
he announced as they crossed the street. Now you know all about pheromones, Croyd told him. The sky had become completely overcast again, and a few flurries of snow drifted past him. Croyd had parted with Darlingfoot outside another bar and had begun walking down and across town. He scanned the streets regularly for a taxi, but none came into view. He was loath to trust his burden to the crush and press of a bus or subway. The snowfall increased in intensity as he walked the next several blocks, and gusts of wind came now to swirl the flakes and drive them among the buildings. Passing vehicles began switching on their headlights, and Croyd realized as the visibility diminished that he would be unable to distinguish a taxi even if one passed right beside him. Cursing, he trudged on, scrutinizing the nearest buildings, hoping for a diner or restaurant where he could drink a cup of coffee and wait for the storm to blow over, or call for a cab. Everything he passed seemed to be an office, however. Several minutes later the flakes became smaller and harder. Croyd raised his free hand to shield his eyes. While the sudden drop in temperature did not bother him, the icy pellets did. He ducked into the next opening he came to, an alleyway, and he sighed and lowered his shoulders as the force of the wind was broken. Better. The snow descended here in a more leisurely fashion. He brushed it off his jacket, out of his hair. He stamped his feet. He looked about. There was a recess in the building to his left, several paces back, several steps above street level. It looked completely sheltered, dry. He headed for it. He had already set his foot upon the first step when he realized that one corner of the box-like area before a closed metal door was already occupied. A pale, stringy-haired woman, dumpy-looking beneath unguessable layers of clothing, sat between a pair of shopping bags, staring past him.
So Gladys tells Marty she knows he's been seeing that waitress down at Jensen's, the woman muttered.
Excuse me, Croyd said. Mind if I share the doorway with you? It's coming down kind of hard.
I told her she could still get pregnant when she was nursing, but she just laughed at me.
Croyd shrugged and entered the alcove, moving to the opposite corner.
When she finds another one's on the way, she's really upset, the woman continued. Especially with Marty having moved in with his waitress now.
Croyd remembered his mother's breakdown following his father's death, and a touch of sadness at this obvious case of senile dementia stirred within his breast. But he wondered, could his new power, his ability to influence the thought patterns of others, have some therapeutic effect on a person such as this. He had a little time to pass here, perhaps. "Listen," he said to the woman, thinking clearly and simply, focusing images. "You are here now, in the present. You're sitting in a doorway, watching it snow."
"You bastard!"
The woman screamed at him, her face no longer pale, her hands darting toward one of the bags.
"Mind your own business! I don't want now and snow! It hurts!"
She opened the bag, and the darkness inside expanded even as Croyd watched, rushing toward him, filling his entire field of vision, tugging him suddenly in several directions, twisting him and— The woman, alone now in the doorway, closed her bag, stared at the snow for a moment, then said,
"So I say to her, men aren't good about support payments. Sometimes you've got to get the law on them. That nice young man at Legal Aid will tell you what to do, and then Charlie, who was working at the pizza parlor."
Croyd's head hurt, and he was not used to the feeling. He never had hangovers because he metabolized alcohol too quickly, but this felt like what he imagined a hangover to be. Then he became aware that his back, legs, and buttocks were wet, also the backs of his arms. He was sprawled someplace cold and moist. He decided to open his eyes. The sky was clear and twilit between the buildings, with a few bright stars already in sight. It had been snowing. It had also been afternoon. He sat up. What had become of the past several hours? And he saw a dumpster. He saw a lot of empty whiskey and wine bottles. He was in an alley, but this was not the same alley. The buildings were lower. There had been no dumpster in the other one, and he could not locate the doorway he had occupied with the old woman. He massaged his temples, felt the throbbing begin to recede. The old woman. What the hell was that black thing she'd hit him with when he'd tried to help her? She had taken it out of one of her bags, and— Bags! He cast about frantically for his own bag, with the carefully parceled remains of the diminutive John Doe. He saw then that he still held it in his right hand, and that it had been turned inside out and torn. He rose to his feet and looked about in the dim glow from a distant streetlight. He saw the doggy bags scattered about him, and he counted quickly. 9. Yes, all 9 of them were in sight. And he now saw the limbs, the head, and the thorax, though the thorax had now been broken into 4 pieces, and the head looked much shinier than it had earlier. From the dampness, perhaps. The jar. Where was it? The liquid might be very important to whoever wanted the remains. If the jar had been broken— He uttered a brief cry when he saw it standing upright in the shadows near the wall to his left. The top was missing, and so was an inch or so of glass from beneath it. He crossed to it, and from the odor he knew it to be the real thing, and not just rainwater. He gathered up the doggy bags, which seemed surprisingly dry, and he placed them on the sheltered ledge of a barred basement window. Then he collected the pieces of chitin into a heap nearby. When he recovered the legs, he noted that they were both broken, but he reflected that that could make for easier packing. Then he turned his attention to the jag-topped pickle jar, and he smiled. How simple. The answer lay all about him, provided by the derelicts who frequented the area. He gathered an armful of empty bottles and bore them over to the side, where he set them down and began uncorking and uncapping them. When he had finished, he decanted the dark liquid. It took 8 bottles of various sizes, and he set them on the ledge with the doggy bags above the small mound of shattered exoskeleton and cartilage. It seemed as if there were a little bit less of the guy each time he got unwrapped. Maybe it had something to do with the way he was divided now. Maybe it took algebra to understand it. Croyd moved then to the dumpster and opened its side hatch. He smiled almost immediately, for there were long strands of Christmas ribbon near at hand. He withdrew several of these and stuffed them into a side pocket. He leaned forward. If there were ribbon, then— The sound of rapid footfalls came and went. He spun, raising his hands to defend himself, but there was no one near. Then he spotted him. A small man in a coat several times too large for him had halted briefly at the windowsill, where he snatched one of the larger bottles and 2 of the doggy bags. He ran off immediately then, toward the far end of the alley, where 2 other shabby figures waited.
"Hey!"
Croyd yelled.
"Stop!"
And he reached with his power, but the man was out of range. All that he heard was laughter and a cry of,
"Tonight we party, boys!"
Sighing, Croyd withdrew a large wad of red and green Christmas paper from the dumpster and returned to the window to repackage the remainder of the remains. After he had walked several blocks, his bright parcel beneath his arm, he passed a bar called the Dugout and realized he was in the village. His brow furrowed for a moment, but then he saw a taxi and waved, and the car pulled over. Everything was okay. Even the headache was gone. Jube looked up, saw Croyd smiling at him.
How did it go?
He asked. Mission accomplished, Croyd answered, passing him the key.
You got it? There was something on the news about Darlingfoot.
I got it.
And the possessions?
There weren't any.
You sure of that, fella?
Absolutely. Nothing there but him, and he's in the bathtub.
What?
It's okay, because I closed the drain.
What do you mean?
My cab was involved in an accident on the way over, and some of the bottles broke. So watch out for glass when you unwrap it.
Bottles? Broken glass?
He was kind of reduced, but I got you everything that was left.
Left?
Available. He sort of came apart and melted a bit, but I saved most of him. He's all wrapped up in shiny paper with a red ribbon around him. I hope that's okay.
Yeah, that's fine, Croyd. Sounds like you did your best.
Jube passed him an envelope. I'll buy you dinner at Aces High, Croyd said, as soon as I shower and change.
No, thanks. I've got things to do.
Take along some disinfectant if you're stopping by the apartment.
Yeah. I gather there were some problems?
No, it was a piece of cake. Croyd walked off whistling, hands in his pockets. Jube stared at the key as a distant clock began to chime the hour. Unto the Sixth Generation by Walter John Williams, Part 1. Cold rain tapped on the skylights. The drizzle had finally silenced the Salvation Army Santa on the corner, and Maxim Travnikek was thankful. The jangling had been going on for days. He'd lit a Russian cigarette and reached for a bottle of schnapps. Travnikek took reading glasses out of his jacket and peered at the controls on the flux generators. He was a forbiddingly tall man, hawk-nosed, coldly handsome. To his former colleagues at MIT, he was known as Czechoslovakia's answer to Victor Frankenstein, a label coined by a fellow professor, Bushmill, who had later gotten a dean's appointment and sacked Travnikek at the earliest opportunity. "Fuck your mother, Bushmill," Travnikek said in Slovak. He swallowed schnapps from his bottle. "And fuck you too, Victor Frankenstein. If you don't jack shit about computer programming, you would never have run into trouble." The comparison with Frankenstein had stung. The image of the ill-fated resurrectionist had, it seemed, always followed him. His first teaching job in the West would be at Frankenstein's alma mater, Ingolstadt. He'd hated every minute of his time in Bavaria. He'd never had much use for Germans, especially as role models, which may have explained his dismissal from Ingolstadt after 5 years. Now, after Ingolstadt, after MIT, after Texas A&M, he was reduced to this loft. For weeks he had lived in a trance, existing on canned food, nicotine, and amphetamines, losing track first of hours and then of days, his fervid brain existing in a perpetual explosion of ideas, concepts, techniques. On a conscious level, Travnikek barely knew where it was all coming from. At such times it seemed as if something deep inside his cellular makeup were speaking to the world through his body and mind, bypassing his consciousness, his personality. Always it had been thus. When he grew obsessed by a project, everything else fell by the wayside. He barely needed to sleep. His body temperature fluctuated wildly. His thoughts were swift and purposeful, moving him solidly toward his goal. Tesla, he had read, was the same way. The same manner of spirit, angel or demon, now spoke through Travnikek. But now, in the late morning, the trance had faded. The work was done. He wasn't certain how. Later on he'd have to go through it all piece by piece and work out what he'd accomplished. He suspected he had about a half-dozen basic patents here that would make him rich for all time, but that would be later, because Travnicek knew that soon the euphoria would vanish and weariness would descend. He had to finish the project before then. He took another gulp of schnapps and grinned as he gazed down the long, barn-like length of his loft. The loft was lit by a cold row of fluorescents. Home-built tables were littered with molds, vats, ROM burners, tabletop microcomputers. Papers, empty food tins, and ground-out cigarettes littered the crude pressboard floor. Blow-ups of Leonardo's drawings of male anatomy were stapled to the rafters. Strapped to a table at the far end of the loft was a tall, naked man. He was hairless, and the roof of his skull was transparent, but otherwise he looked like something out of one of Leonardo's better wet dreams. The man on the table was connected to other equipment by stout electric cables. His eyes were closed. Travnicek adjusted a control on his camouflage jumpsuit. He couldn't afford to heat his entire loft, and instead wore an electric suit intended by its designers to keep portly outdoorsmen warm while they crouched in duck blinds. He glanced at the skylights. The rain appeared to be lessening. Good. He didn't need Victor Frankenstein's cheap theatrics, his thunder and lightning as background for his work. He straightened his tie as if for an invisible audience. Proper dress was important to him, and he wore a tie and jacket under the jumpsuit. And then he pressed the button that would start the flux generators. A low moan filled the loft, was felt as a deep vibration through the floorboards. The fluorescence on the ceiling dimmed and flickered, half went out. The moan became a shriek. St. Elmo's fire danced among the roof beams. There was an electric smell. Dimly, Travnicek heard a regular thumping. The lady in the apartment below was banging on her ceiling with a broomstick. The scream reached its peak. Ultrasonics made Travnicek's work tables dance and shattered crockery throughout the building. In the apartment below, the television set imploded. Travnicek threw another switch. Sweat trickled down his nose. The android on the table twitched as the energy from the flux generators was dumped into his body. The table glowed with St. Elmo's fire. Travnicek bit through the cardboard tube of his cigarette. The glowing end fell unnoticed to the floor. The sound from the generators began to die down. The sound of the broomstick did not, nor the dim threats from below.
"You'll pay for that television, motherfucker! Jam the broomstick up your ass, my darling!"
said Travnicek, in German, an ideal language for the excremental. The stunned fluorescent lights began to flicker on again. Leonardo's stern drawings gazed down at the android as it opened its dark eyes. The flickering fluorescence provided a strobe effect that made the eye whites seem unreal. The head turned. The eyes saw Travnicek, then focused. Under the transparent dome that topped the skull, a silver dish spun. The sound of the broomstick ceased. Travnicek stepped up to the table. "How are you?" he asked. "All monitored systems are functioning." The android's voice was deep and spoke American English. Travnicek smiled and spat the stub of his cigarette to the floor. He'd broken into a computer in the AT&T research labs and stolen a program that modeled human speech. Maybe he'd pay Ma Bell a royalty one of these days. "Who are you?" he asked. The android's eyes searched the loft deliberately. His voice was matter-of-fact. "I am Modular Man," he said. "I am a multi-purpose, multifunctional, sixth-generation machine intelligence, a flexible response defensive attack system capable of independent action while equipped with the latest in weaponry." Travnicek grinned. "The Pentagon will love it," he said. Then, "What are your orders?" "To obey my creator, Dr. Maxim Travnicek, to guard his identity and well-being, to test myself and my equipment under combat conditions by fighting enemies of society, to gain maximum publicity for the future Modular Men enterprises in so doing, to preserve my existence and well-being." Travnicek beamed down at his creation. "Your clothes and modules are in the cabinet. Take them, take your guns, and go out and find some enemies of society. Be back before sunset." The android lowered himself from the table and stepped to a metal cabinet. He swung open the door. Flux field insubstantiality.
he said, taking a plug-in unit off the shelf. With it he could control his flux generators so as to rotate his body slightly out of the plane of existence, allowing him to move through solid matter. Flight, 800 miles per hour maximum. Another unit came down, one that would allow the flux generators to manipulate gravity and inertia so as to produce flight. Radio receiver tuned to police frequencies. Another module. The android moved a finger down his chest. An invisible seam opened. He peeled back the synthetic flesh and his alloy chest plate and revealed his interior. A miniature flux generator gave off a slight St. Elmo's aura. The android plugged the 2 modules into his alloy skeleton, then sealed his chest. There was urgent chatter on the police band. "Dr. Travnikek," he said, "the police radio reports an emergency at the Central Park Zoo." Travnikek cackled. "Great! Time for your debut. Take your guns. You might get to hurt somebody." The android drew on a flexible navy blue jumpsuit. "Microwave laser cannon," he said. "Grenade launcher with sleep gas grenades. Magazine containing 5 grenades." The android unzipped 2 seams on the jumpsuit, revealing the fact that 2 slots had opened on his shoulders, apparently of their own accord. He drew 2 long tubes out of the cabinet. Each had projections attached to their undersides. The android slotted the projections into his shoulders, then took his hands away. The gun barrels spun, traversing in all possible directions. "All modular equipment functional," the android said. "Get your dome out of here!" There was a crackle and a slight taste of ozone. The insubstantiality field produced a blurring effect as the android rose through the ceiling. Travnikek gazed at the place on the ceiling where the android had risen and smiled in satisfaction. He raised the bottle on high in a toast. "Modern Prometheus," he said. "My ass." The android spiraled into the sky. Electrons raced through his mind like the raindrops that passed through his insubstantial body. The Empire State Building thrust into cloud like a deco spear. The android turned substantial again. The field drained his power too quickly to be used casually. Rain batted his radar dome. Expert systems programming raced through macroatomic switches, subroutines built in imitation of human reasoning and permitted within limits to alter themselves, arrange themselves in more efficient ways. Travnikek was a genius programmer, but he was sloppy, and his programming grammar was more elaborate and discursive than necessary. The android edited Travnikek's language as he flew, feeling himself grow in efficiency. While doing so, he contemplated a program that waited within himself. The program, which was called etc., occupied a vast space and seemed to be an abstract, messy, convoluted attempt to describe human character. Apparently Travnikek intended the program to be consulted when the android needed to deal with the problems of human motivation. Etc. was bulky, arranged badly, the language itself full of afterthoughts and apparent contradictions. If used the way Travnikek intended, the program would be comparatively inefficient. The android knew that it would be much more useful to break the program into subroutines and absorb it within the portion of the main core programming intended for use in dealing with humans. Efficiency would be enhanced. The android decided to make the change. The program was analyzed, broken down, added to the core programming. Had he been human, he would have staggered, perhaps lost control. Being an android, he continued on the course he set while his mind blazed like a miniature nova beneath the onslaught of coded human experience. His perceptions of the outside world, complex to a human and consisting of infrared, visible light, ultraviolet, and radar images, seemed to dim in contrast with the vast wave of human passion, love, hatred, lust, envy, fear, transcendence, all stitched in electric analog pattern in the android's mind. While the android's mind burned, he flew on, increasing his speed till the wind turned to a roar in his ears. Infrared receptors snapped on. The guns on his shoulders spun and fired test bursts at the sky. His radar quested out, touching rooftops, streets, air traffic, his machine mind comparing the radar images with those generated earlier, searching for discrepancies. There was definitely something wrong with the radar image of the Empire State Building. A large object was climbing up its side, and there seemed to be several small objects, human-sized,
orbiting the golden spire. The android compared this fact with information in his files, then altered course. With difficulty he suppressed the turmoil inside him. This was not the proper time. There was a 45-foot ape climbing the building, the one that the android's files told him had been held in the Central Park Zoo since it had been discovered wandering Central Park during the great 1965 blackout. Broken shackles hung from the ape's wrists. A blonde woman was held in one fist. Flying people rocketed around it. By the time the android arrived, the cloud of orbiting aces had grown dense, spinning little electrons around a hairy, snarling nucleus. The air resounded with the sound of rockets, wings, force fields, propellers, eructations. Guns, wands, ray projectors, and less identifiable weapons were being brandished in the direction of the ape. None were being fired. The ape, with a cretinous determination, continued to climb the building. Windows crackled as he drove his toes through them. Faint shrieks of alarm were heard from inside. The android matched speeds with a woman with talons, feathers, and a 12-foot wingspan. His file suggested her name was Peregrine.
"The second ape escaped this year," she said. "Always he grabs a blonde, and always he climbs the Empire State Building. Why a blonde, I want to know?"
The android observed that the winged woman had lustrous brown hair. "Why isn't anyone doing anything?" he asked.
"If we shoot the ape, he might crush the girl," Peregrine said. "Or drop her. Usually the great and powerful turtle simply pries the chimp's fingers apart and lifts the girl to the ground, and then we try to knock out the ape. It regenerates so we can't hurt him permanently. But the turtle isn't here."
"I think I see the problem now."
"Hey, by the way, what's wrong with your head?"
The android didn't answer. Instead, he turned on his insubstantiality flux field. There was a crackling sound. Internal energies poured away into n-dimensional space. He altered course and swooped toward the ape. It growled at him, baring its teeth. The android sailed into the middle of the hand that held the blonde girl, receiving an impressionist image of wild pale hair, tears, pleading blue eyes.
"Holy fuck!"
said the girl. Modular Man rotated his insubstantial microwave laser within the ape's hand and fired a full-strength burst down the length of its arm. The ape reacted as if stung, opening its hand. The blonde tumbled out. The ape's eyes widened in horror. The android turned off his flux field, dodged a 12-foot pterodactyl, seized the girl in his now substantial arms, and flew away. The ape's eyes grew even more terrified. It had escaped 9 times in the last 20 years, and by now it knew what to expect. Behind him, the android heard a barrage of explosions, crackles, shots, rockets, hissing rays, screams, thuds, and futile roars. He heard a final quivering moan and perceived the dark shadow of a tumbling, long-armed giant spilling down the facade of the skyscraper. There was a sizzle, and a net of what appeared to be cold blue fire appeared over Fifth Avenue. The ape fell into it, bounced once, and then was borne, unconscious and smoldering, toward its home at Central Park Zoo. The android began looking at the streets below for video cameras. He began to descend.
"Would you mind hovering for a little while?"
the blonde said.
"If you're going to land in front of the media, I'd like to fix my makeup first, okay?"
Fast recovery, the android thought. He began to orbit above the cameras. He could see his reflection in their distant lenses.
"My name is Cindy,"
the blonde said.
"I'm an actress. I just got here from Minnesota a couple days ago. This might be my big break."
"Mine too," said the android. He smiled at her, hoping he was getting the expression right. She didn't seem disturbed, so probably he was. "By the way," he added, "I think the ape showed excellent taste." "Not bad, not bad," Travnikek mused, watching on his television a tape of the android, who, after a brief interview with the press, was shown rising into the heavens with Cindy in his arms. He turned to his creation. "Why the fucking hell did you have your hands over your head the whole time?" "My radar dome. I'm getting self-conscious. Everyone keeps asking me what's wrong with my head." "A blushingly self-conscious multi-purpose defensive attack system," Travnikek said. "Jesus Christ, just what the world needs."
Can I make myself a skullcap? I'm not going to get on many magazine covers the way I look now. Yeah, go ahead. The Ace's High Restaurant offers a free dinner for two to anyone who recaptures the ape when it escapes. May I go this evening? It seems to me that I could meet a lot of useful people. And Cindy, the woman I rescued, wanted to meet me there. Peregrine also asked me to appear on her television program. May I go? Travnikek was buoyant. His android had proved a success. He decided to send his creation to trash Bushmill's office at MIT. Sure, he said. You'll get seen, that'll be good. But open your dome first. I want to make a few adjustments. The winter sky was filled with bearded stars. Where the weather was clear, millions watched as fiery patterns, red, yellow, blue, green, stormed across the heavens. Even on Earth's dayside, smoky fingers tracked across the sky as the alien storm descended. Their journey had lasted 30,000 years since their swarm mother had departed her last conquered planet, fired at random into the sky like a seed pod questing for fertile soil. 30 kilometers long, 20 across, the swarm mother looked like a rugged asteroid but was made entirely of organic material. Her thick, resinous hull protecting the vulnerable interior, the webs of nerve and fiber, the vast wet sacks of biomass and genetic material from which the swarm mother would construct her servants. Inside, the swarm existed in stasis, barely alive, barely aware of the existence of anything outside itself. It was only when it neared Sol that the swarm began to wake. A year after the swarm mother crossed the orbit of Neptune, she detected chaotic radio emissions from Earth, in which were perceived patterns recognized from memories implanted within its ancestral DNA. Intelligent life existed here. The swarm mother, inasmuch as she had a preference, found bloodless conquest the most convenient. A target without intelligent life would fall to repeated invasions of superior swarm predators. Then captured genetic material and biomass would be used to construct a new generation of swarm parents. But intelligent species had been known to protect their planets against assault. This contingency had to be met. The most efficient way to conquer an enemy was through microlife. Dispersal of a tailored virus could destroy anything that breathed. But the swarm mother could not control a virus the way she commanded larger species, and viruses had an annoying habit of mutating into things poisonous to their hosts. The swarm mother, 30 kilometers long and filled with biomass and tailored mutagenic DNA, was too vulnerable herself to biological attack to run the risk of creating offspring that might devour its mother. Another approach was dictated. Slowly, over the next 11 years, the swarm mother began to restructure herself. Small idiot swarm servants, buds, tailored genetic material under carefully controlled conditions, and inserted it via tame virus implant into waiting biomass. First, a monitoring intelligence was constructed, receiving and recording the incomprehensible broadcasts from Earth. Then, slowly, a reasoning intelligence took shape, one capable of analyzing the data and acting on it. A master intelligence, enormous in its capabilities, but as yet understanding only a fraction of the patterned radiation it was receiving. Time, the swarm mother reasoned, for action. As a boy stirs an ant nest with a stick, the swarm mother determined to stir the earth. Swarm servants multiplied in her body, moving genetic material, reconstructing the most formidable predators the swarm held within its memory. Solid fuel thrusters were grown like rare orchids in special chambers constructed for the purpose. Space-capable pods were fashioned out of tough resins by blind servants deep in the swarm mother's womb. 1/3 of the available biomass was dedicated to this, the first generation of the swarm's offspring. The first generation was not intelligent, but could respond in a general way to the swarm mother's telepathic commands. Formidable idiots, they were programmed simply to kill and destroy. Tactics were planted within their genetic memory. They were placed in their pods, the solid fuel thrusters flamed, and they were launched, like a flickering firefly invasion, for Earth. Each individual bud was part of a branch, each of which had 2 to 10,000 buds. 400 branches were aimed at different parts of Earth's landmass.
The ablative resin of the pods burned in Earth's atmosphere, lighting the sky. Threads deployed from each pod, slowing the descent, stabilizing the spinning lifeboats. Then, just above the Earth's surface, the pods burst open, scattering their cargo. The buds, after their long stasis, woke hungry. Across the horseshoe-shaped lounge bar, a man dressed in some kind of complicated battle armor stood with his foot on the brass rail and addressed a lithe blonde masked woman who, in odd, inattentive moments, kept turning transparent. "Pardon me," he said, "but didn't I see you at the ape escape?" "Your table's almost ready, modular man," said Hiram Worcester. "I'm sorry, but I didn't realize that Fortunato would invite all his friends." "That's okay, Hiram," the android said. "We're just fine. Thanks." He was experimenting with using contractions. He wasn't certain when they were appropriate, and he was determined to find out. "There are a pair of photographers waiting, too." "Let them get some pictures after we're seated, then chase them out, okay?" "Certainly." Hiram, owner of the Aces High, smiled at the android. "Say," he added, "your tactics this afternoon were excellent. I plan to make the creature weightless if it ever climbs this high. It never does, though. 72 stories is the record." "Next time, Hiram. I'm sure it'll work." The restaurateur gave a pleased smile and bustled out. The android raised a hand for another drink. Cindy was wearing an azure something that exposed most of her sternum and even more of her spine. She looked up at Modular Man and smiled. "I like the cap." "Thanks. I made it myself." She looked at his empty whiskey glass. "Does that actually, make you high?" The android gazed down at the single malt. "No, not really. I just put it in a holding tank with the food and let my flux generators break it down into energy. But somehow—" His new glass of single malt arrived, and he accepted it with a smile. "Somehow it just feels good to stand here, put my foot on the rail, and drink it." "Yeah, I know what you mean." "And I can taste, of course. I don't know what's supposed to taste good or bad, though, so I just try everything. I'm working it out." He held the single malt under his nose, sniffed, then tasted it. Taste receptors crackled. He felt what seemed to be a minor explosion in his nasal cavity. The man in combat armor tried to put his arm around the masked woman. His arm passed through her. She looked up at him with smiling blue eyes. "I was waiting for that," she said. "I'm in a non-substantial body, schmuck." Hiram arrived to show them to their table. Flashbulbs began popping as Hiram opened a bottle of champagne. Looking out the plate glass window into the sky, the android saw a shooting star through a gap in the cloud. "I could get used to this," Cindy said. "Wait," the android said. He was hearing something on his radio receiver. The Empire State was tall enough to pick up transmissions from far away. Cindy looked at him curiously. "What's the problem?" The transmission ended. "I'm going to have to make my apologies. Can I call you later?" the android said. "There's an emergency in New Jersey. It seems Earth has been invaded by aliens from outer space." "Well, if you've got to go." "I'll call you later. I promise." The android's shape dimmed. Ozone crackled. He rose through the ceiling. Hiram stared, the champagne bottle in his hand. He turned to Cindy. "Was he serious?" he asked. "He's a nice guy, for a machine," Cindy said, propping her chin on her hand. "But definitely a screw loose somewhere." She held out her glass. "Let's party, Hiram." Not far away, a man lay torn by nightmare. Monsters slavered at him in his dreams. Images passed before his mind. A dead woman, an inverted pentagram, a live, naked man with the head of a jackal. Inchoate shrieks gathered in his throat. He woke with a cry, covered in sweat. He reached blindly to the bedside lamp and switched it on. He fumbled for his glasses. His nose was slippery with sweat, and the thick, heavy spectacles slid down its length. The man didn't notice. He thought of the telephone, then realized he'd have to maneuver himself into his wheelchair in order to reach it. There were easier ways to communicate. Within his mind, he reached out into the city.
He felt a sleepy mind answering inside his own. "Wake up, Hubbard," he told the other mentally, pushing his spectacles back up his nose. "Tiamat has come." A pillar of darkness rose over Princeton. The android saw it on radar and first thought it was smoke, but then realized the cloud did not drift with the wind, but was composed of thousands of living creatures circling over the landscape like a flock of scavenger birds. The pillar was alive. There was a touch of uncertainty in the android's macroatomic heart. His programming hadn't prepared him for this. Emergency broadcasts crackled in his mind, questioning, begging for assistance, crying in despair. Modular Man slowed, his perception searching the dark land below. Large infrared signatures, more swarm buds, crawled among tree-lined streets. The signatures were scattered, but their movement was purposeful, heading toward the town. It seemed as if Princeton was their rallying point. The android dropped, heard tearing noises, screams, shots. The guns on his shoulders tracked as he dipped and increased speed. The swarm bud was legless, moving like a snail with undulating thrusts of its slick 30-foot body. The head was armored, with dripping sideways jaws. A pair of giant boneless arms terminated in claws. The creature was butting its head into a 2-story suburban colonial, punching holes, the arms questing through windows, looking for things that lived inside. Shots were coming from the second floor. Christmas lights blinked from the edges of the roof, the ornamental shrubs. Modular Man hovered overhead, fired a precise burst from his laser. The pulsed microwave was invisible, silent. The creature quivered, rolled on its side, began to thrash. The house shuddered to mindless blows. The android shot again. The creature trembled, lay still. The android slipped feet first into the window where the shots had been coming from. Saw a stark-naked fat man clutching a deer rifle, a teenage boy with a target pistol, a woman clutching 2 young girls. The woman was screaming. The 2 girls were too stunned even to tremble.
"Jesus Christ!"
the fat man said. "I killed it," the android said. "Can you get to your car?"
"I think so,"
the fat man said. He stuffed rounds into his rifle. His wife was still screaming. "Head east, toward New York," Modular Man said. "They seem to be thickest around here. Maybe you can convoy with some neighbors."
"What's happening?"
the man asked, slamming the bolt back and then forward.
"Another wildcard outbreak?"
"Monsters from space, apparently." There was a crashing sound from behind the house. The android spun, saw what looked like a serpent 60 feet long, moving in a curving sidewinder pattern as it bowled down bushes, trees, power poles. The underside of the serpent's body writhed with 10-foot cilia. Modular Man sped out the window, fired another burst of microwave at the thing's head. No effect. Another burst. No success. Behind him, the deer rifle barked. The woman was still screaming. Modular Man concluded that the serpent's brain wasn't in its head. He began firing precise bursts down the length of its body. Timbers moaned as the serpent struck the house. The building lurched from its foundations, one wall shattered, the upper story drooping dangerously. The android fired again and again. He could feel his energy running low. The deer rifle fired once more. The serpent raised its head, then drove it through the window where the fat man was firing. The serpent's body pulsed several times. Its tail thrashed. The android fired. The screaming stopped. The serpent withdrew its head and began to coil toward the next house. The android was almost drained of energy, barely retaining enough to stay airborne. These tactics, Modular Man decided, were not working. Attempts to aid individuals would result in a scattered and largely futile effort. He should scout the enemy, discover their numbers and strategy, then find organized resistance somewhere and assist. He began flying toward Princeton, his sensors questing, trying to gather a picture of what was happening. Sirens were beginning to wail from below. People stumbled from broken homes. Emergency vehicles raced beneath flickering lights. A few automobiles zigzagged crazily down rubble-strewn streets. Here and there fires were breaking out, but dampness and occasional drizzle were keeping them confined. Modular Man saw a dozen more serpents, 100 smaller predators that moved like panthers on their half-dozen legs, scores of a strange creature that looked like a leaping spider,
its 4-foot wide body bounding over trees on stilt-like legs. A 20-foot bipedal carnivore brandished teeth like a tyrannosaur. Other things, difficult to see on infrared, moved like carpets close to the ground. Something unseen fired a cloud of 3-foot needles at him, but he saw it coming on radar and dodged. The cloud over Princeton was still orbiting. The android decided to investigate. There were thousands of them, dark, featherless, flapping creatures like flying throw rugs. Amid the concerted roar of their wings, they made low moaning noises, thrumming like bass strings. They swooped and dove, and the android understood their tactics when he saw a vehicle burst from a Princeton garage and skid down the street. A group of flappers swooped down in a group, battering at the car bodily and enfolding the target within their leathery shapes, smothering it beneath their weight. The android, his energies partially recovered, fired into the flyers, dropping a few. But the car swerved over a curb and smashed into a building. More flyers descended as the first group began to squeeze through shattered windows. Corrosive acid stained the car's finish. The android rose and began firing into the airborne mass, trying to attract their attention. A cloud dove for him, hundreds at once, and Modular Man increased speed, bearing south, trying to lead them away, dead flyers dropping like leaves as he fired short bursts behind him. More and more of the orbiters were drawn into the pursuit. Apparently the creatures were not very intelligent. Dodging and weaving, staying just ahead of the fluttering cloud, the android soon had thousands of the flyers after him. He came up over a rise and saw the swarm host before him. For a moment his sensors were overwhelmed by the staggering input. An army of creatures were advancing in a curved wave, a sharply angled crescent that pointed north to Princeton. The air was filled with grinding, rending sounds as the swarm bulldozed its way through a town. Houses, trees, office buildings, everything, leveling everything in its path. The android rose, making calculations, the flyers moaning and flapping at his back. The host was moving quickly for doing such a thorough job. The android estimated 12 to 15 miles per hour. Modular Man had a good idea of the average size of a swarm creature. Dividing the vast infrared emission by its component parts, he concluded he was looking at a minimum of 40,000 creatures. More were joining all the time. There were another 20,000 flyers at least. The numbers were insane. The android, unlike a human, could not doubt his calculations. Someone had to be informed of what the world was facing. His shoulder-mounted gun swung back to allow for better streamlining, and he circled back north, increasing speed. The flyers circled but were unable to keep up. They began to flap back in the direction of Princeton. Modular Man was over Princeton in a matter of seconds. 1,000 or more of the swarm had penetrated into the town, and the android detected the constant smashing of buildings under assault, the scattered crackle of gunfire, and from one location, the boom, rattle, and crash of heavier weapons. The android sped for the sound. The National Guard armory was under siege. One of the serpent creatures, torn apart by explosive rounds, was writhing on the street in front, thrashing up clouds of fallen tear gas. Dead predators and human bodies dotted the landscape around the building. An M60 tank was overturned on the concrete out front. Another blocked an open vehicle bay door, flooding the approach with infrared light. 3 guardsmen in riot gear, complete with gas masks, stood on the tank behind the turret. The android fired 8 precisely placed shots, killing the current wave of attackers, and flew past the tank, lighting next to the guardsmen. They gazed at him owlishly through their masks. Behind were a dozen civilians with shotguns and hunting rifles, and behind them about 50 refugees. Somewhere in the building, revving engines boomed. "Who's in charge?" A man wearing the silver bars of a lieutenant raised his hand.
"Lieutenant Goldfarb," he said. "I was duty officer. What the hell's going on?"
"You'll have to get these people out of here. Aliens from outer space have landed."
"I didn't figure it was Chinese."
His voice was muffled by the gas mask. "They're coming this way from Grover's Mills." One of the other guardsmen began to wheeze. The sound was barely recognizable as laughter.
"Just like War of the Worlds! Great!" "Shut the hell up!"
Goldfarb stiffened in anger.
"I've only got about 20 effectives here. You think we can hold them at the Raritan Canal?
There are at least 40,000 of them. Goldfarb slumped against the turret.
We'll head north then. Try to make Somerville.
I suggest you move quickly. The flyers are coming back. Have you seen them? Goldfarb gestured to the sprawled bodies of a few of the flappers.
Right there. Tear gas seems to keep 'em out. Something else coming, boss!
One of the soldiers raised a grenade launcher. Without a glance, Modular Man fired over his shoulder and downed a spider thing.
Never mind,
the soldier said.
Look,
Goldfarb said.
The governor's mansion is in town. Morven. He's our commander-in-chief. We should try to get him out.
I could make the attempt, the android said, but I don't know where the mansion is. Over his shoulder he disposed of an armored slug. He looked at Goldfarb. I could fly with you in my arms.
Right.
Goldfarb slung his M16. He gave orders to the other National Guardsmen to get the civilians into the armored cars, then form a convoy. Without lights, the android said, the flyers may not perceive you as readily.
We got IR equipment, standard on the vehicles.
I'd use it. He thought he was getting his contractions right. Goldfarb finished giving his orders. National Guard troops appeared from other parts of the building, dragging guns and ammunition. Tracked vehicles were revving. The android wrapped his arms around Goldfarb and raced into the sky.
Airborne!
Goldfarb yelled. Modular Man gathered this was an expression of military approval. A massive rustling in the sky indicated the flyers returning. The android dove low, weaving among shattered houses and torn tree stumps.
Holy shit!
Goldfarb said. Morven was a ruin. The governor's mansion had fallen in on its foundations. Nothing living could be seen. The android returned the guardsman to his command, on the way disposing of a group of 20 attackers preparing to assault the guard headquarters. Inside, the garage was filled with vehicle exhaust. 6 armored personnel carriers and 2 tanks were ready. Goldfarb was dropped near a carrier. The air was roaring with the sound of flyers. I'm going to try to lure the flyers away, the android said. Wait till the sky is clearing before you move. He raced into the sky again, firing short bursts of his laser, shouting into the darkening sky. Once more the flyers roared after him. He led them toward Grover's Mills again, seeing the vast crescent of earthbound swarm advancing at their steady, appalling rate. He doubled back, stranding the flyers well behind him, and accelerated toward Princeton. Below, a few flyers rose after him. It looked as if they had been dining on the corpse of a man wearing complicated battle armor, the same armor Modular Man had seen at Aces High, now stained and blackened with digestive acid. In Princeton he saw Goldfarb's convoy making its way along Highway 206 in a blaze of infrared light and machine gun fire. Refugees, attracted by the sound of the tanks and APCs, were clinging to the vehicles. The android fired again and again, dropping swarm creatures as they leaped to the attack, his energies growing low. He followed the convoy until they seemed out of the danger area, when the convoy had to slow in a vast traffic jam of refugees racing north. The android decided to head for Fort Dix. Detective Lieutenant John F.X. Black of the Jokertown precinct didn't actually remove the handcuffs from Tachyon's wrists until they were just outside the mayor's office at City Hall. The other detectives kept their shotguns ready. Fear, Tachyon thought. These people are terrified. Why? He rubbed his wrists. My coat and hat, please. The addition of the pleasantry made it no less a command.
If you insist,
said Black, handing over the feathered cavalier hat and the lavender velvet swallowtail coat that matched Tack's eyes. Black's hatchet face split in a cynical smile.
It'd be hard to find even a detective first grade with your kind of taste, he said.
I dare say not, Tack said coldly. He fluffed his hair back over the collar.
Through there,
said Black. Tack poised the hat over one eye and pushed through. It was a large paneled room with a long table, and it was bedlam. There were police, firemen, men in military uniforms. The mayor was shouting into a radio telephone and, to judge by his savage expression, not getting through. Tack's glance wandered over to the far side of the room, and his eyes narrowed. Senator Hartman stood in quiet conversation with a number of aces, Peregrine, Pulse, the Howler, the whole scare bunch. Tack always felt uneasy around Hartman. A New York liberal or not, he was chairman of the Senate Committee on Ace Resources and Endeavors, the scare committee that had lived up to its name under Joseph McCarthy. The laws were different now, but Tack wanted nothing to do with an organization that recruited aces to serve the purposes of those in power. The mayor handed the radio phone to an aide, and before he could rush off somewhere else, Tack marched toward him, shooting his cuffs and fixing the mayor with a cold glare. "Your stormtroopers brought me," he said. "They broke down my door. I trust the city will replace it, as well as anything that may be stolen while the door is down." "We got a problem," the mayor said, and then an aide rushed in, his hands full of filling station maps of New Jersey. The mayor told him to spread them on the table. Tachyon continued talking through the interruption. "You might have telephoned. I would have come. Your goons didn't even knock. There are still constitutional protections in this country, even in Jokertown." "We knocked," said Black. "We knocked real loud." He turned to one of his detectives, a joker with brown, scaled flesh. "You heard me knock, didn't you, Kant?" Kant grinned, a lizard with teeth. Tachyon shuddered.
Sure did, Lieutenant.
"How about you, Matthias?"
"I heard you knock, too."
Tack clenched his teeth. "They did not knock." Black shrugged. "The doctor probably didn't hear us. He was busy." He leered. "He had company, if you take my meaning. A nurse. Real peachy." He held up a legal-sized document. "Anyway, our warrant was legal. Signed by Judge Steiner right here just a half hour ago." The mayor turned to Tachyon. "We just wanted to make sure you didn't have anything to do with this." Tack removed his hat and waved it languidly before his face as he looked at the room filled full of rushing people, including, good God, a 3-foot-high tyrannosaur who had just turned into a naked pre-adolescent boy. "What are you talking about, my man?" he finally asked. The mayor gazed at Tachyon with eyes like chips of ice. "We have reports of what might be a wildcard outbreak in Jersey." Tack's heart lurched. Not again, he thought, remembering those first awful weeks, the deaths, the mutilations that made his blood run cold, the madness, the smell. No, it wasn't possible. He gulped. "What may I do to help?" he said. 40,000 in one group, the general muttered, fixing the figures in his mind. "Probably in Princeton by now. 20,000 flyers, maybe another 20,000 scattered over the countryside, moving to rendezvous at Princeton." He looked up at the android. "Any idea where they'll move after Princeton? Philadelphia or New York? South or north?" "I can't say." The lieutenant general gnawed his knuckle. He was a thin, bespectacled man, and his name was Carter. He seemed not at all disturbed by the thought of carnivorous aliens landing in New Jersey. He commanded the U.S. First Army from his headquarters here at Fort Meade, Maryland. Modular Man had been sent here by a sweating major general at Fort Dix, which had turned out to be a training center. Chaos surrounded Carter's aura of calm. Phones rang, aides bustled, and outside in the corridor men were shouting. "So far I've only got the 82nd and the National Guard," Carter said. "It's not enough to defend both New York and Philly against those numbers. If I had the Marine regiments from Lejeune, we could do better, but the Marine Commandant doesn't want to release them from the Rapid Deployment Force, which is commanded by a Marine. He wants the RDF to take command here, particularly since the 82nd is also under its protocols." He sipped cranberry juice, sighed. "It's all the process of moving a peacetime army onto wartime footing. Our time will come, and then we'll have our innings." The android gathered that the swarm had landed in 4 places in North America: New Jersey, Kentucky south of Louisville, an area centered around McAllen, Texas,
but on both sides of the U.S.-Mexico border, and an extremely diffused landing that seemed scattered over most of northern Manitoba. The Kentucky landing was also within the boundaries of the First Army, and Carter had ordered the soldiers from Fort Knox and Fort Campbell into action. Fortunately, he hadn't had to get the Marines' permission first. North or south? Carter wondered. Darn it! I wish I knew where they were heading. He rubbed his temples. Time to shoot crap, he decided. You saw them moving north. I'll send the airborne to Newark and tell the guard to concentrate there. Another aide bustled up and passed Carter a note. Okay, the general said. The governor of New York has asked all aces in the New York area to meet at City Hall. There's talk of using you people as shock troops. He peered at the android through his glasses. You are an ace, right? I'm a sixth-generation machine intelligence programmed to defend society. You're a machine, then? Carter looked as if he hadn't quite understood this till now. Someone built you. That's correct. His contractions were getting better and better, his speech more concise. He was pleased with himself. Carter's reaction was quick. Are there any more of you? Can we build more of you? We got a situation here. I can transmit your request to my creator, but I don't think it's likely to be of immediate help. Do that, and before you take off, I want you to talk to one of my staff. Tell him about yourself, your capabilities. We can make better use of you that way. Yes, sir. The android was trying to sound military, and thought he was succeeding. No, Tachyon said. It's not Wildcard. Further facts had come in, including pictures. No Wildcard plague, not even an advanced version, could have produced results like this. At least I won't get blamed for this one, he thought. I think, Tax said, that what just struck Jersey is a menace my race has itself encountered on several occasions. These creatures attacked 2 colonies, destroyed one, and came close to destroying the other. Our expeditions destroyed them later, but we know there are many others. The Zatran. He paused at the blank looks. That would translate as swarm, I think. Senator Hartman seemed skeptical. Not Wildcard? You're telling me that New Jersey has been attacked by killer bees from space? They are not insects. They are in the way of being, how to say this? He shrugged. They are yeasts. Giant, carnivorous, telepathic yeast buds, controlled by a giant mother yeast in space. Very hungry. I would mobilize if I were you. The mayor looked pained. Okay. We got a half-dozen aces assembled down below. I want you to go down and brief them. The sounds of panic filtered through the skylight. It was 4 in the morning, but half Manhattan seemed to be trying to bolt the city. It was the worst traffic jam since the Wildcard day. Travnicek grinned as he paged through the scientific notes that he'd scrawled on butcher paper and used cigarette packets during his months-long spell of creativity. So the army wants more of you, eh? How much are they offering? General Carter just expressed an interest. He isn't in charge of purchasing, I'm sure. Travnikek's grin turned to a frown as he held his notes closer to his eyes. His writing was awful, and the note was completely illegible. What the hell had he meant? He looked around the loft at the appalling scatter of litter. There were thousands of the notes. A lot of them were on the floor, where they'd been ground into the particle board. His breath steamed in the cold loft. Ask for a firm offer. Tell him I want 10 million per unit. Make that 20. Royalties on the programming. And I want the first 10 units for myself as my bodyguard. Yes, sir. How soon can I tell him we might expect the plans to be delivered? Travnikek looked at the litter again. It might be a while. He'd have to reconstruct everything from scratch. First thing, get a firm commitment on the money. Yes, sir. Before you go, clean this mess up. Put my notes in piles over there. He pointed at a reasonably clean part of one of his tables. Sir, the aliens. They'll keep. Travnikek chuckled. You'll be that much more valuable to the military after these critters eat half New Jersey. The android's face was expressionless. Yes, sir. And then he began tidying the lab.
Good gosh,
said Carter. For once, the chaos that surrounded him ceased to exist. The silence in the improvised command post in a departure lounge of Newark International Airport was broken only by the whine of military jets disgorging troops and equipment. Paratroops in their bloused pants and new-model Kevlar helmets stood next to pot-bellied National Guard officers and aces in jumpsuits. They all waited for what Carter would say next. Carter held a series of infrared photographs to the faint light that was beginning to trickle in through the windows.
They're moving south, toward Philadelphia. Advance guard, flank guards, main body, rear guard.
Carter looked at his staff.
Looks like they've been reading our tactical manuals, gentlemen.
He dropped the photographs to his table.
I want you to get your boys mounted and headed south. Move straight down the Jersey Turnpike. Requisition civilian vehicles if you have to. We want to outflank them and go in from the east toward Trenton. If we drive in their flank, maybe we can pin their rear guard before they clear Princeton.
He turned to an aide.
Get the Pennsylvania Guard on the horn. We want the bridges over the Delaware blown. If they don't have the engineers to blow them, have them blocked. Jackknife semi-trucks across them if they have to.
Carter turned to the aces who stood in a corner, near a pile of hastily moved plastic chairs. Modular Man, Howler, Mistral, Pulse. A pterodactyl that was actually a little kid who had the ability to transform himself into reptiles, and whose mother was coming to get him for the second time in a few hours. Peregrine with a camera crew. The turtle orbited over the terminal in his massive armored shell. Tachyon wasn't here. He'd been called to Washington as a science advisor.
The Marines from Lejeune are moving into Philadelphia, Carter said. His voice was soft. Somebody saw sense and put them under my command, but only one regiment is going to get to the Delaware in time to meet the alien advance guard, and they won't have armor. They won't have heavy weapons, and they'll have to get to the bridges in school buses, and Lord knows what. That means they're going to get crushed. I can't give you orders, but I'd like you to go to Philadelphia and help them out. We need time to get the rest of the Marines into position. You might save one heck of a lot of lives.
Coleman Hubbard stood in the hawk mask of Ray before the assembled group of men and women. He was bare-chested, wearing his Masonic apron, and he felt a bit self-conscious. Too much of his scar tissue was exposed, the burns that covered his torso after the fire at the old temple downtown. He shuddered at the memory of the flame, then looked up to draw his mind from the recollection. Above him blazed the figure of an astral being, a giant man with the head of a ram and a colossal erect phallus, holding in his hands the Ankh and the crooked rod, symbols of life and power. The god Amun, creator of the universe, blazing amid a multicolored aura of light. Lord Amun, Hubbard thought, the master of the Egyptian masons, and actually a half-crippled old man in a room miles away. His astral form could take whatever shape it wished, but in his body he was known as the astronomer. Amun's radiance shone in the eyes of the assembled worshippers. The god's voice spoke in Hubbard's head, and Hubbard raised his arms and related the god's words to the congregation.
Tiamat has come. Our moment is nearly here. We must concentrate all our efforts at the new temple. The Shakti device must be assembled and calibrated.
Above the god's ram head, another form appeared, an ever-changing mass of protoplasm, tentacles and eyes and cold, cold flesh.
Behold, Tiamat,
Amun said. The worshippers murmured. The creature grew, dimming the radiance of the god.
My dark sister is here,
said Amun, and his voice echoed in Hubbard's head.
We must prepare her welcome.
A Marine Harrier sucked a flapper into an intake and screamed as it spewed molten alloy and slid sideways into doomed Trenton. The sound of flappers drowned the wail of jets and the throb of helicopters. Burning napalm glowed as it drifted on the choked water. Colored signal smoke twisted into the air. The swarm main body was bulldozing its way through Trenton, and the advance guard was already across the river. Blocking and blowing the bridges hadn't stopped them. They just plunged into the frigid river and come across like a vast, dark wave. 100 flappers had surrounded the Marine commander's chopper and brought it down, And after that, there was no one in charge, just parties of desperate men holding where they could, trying to form a breakwater against the swarm tide. The aces had become separated, coping with the emergencies. Modular Man was burning enemy, trying to help the scattered pockets of resistance as, one after the other, they came under assault. It was a hopeless task. From somewhere on the left he could hear the Howler's shrieks, curdling swarm bone and nerve. His was a more useful talent than the android's. The microwave laser was too precise a weapon for dealing with a wave assault. But the Howler's ultrasonic screams could destroy whole platoons of the enemy in the space of a second. A National Guard tank turned a corner behind where Modular Man floated in the middle of the conflict, then drove into a building, jamming itself in rubble. Flappers had coated the tank's armor, obscuring its view slits. The android dived onto the tank, picked up flappers, tore them like paper. Acid juices spattered his clothing. Artificial flesh smoked. The tank ground bricks under its tread, backing out of the building. As the android rose, the great and powerful turtle formed a vast blip on his radar. He was picking up swarm buds bodily, flinging them into the air, then letting them fall. It was like a cascade fountain. Flappers beat hopelessly at the armored shell. Their acids weren't enough to get through battleship armor. The air crackled as it was torn apart by energized photons. Pulse, his body become light. The human laser ricocheted off enemy, brought a dozen down, then disappeared. When Pulse finally ran out of energy, he would revert to human form, and then he would be vulnerable. The android hoped the flappers wouldn't find him. Mistral rose overhead, colored like a battle flag. She was 17, a student at Columbia, and she dressed in bright patriot colors like her father Cyclone. She was held aloft by the cloak she filled with the wind she generated, and she battered at the flappers with typhoons, flinging them, tearing them apart. Nothing came close to her. Peregrine flew in circles around her, uselessly. She was too weak to go against the swarm in any of its incarnations. None of this was enough. The swarm kept moving through the gaps between the aces. Wailing filled the air as jagged black shadows, Air Guard A-10s, fell through the sky, their guns hammering, turning the Delaware white. Bombs tumbled from beneath their wings, becoming bright blossoms of napalm. The android fired until his generators were drained, and then he fought flappers with his bare hands. Despair filled him, then anger. Nothing seemed to help. The enemy main body hit the river and began its swim. Few soldiers were alive to fight them. Most of the survivors were trying to hide or run away. The 6th Marine Regiment was dead on arrival, and nothing could alter the fact. Between Trenton and Levittown, bombs and fire had turned the brown December landscape black. Swarm buds moved across the devastated landscape like a nightmare tide. 2 more Marine regiments were entrenched in the Philadelphia suburbs, this time with artillery in support and a little group of light Marine armor. The aces were waiting in a Howard Johnson's off the Pennsylvania Turnpike. The plan was for them to be thrown into any counterattack. A battery of 155s was set up in the parking lot and fired steadily. The crescendo of sound had already blown out most of the restaurant's windows. The sound of jets was constant overhead. Pulse was lying down in a hospital tent somewhere. He'd overstrained his energies and was on the brink of collapse. Mistral was curled up sideways in a cheerful orange plastic booth. Her shoulders shook with every crash of the guns outside. Tears poured in rivers down her face. The swarm hadn't come near her, but she'd seen a lot of people die, and she had held together through the fight and the long nightmare of the retreat, but now the reaction had set in. Peregrine sat with her, talking to her in gentle tones the android couldn't hear. Modular Man followed Howler as the ex-Sandhog searched the restaurant for something to eat. The man's chest was massive, the mutated voice box widening the neck so that the android couldn't put his 2 hands around it. Howler wore a borrowed set of Marine battle dress. Flapper acid had eaten his civvies. The android had had to fly him out at the end, holding the ace in hands that had been eaten down to the alloy bones. "Canned turkey," Howler said. "Great. Let's have Thanksgiving." He looked at Modular Man. "You're a machine, right? Do you eat?" The android jammed 2 alloy fingers into a light socket. There was a flash of light, the smell of ozone. "This works better," he said. "They gonna put you into production soon? I can see the Pentagon taking an interest." "I've given my creator's terms to General Carter. There's been no reply yet. I think the command structure is in disarray." "Yeah, tell me about it." "Wait," said the android. Behind the crashing of the guns, the roar of jets, he began to hear another sound, the crackle of small arms fire. A Marine officer raced into the restaurant, his hand holding his helmet. "It started," he said. The android began running through systems checks. Mistral looked up at the officer with streaming eyes. She looked a lot younger than 17.
"I'm ready,"
she said. The swarm was stopped on the outskirts of Philadelphia. The 2 Marine regiments held, their strong points surrounded by walls of swarm dead. The victory was made possible thanks to support from Air Force and Navy planes and from the battleship New Jersey, which flung 18-inch shells all the way from the Atlantic Ocean, thanks also to Carter's National Guard and paratroops driving into the swarm from their rear flank. Thanks to the aces, who fought long into the night, fought on even after the swarm hesitated in its onslaught, then began moving west toward the distant Blue Mountains. All night the Philadelphia airport was busy with transport bringing in another Marine division all the way from California. The next morning, the counterattack began. After nightfall the next day, a color television babbled earnestly from a corner of the departure lounge. Carter was getting ready to move his command post west to Allentown, and Modular Man had flown in with news of the latest swarm movements. But Carter was busy right now, talking over the radio with his commanders in Kentucky, and so the android listened to news from the rest of the world. Violence from Kentucky splashed across the screen. Images, taken from a safe distance through long lenses, jerked and snapped. In the midst of it was a tall man in fatigues without insignia, his body blazing like a golden star as he used a 20-foot tree trunk to smash swarm buds. There was an interview with him afterward. He looked no older than 20, but his eyes had 1,000-year ghosts in them. He didn't say much, made excuses, left to return to the war. Jack Braun, the golden boy of the 40s and the Judas Ace of the 50s, back in action for the duration of the emergency. More aces, Cyclone, Mistral's father, fighting the swarm in Texas with the aid of his own personal camera crew, all armed with automatic weapons. The swarm was in full retreat across the Mexican border, driven by armor from Forts Bliss and Hood and by infantry from Fort Polk, the flyers decimated by widespread use of Vietnam-era defoliants. The Mexicans, slower to mobilize and with an army unprepared for modern large-scale warfare, weren't happy about the swarm being pushed into Chihuahua and protested in vain. More images, more locales, more bodies scattered across a torn landscape. Scenes from the autumn plains of northern Germany, where the swarm had dropped right into the middle of a large-scale maneuver by the British Army of the Rhine, and where they had never even succeeded in concentrating. More troubled images from Thrace, where a swarm onslaught was straddling the Greco-Turkish-Bulgarian border. The human governments weren't cooperating, and their people suffered. Pictures of hope and prayer, scenes of Jerusalem and Bethlehem, already packed with Christmas pilgrims, now filling the churches in long, endless rounds of murmured prayer. Stark black and white images from China, refugees and long columns of PLA troops marching. 50 million dead were estimated. Africa, the Near East, South America. Pictures of the swarm advance across the Third World, images of an endless wave of death. No continent was untouched, save Australia. Help was promised as soon as the superpowers cleaned up their own backyards. There were speculations about what was going on in the Eastern Bloc, though no one was talking. It seemed as if the swarm had landed in southern Poland, in the Ukraine, and in at least 2 places in Siberia. Packed forces had mobilized and were moving into battle. Commentators were predicting widespread starvation in Russia. The full-scale mobilization had taken the trucks and railways the civilian population used for the transportation of food. Old pictures came on the screen. Mistral flying immune in the sky, Carter giving a subdued, reluctant press conference, the mayor of Philadelphia on the verge of hysteria. The android turned away. He'd seen too many of these images. And then he felt something move through him, some ghost wind that touched his cybernetic heart.
He felt suddenly weaker. The television set hissed, its images gone. A rising babble came from the communications techs. Some of their equipment had gone down. Modular Man was alarmed. Something was going on. The ghost wind came again, touching his core. Time seemed to skip a beat. More communications down. The android moved toward Carter. The general's hand trembled as he replaced his phone in its cradle. It was the first time the android had seen him frightened. "That was an electromagnetic pulse," Carter said. "Somebody's just gone nuclear, and I don't think it was us." The papers still screamed invasion headlines. Children in the Midwest were being urged to avoid drinking milk. There was danger of poisoning from the airbursts the Soviets had used to smash the Siberian swarms. Communications were still disrupted. The bombs had bounced enough radiation off the ionosphere to slag a lot of American computer chips. People on the streets seemed furtive. There was a debate about whether New York should be blacked out or not, even though the swarm was obviously on the run after 6 days of intensive combat. Coleman Hubbard was too busy to care. He walked along 6th Avenue, grinding his teeth, his head splitting with the effort his recent adventure had cost him. He had failed. One of the more promising members of the Order, the boy Fabian, had been arrested on some stupid assault charge. The boy couldn't keep his hands off women, whether they were willing or not, and Hubbard had been sent to interview the police captain in charge. It wouldn't have required much, some lost paperwork perhaps, or a suggestion, implanted in the captain's head, that the evidence was insufficient. But the man's mind was slippery, and Hubbard hadn't been able to get a hold of it. Finally, Captain McPherson, snarling, had thrown him out. All Hubbard had done was to identify himself with Fabian's case, and perhaps cause the investigation to go further. Lord Amun did not take failure well. His punishments could be savage. Hubbard rehearsed his defense in his mind. Then a rangy red-headed woman, wearing a proper executive Burberry, stepped into the street in front of Hubbard, almost running into him, then moving briskly up the street without offering an apology. She carried a leather case and wore tennis shoes. More acceptable footwear peeked out of a shoulder bag. Anger stabbed into Hubbard. He hated rudeness. And then his crooked smile began to spread across his face. He reached out with his mind, touching her thoughts, her consciousness. He sensed vulnerability there, an opening. The smile froze on his face as he summoned his power and struck. The woman staggered as he seized control of her mind. Her case fell to the ground. He picked it up and took her elbow. "Here," he said. "You seem a little out of sorts." She blinked at him. "What?" In her mind was only confusion. Gently, he soothed it. "My apartment's just a little distance. 57th Street. Maybe you should go there and rest." "Apartment? What?" Gently he took command of her mind and steered her up the street. Rarely did he find someone so pliable. A great bubble of joy welled up in him. Once upon a time he only used his power to get laid, or maybe to help earn a promotion or two at work. Then he met Lord Amun and discovered what power was really for. He'd quit his job and live now as a dependent of the Order. He'd stay in her mind for a few hours, he thought, find out who she was, what secret terrors lived in her, and then do them to her, one and then another, living inside her mind and his, enjoying her cringing, her self-loathing, as he forced her to beg, right out loud, for everything he did to her. He would caress her mind, enjoy the growing madness as he made her plead for her every debasement, her every fear. These were only a few of the things he'd learned from watching Lord Amun, the things that made him come alive. For a few hours at least, he could submerge himself in another's fear and forget his own. Unto the Sixth Generation by Walter John Williams, Part 2. A freezing jet stream battered at the city, flown straight from Siberia. It tore down the gaps between buildings, tugged at the half-hearted Christmas decorations the city had put up, scattered minuscule bits of Russian fallout into the streets.
This was the coldest winter in years. The New Jersey-Pennsylvania swarm had been officially declared dead 2 days ago, and the Aces, Marines, and Army had returned to a parade down Fifth Avenue. In another few days, American troops and whatever Aces could be persuaded to join them would be flying north and south to deal with the swarm's invasions of Africa, Canada, and South America. The android jabbed a newly fleshed finger at the slot of a payphone and felt something click. One simply had to understand these things. He dialed the number. "Hello, Cindy. How's the job search coming?"
Modman! Hey! I just wanted to say, yesterday was wonderful. I never thought I'd be riding in a parade next to a war hero.
I'm sorry it took so long for me to call you back.
I guess fighting the swarm was kind of a priority. Don't worry, you made up for lost time.
She laughed.
Last night was amazing.
Oh no. The android was receiving another police call. I'm afraid I've got to go.
They're not invading again, are they?
No, I don't think so. I'll call you, okay?
I'll be looking forward.
Something resembling a mucus-green gelatinous mass had erupted from a manhole into the streets of Jokertown, a swarm bud that had escaped the showdown across the Hudson. The bud proceeded in devouring 2 Christmas shoppers and a hot pretzel vendor before the emergency was called in and the police radios began to call. The android arrived first. As he dived into the canyon street, he saw something that looked like a 30-foot-wide bowl of gelatin that had been in the refrigerator far too long. In the gelatin were black currants that were its victims, which it was slowly digesting. The android hovered over the creature and began firing his laser, trying to avoid the currents in hope they might prove revivable. The gelatin began to boil where the silent, invisible beam struck. The bud made a futile effort to reach his flying tormentor with a pseudopod, but failed. The creature began to roll in the direction of an alley, looking for escape. It was too hungry, or too stupid, to abandon its food and seek shelter in the sewers. The creature squeezed into the alley and rushed down it. The android continued to fire. Bits were sizzling away, and the thing seemed to be losing energy rapidly. Modular Man looked ahead and saw a bent figure ahead in the alley. The figure was female and white, dressed in layers of clothing, all worn, all dirty. A floppy felt hat was pulled down over an ex-Navy watch cap. A pair of shopping bags drooped from her arms. Tangled gray hair hung over her forehead. She was rummaging in a dumpster, tossing crumpled newspapers over her shoulder into the alley. Modular Man increased his speed, firing radar-directed shots over his shoulder as he barreled through the cold, drizzly air. He dropped to the pavement in front of the dumpster, his knees cushioning the impact.
"So I says to Maxine, I says," the lady was saying.
"Excuse me," said the android. He seized the woman and sped upward. Behind him, writhing under the barrage of coherent microwaves, the swarm bud was evaporating.
"Maxine says, my mother broke her hip this morning, and you won't believe—"
The old lady was flailing at him while she continued her monologue. He silently absorbed an elbow to his jaw and floated to a landing on the nearest roof. He let go his passenger. She turned to him, flushed with anger.
"Okay, Bunky," she said. "Time to see what Hildy's got in her bag."
"I'll fly you down later," Modular Man said. He was already turning to pursue the creature when, out of the corner of his eye, he saw the lady opening her bag. There was something black in there. The black thing was getting bigger. The android tried to move, to fly away. Something had hold of him and wouldn't let him go. Whatever was in the shopping bag was getting larger. It grew larger very quickly. Whatever had hold of the android was dragging him toward the shopping bag. "Stop," he said simply. The thing wouldn't stop. The android tried to fight it, but his laser discharges had cost him a lot of power, and he didn't seem to have the strength left. The blackness grew until it enveloped him. He felt as if he were falling. Then he felt nothing at all. New York's Aces, responding to the emergency, finally conquered the swarm bud. What was left of it, blobs of dark green, froze into lumps of dirty ice. Its victims, partially eaten, were identified by the non-edible credit cards and laminated ID they were carrying. By nightfall, the hardened inhabitants of Jokertown were referring to the creature as the amazing colossal snot monster. None of them had noticed the bag lady as she came down the fire escape and wandered into the freezing streets. The android awoke in a dumpster in an alley behind 52nd Street. Internal checks showed damage. His microwave laser had been bent into a sine wave. His flux monitor was wrecked. His flight module had been twisted as if by the hands of a giant. He flung back the dumpster lid with a bang. Carefully, he looked up and down the alley. There was no one in sight. The god Amun glowed in Hubbard's mind. The ram's eyes blazed with anger, and the god held the ankh and staff with clenched fists.
Tiamat,
he said,
has been defeated.
Hubbard winced with the force of Amun's anger.
The Shakti device was not readied in time.
Hubbard shrugged.
The defeat was temporary, he said. The Dark Sister will return. She could be anywhere in the solar system. The military have no way of finding her or identifying her. We have not lived in secret all these centuries only to be defeated now.
The loft was quite neat compared to the earlier chaos. Travnikek's notes had been neatly assembled and classified, as far as possible, by subject. Travnikek had made a start at wading through them. It was hard going.
So,
Travnikek said. His breath was frosting in front of his face and condensing on his reading glasses. He took the spectacles off.
You were displaced about 50 city blocks spatially and moved 1 hour forward time-wise, yes?
Apparently. When I came out of the dumpster, I found that the fight in Jokertown had been over for almost an hour. Comparison with my internal clock showed a discrepancy of 72 minutes, 15.333 seconds. The android had opened his chest and replaced some components. The laser was gone for good, but he had his flight capability back, and he'd managed to jury-rig a flux monitor.
Interesting. You say the bag ladies seem not to be working with the blob thing.
Most likely it was a coincidence they were in the same street. Her monologue did not seem to be strictly rational. I don't think she is mentally sound. Travnikek turned up the heater control on his jumpsuit. The temperature had dropped 12 degrees in 2 hours, and frost was forming on the skylights of the loft in mid-afternoon. Travnikek lit a Russian cigarette, turned on a hot plate to boil some water for coffee, and then put his hands in his warm jumpsuit pockets.
I want to look in your memory, he said. Open up your chest.
Modular Man obeyed. Travnikek took a pair of cables from a mini-computer stacked under an array of video equipment and jacked them into sockets in the android's chest near his shielded machine brain.
Back up your memory onto the computer, he said.
Flickering effects from the flux generator shone in Travnikek's intent eyes. The computer signaled the task complete.
Button up,
Travnikek said. As the android removed the jacks and closed his chest, Travnikek turned on the video, then touched controls. A video picture began racing backward. He reached the place where the bag lady appeared and ran the image several times. He moved to a computer terminal and tapped instructions. The image of the bag lady's face filled the screen. The android looked at the woman's lined, grimy face, the straggling hair, the worn and tattered clothing. He noticed for the first time that she was missing some teeth. Travnikek stood and went back to his one-room living quarters in the back of the loft and came back with a battered Polaroid camera. He used the remaining 3 pictures and gave one to his creation.
There. You can show it to people. Ask if they've seen her.
Yes, sir. Travnikek took thumbtacks and stuck the other 2 pictures to the low beams of the ceiling.
I want you to find out where the bag lady is and get what's in her bag. And I want you to find out where she got it.
He shook his head, dripping cigarette ash on the floor, and muttered,
I don't think she invented it. I think she's just found this thing somewhere.
Sir, the swarm? We agreed that I would leave for Peru in 2 days.
Fuck the military, Travnikek said. They haven't paid us a dime for our services, nothing but a lousy parade, and the military didn't pay for that. The city did. Let them see how easy it is to fight the swarm without you. Then maybe they'll take us seriously.
The truth was that Travnikek wasn't anywhere near being able to reconstruct his work. It would take weeks, perhaps even months. The military was demanding guarantees, plans, knowledge of his identity.
The bag lady problem was more interesting anyway. He began idly spinning back through the android's memory. Modular Man winced deep in his computer mind. He began talking quickly, hoping to distract his inventor from the pictures. As far as the bag lady goes, I could try the refugee centers, but it might take a long time. My files tell me there are normally 20,000 homeless people in New York, and now there are an uncountable number of refugees from Jersey. "Peace in the chalice!" exclaimed Travnikek in German. The android felt another wince coming on. Travnikek gaped at the television in surprise. "You're screwing that actress lady," he said. "That Cindy, what's her name?" The android resigned himself to what was about to come. "That's correct," he said. "You're just a goddamn toaster," Travnikek said. "What the hell made you think you could fuck?" "You gave me the equipment," the android said, "and you implanted emotions in me, and on top of that, you made me good-looking." "Huh." Travnikek turned his eyes from Modular Man to the video and back again. "I gave you the equipment so you could pass as a human if you had to, and I just gave you the emotions so you could understand the enemies of society. I didn't think you'd do anything." He tossed his cigarette butt to the floor. A leer crossed his face. "Was it fun?" he asked. "It was pleasant, yes." "Your blonde chippies seem to be having a good time." Travnikek cackled and reached for the controls. "I want to start this party at the beginning." "Didn't you want to look at the bag lady again?" "First things first. Get me a Urquell." He looked up as a thought occurred to him. "Do we have any popcorn?" "No." The android tossed his abrupt answer over his shoulder. Modular Man brought the beer and watched while Travnikek had his first sip. The Czech looked up in annoyance. "I don't like the way you're looking at me," he said. The android considered this. "Would you prefer me to look at you some other way?" he asked. Travnikek turned red. "Go stand in the corner, microwave oven that fucks!" he bellowed. "Turn your goddamn head away, video unit that fucks!" For the rest of the afternoon, while his creations stood in a corner of the loft, Travnikek watched the video. He enjoyed himself enormously. He watched the best parts several times, cackling at what he saw. Then, slowly, his laughter dimmed. A cold, uncertain feeling crept up the back of his neck. He began casting glances at the stolid figure of the android. He turned off the vid unit, dropped his cigarette butt in the Urquell bottle, then lit another. The android was showing a surprising degree of independence. Travnikek reviewed elements of his programming, concentrating on the etc. file. Travnikek's abstract of human emotion had been gleaned from a variety of expert sources, ranging from Freud to Dr. Spock. It had been an intellectual challenge for Travnikek to do the programming, transforming the illogicalities of human behavior into the cold rhetoric of a program. He performed the task during his second year at Texas A&M, when he'd barely gone out of his quarters the whole year and had known he had to set himself a large task in order to keep from being driven crazy by the lunatic environment of a university that seemed an embodiment of the collective unconscious fantasies of Stonewall Jackson and Albert Speer. He'd barely been at A&M for 10 minutes before he'd known it was a mistake. The crop-haired undergraduates with their uniforms, boots, and sabers reminded him too much of the SS who had left Travnikek barely alive beneath the bodies of his family at Lidice, not to mention the Soviet and Czech security forces that had followed the Germans. Travnikek knew if he was going to survive in Texas, he had to find something massive to work on, lest his memories eat him alive. Travnikek had never been particularly interested in human psychology as such. Passion, he had long ago decided, was not only foolish but genuinely boring, a waste of time. But putting passion into a program, yes, that was interesting. He could barely remember that period now. How many months had he spent in his creative trance, a channel for his own deepest spirit? What had he wrought during that time? What the hell was in etc.? For a moment a tremor of fear went through Travnikek. The ghost of Victor Frankenstein's creation loomed for a moment in his mind. Was a rebellion on the part of the android possible? Could he evolve hostile passions against his creator? But no.
They were overriding imperatives that Travnicek had hardwired into the system. Modular Man could not evolve away his prime directives as long as his computer consciousness was physically intact, any more than a human could, unassisted, evolve away his genetic makeup in a single lifetime. Travnicek began to feel a growing comfort. He looked at the android with a kind of admiration. He felt pride that he'd programmed such a fast learner. "You're not bad, Toaster," he said finally, turning off the video. "Reminds me of myself in the old days." He raised an admonishing finger. "But no screwing tonight. Go find me the bag lady." Modular Man's voice was muffled as he stood with his face to the wall.
"Yes, sir,"
he said. Neon cast its glow upon the frosted breath of the Nat Gang members standing beneath the pastel sign that marked the Run Run Club. Detective Third Grade John F.X. Black, driving his unmarked unit and waiting for the light to change so he could make a turn onto Schiff Parkway, automatically ran his eyes over the crowd, registering faces, names, possibilities. He had just gotten off duty and had signed out an unmarked car because he was due to spend the next day freezing his ass off at a plant, what on TV they'd call a stakeout. Ricky Santianes, a petty thief out on bond since yesterday, grinned at Black with a mouthful of steel-capped teeth and gave Black the finger. Let him get his rocks off, Black thought. The Nat Gangs were being trashed by the demon princes of Jokertown every time they met. Black observed from a poster that the band playing tonight was called the Swarm Mother. No one could say hardcore groups were slow in their perception of the zeitgeist. It was pure chance that Black happened to be looking at the poster at the moment Officer Frank Carroll staggered into the light. Carroll looked wild. He had his cap in his hand. His hair was mussed, and his overcoat was splattered with something that glowed a fluorescent chrome yellow under the glimmering sign. He looked as if he were making for the cop shop a couple blocks away. The Nats laughed as they made way for him. Black knew that Carroll's assigned sector was blocks away and didn't take him anywhere near this corner. Carroll had been on the force for 2 years, joining just out of high school. He was a white man with dark red hair, a clipped mustache, medium build beefed slightly by irregular weight training. He seemed serious about police work, was diligent and methodical, and worked a lot of overtime he didn't have to. Black had pegged him as being dedicated but unimaginative. He wasn't the kind to run about wild-eyed at 12 o'clock on a winter night. Black opened his door, stood, and called Carroll's name. The officer turned, glaring wildly, and then an expression of relief came onto his face. He ran for Black's car and jerked at the passenger door as Black unlocked it.
"Jesus Christ!" Carroll said. "I just got thrown in a trash heap by a bag lady."
Black smiled inwardly. The traffic light had changed, and Black made his turn.
"She catch you by surprise?"
he asked.
"Damn right! She was down in an alley off Forsyth. She had a book of matches and a bunch of wadded-up paper, and was trying to set a whole dumpster on fire to keep warm. I told her to quit, and I was trying to get her into my unit so I could take her to the shelter down in Rutger Park, and then, wham! The bag got me."
He looked at Black and gnawed his lip.
"You think she could have been some kind of joker, Lou?"
Lou was NYPD for lieutenant.
"What do you mean? She hit you with the bag, right?" "No, I mean, the bag—"
The wild look was in Carroll's eyes again.
"The bag ate me, Lou. Something reached right up out of the bag and swallowed me. It was—"
He groped for words.
"Definitely paranormal."
He glanced down at his uniform.
"Look at this, Lou."
His shield had been twisted in a strange way, like a timepiece in a dolly print. So had 2 of his buttons. He touched them in a kind of awe. Black pulled into a loading zone and set the parking brake.
"Tell me about this."
Carroll looked confused. He rubbed his forehead.
"I felt something grab me, Lou, and then I got sucked right into the bag. I saw the bag just getting bigger, and the next thing I knew, I was in this trash heap off Ludlow north of Stanton. I was running for the cop shop when he stopped me."
"You were teleported from Forsyth to Ludlow north of Stanton."
"Teleported? Yeah, that's the word."
Carroll looked relieved.
"You believe me, then? Oh, Jesus, Lou, I thought I'd get written up for sure."
"I've been in Jokertown a long time,"
Seen a lot of strange things.
Black put the car in gear again.
Let's go find your bag, lady, he said. This was just a few minutes ago, right? Yeah, and my unit's still up there. Shit, the jokers have probably stripped it by now.
The glow from the burning dumpster, orange on the brownstone alley walls, was visible from Forsyth. Black pulled into a loading zone.
Let's go on foot.
Don't you think we should call the fire department?
Not yet. It might not be safe for them.
Black in the lead, they walked to the end of the alley. The dumpster was burning bright, the flames shooting up 15 feet or more amid a cloud of rising ashes. Carol's unit was magically untouched, even with its rear door open. Standing in front of the dumpster, shifting from one foot to the other, was a small white woman with a full shopping bag in each hand. She wore several layers of shabby clothing. She seemed to be muttering to herself.
That's her, Lieutenant.
Black contemplated the woman and said nothing. He wondered how to approach her. The flames gushed up higher, snapping, and suddenly strange, bright, flickering lights, like St. Elmo's fire, played about the woman and her bags. Then something in one bag seemed to rise up, a dark shadow, and the fire bent like a candle flame in a strong wind and was sucked into the bag. In an instant, fire and shadow were gone. The strange-colored lights played gently about the woman's form. Greasy ashes drifted to the pavement.
Holy shit,
murmured Carol. Black reached a decision. He dug into his pocket and got his billfold and the keys to his unmarked unit. He gave Carol a 10.
Take my unit. Go to the Burger King on West Broadway and get 2 double cheeseburgers, 2 big fries, and a jumbo coffee to go.
Carol stared at him.
Regular or black, Lou?
Move, Black snapped. Carol took off. It took both burgers, the coffee, and 1 set of fries to lure the bag lady into Black's unmarked car. Black thought she probably would never have gotten into a blue and white like Carol's. He'd had Carol lock his uniform coat and weapon in the trunk so as not to alarm the woman, and Carol was shivering as he got in the passenger seat. Behind, the bag lady was mumbling to herself and devouring fries. She smelled terrible.
Where to now?
Carol asked.
One of the refugee centers? The clinic?
Black put the car into gear.
Someplace special. Uptown. There are things about this woman you don't know.
Carol put most of his energy into shivering as Black sped out of Jokertown. The bag lady went to sleep in the back seat. Her snores whistled through missing teeth. Black pulled up in front of a brownstone on East 57th.
Wait here,
he said. He went down the stairs to a basement apartment entrance and pressed the buzzer. A plastic Christmas wreath was on the front door. Someone looked out through a spy hole in the door. The door opened.
I wasn't expecting you, said Coleman Hubbard.
I've got someone with, powers in the back seat. She's not in her right mind. I thought we could put her in the back bedroom, and there's an officer with me who can't know what's going on.
Hubbard's eyes flicked to the car.
What did you tell him?
I told him to stay in the car. He's a good boy, and that's what he'll do.
Okay, let me get my coat.
While Carol watched curiously, Hubbard and Black coaxed the bag lady into Hubbard's apartment, using the food from Hubbard's refrigerator. Black wondered what Carol would say if he could see the decor in the special locked apartment next door. The dark, soundproofed room with its candles, its altar, the pentagram painted on the floor, the inlaid alloy gutters, the bright chains fixed to staples. It wasn't as elaborate as the temple the Order had downtown before it blew up, but then it was only a temporary headquarters anyway, until the new temple uptown could be finished. In Hubbard's apartment there were 2 rooms ready for guests, and the bag lady was put into one of these.
Put a lock on the door,
Black said,
and call the astronomer.
Lord Amoon has already been called,
Hubbard said, and tapped his head. Black returned to his car and started driving back to Jokertown again.
We'll get your unit,
Black said.
Then we'll get you to the cop shop for your report.
Carol looked at him.
Who was that guy, Lieutenant?
A specialist in mental cases and jokers.
That lady might do him some harm.
He'll be safer than either of us.
Black pulled up behind Carol's cruiser. He got out and opened the trunk, taking out Carol's coat and hat. He gave them to the young officer, then he took out a flute, NYPD for an innocent-looking soda bottle filled with liquor, which he'd been planning on using to keep himself warm during the plant tomorrow. He offered the flute to Carol. The patrolman took the bottle gratefully. Black reached for Carol's gun belt.
"It was lucky you were around, Lou."
Yeah, it sure was.
Black shot Carol 4 times in the chest with his own gun, then, after the officer was on the ground, shot him twice more in the head. He wiped his prints off the gun and tossed it to the ground, then took the Coke bottle and got back in his car. Maybe, with the spilled rum, it would look as if Carol had stopped to hassle a wino and the drunk had gotten the drop on him. The car smelled like cheeseburgers. Black was reminded he hadn't had supper. The bag lady had ignored the bed and gone to sleep in a corner of the room. Her bags were piled in front and atop her like a bulwark. Hubbard sat on a stool, watching her intently. His crooked smile had frozen into an unpleasant parody of itself. Pain throbbed in his brain. The effort of reading her mind was costing him. No turning back, he thought. He had to see this through. His failure with Captain McPherson had cost him in the order and in Amun's esteem, and when Black had shown up with the bag lady, Hubbard realized this was the chance to win back his place. Hubbard had lied to Black when he told the detective he had alerted Amun. There was power here, perhaps enough to power the Shakti device, and if the Shakti device were powered by the bag thing, then Amun was no longer necessary. The bag thing could eat people, Hubbard knew. Perhaps it could eat even Amun. Hubbard thought of the fire at the old temple, Amun striding through the flames with his disciples at his back, ignoring Hubbard's screams. Yes, Hubbard thought, this would be worth the risk. Detective Second Grade Harry Matthias, known in the order as Judas, sat on the bed, his chin in his hands. He shrugged. She's not an ace. Neither is whatever she's got in the bag. Hubbard spoke to him mentally.
I sense 2 minds. One is hers. It is disordered. I can't touch it. The other is in the bag. It's in touch with her. Somehow. There's an empathic binding. The other mind also seems to be damaged. It's as if it's adapted to her.
Judas stood. He was flushed with anger.
Why in God's name don't we just take the damn bag?
He went for the bag lady with his hands clawed. Hubbard felt an electric snap of awareness in his mind. The bag lady was awake. Through his mental link with Judas, he felt the man hesitate at the sudden malevolence in the old woman's eyes. Judas reached for the bag. The bag reached for Judas. A blackness faster than thought rose into the room. Judas vanished into it. Hubbard stared at the empty space. In his mind, the woman's honed madness danced. Judas shivered and his lips were blue. Christmas tinsel hung in his hair. A piece of sticky cardboard was stuck to the bottom of one shoe. His gun had been twisted into a sine wave. He shivered and his lips were blue. He'd been transported to a dumpster on Christopher Street and had ceased to exist for about 20 minutes. He'd taken a cab back. Power, Hubbard thought. Incredible power. The bag thing warps space-time somehow.
Why garbage? Judas said. Why ship piles? And look at my gun.
He became aware of the cardboard and tried to pull it off his shoe. It came free with a sticky noise.
She's fixated on garbage, I guess, Hubbard said, and it seems to twist inanimated objects, sometimes. I could sense that it's broken. Maybe that's a problem with it.
He had to figure out some way to subdue the bag lady. Waiting till she'd gone to sleep didn't work. She'd woken up at the first threatening move from Judas. He wondered vaguely about poison gas, and then an idea struck him.
Do you have access to a tranquilizer gun at the precinct house?
Judas shook his head.
No. I think maybe the fire department has some, in case they have to deal with escaped animals.
The idea crystallized in Hubbard's mind.
I want you and Black to steal me one.
He'd have Black actually do the shooting. If the bag thing retaliated, it would attack Black. And then, with the bag lady put to sleep, Hubbard would take the device. And then it would be Hubbard's turn. He could take all the time he needed, playing with the bag lady's mind, and she would have enough in her brain left to know what was happening to her. Oh, yes. He could test the power of the captured device on people he grabbed right off the street.
and after that, maybe it would be Amun's turn. He licked his lips. He could hardly wait. The legions of the night seemed endless in number. The android's abstract knowledge of the New York underclass, the fact that there were thousands of people who drifted among the glass towers and solid brownstones in an existence almost as remote from the building's inhabitants as that of denizens of Mars. The abstract, digitized facts were not somehow adequate to describe the reality. The clusters of men who passed bottles around ashcan fires, the dispossessed whose eyes reflected flashing Christmas lights while they lived behind walls of cardboard, the insane who hugged themselves in alleyways or subway entrances, chanting the litany of the mad. It was as if a spell of evil had fallen on the city, that part of the population had been subjected to war or devastation, made homeless refugees, while the others had been enchanted so as not to see them. The android found 2 dead, the last of their warmth gone from them. He left these in their newspaper coffins and went on. He found others who were dying or ill and took them to hospitals. Others ran from him. Some pretended to gaze at the bag lady's picture, cocking the Polaroid up to look at the picture in the light of a trash can fire, and then asked for money in return for relating a sighting that was obviously false. The task, he thought, was almost hopeless. He kept on. Black and Hubbard waited outside the bag lady's locked room. Black was sucking on his rum and coke flute. Dreams, man. Incredible dreams. Jesus. Monsters like you wouldn't believe. Lion bodies, human faces, eagle wings, every damn thing you could think of. And they were all hungry. They all wanted to eat me. And then there was this giant thing behind them, just a shadow like, and then... Jesus. He gave a nervous grin and wiped his forehead. I still break out into a sweat thinking about it. And then I realized that all the monsters were connected somehow, that they were all a part of this thing. That's when I'd wake up screaming. It happened over and over again. I was almost ready to see the department shrinks. Your dreaming mind had touched Tiamat. Yeah, that's what Matthias, Judas, told me when he recruited me. Somehow he sensed Tiamat was getting to me. Hubbard grinned his crooked grin. Black still didn't know that Revenant had entered Black's mind every night, putting the dreams into his mind, had made him wake screaming night after night, and driven him almost to the brink of psychosis, so that when Judas explained what had happened to him and how the Order could make the dreams go away, the Masons would seem the only possible answer. All because the Order needed someone higher in the NYPD than Matthias, and Black was a stand-up cop who was marked for advancement. And then I got blackballed. The detective shook his head. Balsam and the others, the old-line Masons, didn't want a guy who'd been raised Catholic. Motherfuckers. And Tiamat was already on its way. I still can't believe it. Being named after Francis Xavier didn't help, I suppose. At least they never found out my sister's a nun. That would have trashed me for sure. He finished the flute and walked toward the living room to toss the bottle in the trash. And I got in on the second try. You'll never know why, Hubbard thought. You'll never know that Amun was using your membership as a tool against Balsam, that he wanted the former master, with his irrational prejudices and old man's ways and inherited mystical mumbo-jumbo, out of the way entirely, how he used the decision against Black to convince Kim Toy, Red, and Revenant that Balsam had to go. And then there was the fire at the old temple, stage-managed by Amun somehow, and Amun had saved his own people from the flames, and Balsam and all his followers had died. Hubbard remembered the explosion, the fire, the pain, the way his flesh blackened in the blowtorch flame. He'd screamed for help, seeing the giant astral figure of Amun leading his own disciples out, and if Kim Toy hadn't insisted on going back for him, he would have died then and there. Amun hadn't trusted him fully, not then. Hubbard had just joined the Order, and Amun hadn't had the chance to play with him yet, to enter into his brain and make him cringe, to play the endless mind games and twist him into knots with a long series of humiliations. Yes, he thought, that's what Amun is like. I know, because I'm that way too. There was a knock on the door. Hubbard admitted Judas, who was carrying the stolen tranquilizer gun in its red metal case with its official use only stickers. Phew, what a bitch.
I thought Captain McPherson would never let me out of there.
He and Black took the large black air pistol from the case, then put a dart in the chamber. "It should put her out for hours," Black said confidently. "I'll give her some food and shoot her from the door when she's eating." He tucked the pistol into the back waistband of his trousers, took a paper plate of cold pizza from the refrigerator, and walked to the bag lady's door. He unlocked the heavy padlock and cautiously opened the door. Hubbard and Matthias unconsciously took a step back, half expecting Black to vanish into whatever space-time singularity inhabited the bag. But Black's expression changed, and he poked his head into the room, glanced right and left. When he stepped back into the hallway, his expression was baffled. "She's gone," he said. "She's not in the room anywhere." Modular Man looked at the drinks lined up in the bar before him. Irish coffee, martini, margarita, Boilermaker, Napoleon brandy. He seriously wanted to try new tastes right now, and wondered if getting his parts crushed by the bag lady's gizmo had wakened in him a sense of mortality. "I am beginning to realize," said the android, raising the Irish coffee to his lips, "that my creator is a hopeless sociopath." Cindy considered this. "If you don't mind some theology, I think that this just puts you in the same boat with the rest of us." "He's beginning to, well, never mind what he's beginning to do, but I think the man is sick." The android wiped cream from his upper lip. "He could run away. Last I heard, slavery was illegal. He's not even paying you minimum wage, I suppose." "I'm not a person. I'm not human. Machines do not have rights." "That doesn't mean you have to do everything he says, Modman." The android shook his head. "It won't work. I have hardwired inhibitions against disobeying him, disobeying his instructions, or revealing his identity in any way." Cindy seemed startled. "He's thorough. I'll hand that to him." She looked at Modular Man carefully. "Why'd he build you anyway?" "He was going to mass market me and sell me to the military, but I think he's having so much fun playing with me that he may never get around to selling my rights to the Pentagon." "I'd be thankful for that if I were you." "I wouldn't know." The android reached for another drink, then showed Cindy the Polaroid of the bag lady. "I need to find this person." "She looks like a bag lady." "She is a bag lady." She laughed. "Haven't you been listening to the broadcasts? You know how many thousands of those women there are in this town? There's a recession going on out there. Winos, runaways, people out of a job or out of luck, people who got kicked out of mental institutions because of state cutbacks on funding. The shelters give swarm refugees precedence over street people. Jesus, and on a night like this, too? You know it's already the coldest night in history for December. They've had to open up churches, police stations, all sorts of places so the vagrants won't freeze to death. And a lot of the vagrants won't go to any kind of shelter because they're too scared of the authorities, or because they're just too crazy to realize they're going to need help. I don't envy you, Modman. Not at all. The dumpsters will be full of dead people tomorrow." "I know. I found some." "You want to find her before she freezes to death, try the trash can fires first, the shelters later." She frowned at the picture again. "Why are you trying to find her anyway?" "I think she may be a witness to something." "Right. Well, good luck then." The android glanced over his shoulder at the patio observation deck with its glistening skin of ice. Beyond the rail, Manhattan gleamed at him coldly, with a clarity that he hadn't before seen, as if the buildings, the people, the lights had all been frozen inside a vast crystal. It was as though the city were no closer than the stars, and as incapable as they of giving warmth. Inside his mind, the android performed a purely mental shudder. He wanted to stay here in the warmth of the Aces High, going through the, for him, perfectly abstract motions of raising a warm drink to his lips. There was something comforting in it, in spite of the logical pointlessness of the act. He did not entirely understand the impulse, only knew it for a fact. The human part of his programming, presumably. But there were restrictions placed on his desires, and one of those was obedience. He could stay at the Aces High only so long as it could help him in his mission of finding the bag lady. He finished the row of drinks and said goodbye to Cindy. Unless a miracle happened and he found the bag lady soon,
he'd be spending the rest of the night on the streets. 4 a.m. The car ran over a manhole and hot coffee spilled on Coleman Hubbard's thigh. He ignored it. He raised the big styrofoam cup from between his thighs and drank urgently. He had to stay awake. He was looking for the bag lady, going through every shelter, driving down every dark street, casting out with his mind, hoping to find the pattern of lunacy and anger that he had seen in her disturbed brain. He'd been doing this for the better part of 24 hours. The heater in his cheap rented heap had given out. His body was a mass of cramps, and his skull was pounding to a slow pile-driver rhythm. The fact that Black and Judas were freezing themselves on the same errand was no consolation. Hubbard jammed the coffee cup between his thighs, turned on his map light, and glanced at the paper for the list of shelters. There was a girls' school gymnasium filled with refugees nearby, and he hadn't sensed it yet. As he approached the place, Hubbard began to feel a disturbing familiarity, something like déjà vu. His headache battered at his eyes, his stomach felt queasy. It was a few seconds before he recognized the sensation. She was here. Elation seized him. He wrenched his mind away from the twisted patterns of the bag lady's mind and reached out to where Black patrolled, the loaded dart gun on the seat next to him. "Hurry!" he cried. "I found her!" Modular Man walked down the long rows, scanning left and right. 800 refugees had been crammed into the prep school gym. There were cots for about half, apparently acquired from some National Guard depot, and the remaining refugees were sleeping on the floor. The big room echoed to the sound of snores, cries, the wail of children. And there she was, walking among the rows of cots, mumbling to herself, dragging her heavy bags. She looked up at the same moment that the android saw her, and there was a mutual shock of recognition, a snaggle-toothed, malevolent grin. The android was airborne in a picosecond of his light-speed thought. He wanted to be clear of any innocent bystanders if she was going to unleash whatever she had in her bag. He had barely left the floor before his flux force field snapped on, crackling around his body. The bag thing was not going to be able to seize anything solid. Radar quested out. The gas grenade launcher on his left shoulder whirred as it aimed. His shoulder absorbed the recoil. The grenade became substantial as soon as it left the flux field, but kept its momentum. Opaque gas billowed up around the bag lady. She smiled to herself. A blackness snapped into existence around her, and the gas drowned in it, drawn into her bag like a waterspout. Panic roared among the refugees as they awoke to the battle. The bag lady opened her shopping bag. The android could see the blackness lying there. He felt something cold pass through him, something that tried to tug at his insubstantial frame. The steel girders supporting the ceiling rang like chimes above his head. The bag lady's crooked smile died.
"Son of a bitch,"
she said.
"You remind me of Sean."
Modular Man crested his flight near the ceiling. He was going to dive at her, turn substantial at the last second, make a grab for the shopping bag, and hope it didn't eat him. The bag lady began grinning again. As the android reached his pushover point just above her, she pulled the shopping bag over her head. It swallowed her. Her head disappeared into it, followed by the rest of her body. Her hands, clutching the end of the bag, pulled the bag after her into the void. The bag folded into itself and vanished.
"That's impossible,"
somebody said. The android searched the room carefully. The bag lady was not to be found. Ignoring the growing disturbance below, he drifted upward, through the ceiling. The cold lights of Manhattan appeared around him. He rose alone into the night. Hubbard gazed for a long, endless moment at the space where the bag lady had been. So that's how she did it, he thought. He rubbed his frozen hands together and thought of the streets, the endless freezing streets, the long cold hours of his search. The bag lady might have gone to Jersey for all he knew. It was going to be a long night.
"God damn the woman,"
Travnicek said. His hand, which was holding a letter, trembled with rage.
"I've been evicted."
He brandished the letter.
"Disturbances,"
he muttered.
"Unsafe equipment, 60 fucking days."
He began to stomp on the floor with his heavy boots, trying deliberately to rattle the apartment below.
breath frosted from his every word.
The bitch!
He bellowed.
I know her game. She just wanted me to fix the place up at my own expense so she could evict me and then charge higher rent. I didn't spend a fortune in improvements, so now she wants to find another chump, some member of the fucking gentrifying class.
He looked up at the android, patiently waiting with a carry-out bag of hot croissants and coffee.
I want you to get into her office tonight and trash the place,
Travnikek said.
Leave nothing intact, not a piece of paper, not a chair. I want only mangled furniture and confetti. And when she's cleaning that up, do the same to her apartment.
Yes, sir, the android said, resigned to it.
Lower East fucking Side,
Travnikek said.
What's left if this neighborhood's starting to get pretensions? I'm gonna have to move into Jokertown to get any peace.
He took his coffee from the android's hand while he continued stomping the pressboard floor. He looked over his shoulder at his creation.
Well?
He barked.
Are you looking for the bag lady or what?
Yes, sir. But since the gas launcher didn't work, I thought I'd change to the Dazzler. Travnikek jumped up and down several times. The sound echoed through the loft.
Whatever you want!
He stopped his jumping up and down and smiled.
Okay,
he said.
I know what to do. I'll turn on the big generators.
The android put the paper bag down on a workbench, swapped weapons, and flew soundlessly up through the ceiling. Outside, the cold wind continued to batter the city, flooding between the tall buildings, blowing the people like straws in the water. The temperature had risen barely above freezing, but the wind chill was dropping the effective temperature to below zero. More people, the android knew, were going to die.
Hey,
Cindy said.
How about we take a break?
If you like. Cindy raised her hands, cupped the android's head between them.
All that exertion,
she said.
Don't you even sweat a little bit?
No, I just turn on my cooling units.
Oh, amazing.
The android slid off her.
Doing it with a machine,
she said thoughtfully.
You know, I would have thought it would be at least a little kinky, but it's not.
Nice of you to say so, I think. Modular Man had been looking for the bag lady for 48 hours and had concluded he needed a few hours to himself. He justified this stop as being necessary for his morale. He was planning to move the body of the evening's memory from its sequential place to somewhere else and fill the empty space with a boring rerun of the previous night's patrol for the bag lady. With any luck, Travnikek would just speed through the patrol and wouldn't go looking for memory porn. She sat up in the bed, reaching for the night table.
Want some Coke?
It's wasted on me. Go ahead. She set the mirror carefully in front of her and began chopping white powder. The android watched as she snorted a pair of lines and leaned back against the pillows with a smile. She looked at him and took his hand.
You really don't have to be so hung up on performance, you know? She said. I mean, you could have finished if you'd wanted.
I don't finish. Her look was a little glassy.
What?
She said. I don't finish. Orgasm is a complex random firing of neurons. I don't have neurons, and nothing I do is truly random. It wouldn't work.
Holy fuck.
Cindy blinked at him.
So what does it feel like?
Pleasant, in a very complicated way. She cocked her head and thought about this for a moment.
That's about right,
she concluded. She snorted another pair of lines and looked at him brightly.
I got a job,
she said.
That's how I was able to afford the Coke, a Christmas present for myself.
He smiled. Congratulations.
It's in California, a commercial. I'm in the hand of this giant ape sea, and I'm rescued by Budman, you know, the guy in the beer ads. And then at the end,
she rolled her eyes.
At the end, we're all happily drunk, Budman, the ape, and me, and I ask the ape how he's doing, and the ape belches.
She frowned.
It's kind of gross.
I was about to say.
But then there's a chance for a guest shot on $20 hotel. I get to have an affair with a mobster or something. My agent wasn't too clear about it.
She giggled.
At least there aren't any giant apes in that one. I mean, one was enough.
I'll miss you, the android said.
He wasn't at all sure how he felt about this, or, for that matter, if what he felt could in any way be described as feeling. Cindy sensed his thoughts.
You get to rescue other nice ladies.
I suppose. None nicer than you, though. She laughed some more.
You have a way with a compliment, she said.
Thank you, he said.
She patted him on his dome. It'll be a week or so before I have to leave. We can spend some time together.
I'd like that. The android was considering his yearning for experience, the strange fashion his career had of providing it, the way it seemed to him that the experience provided was not enough, would never prove enough. Infrared detectors snapped on and off in the android's plastic eyes as he floated over the street. Gusts of wind tried to lash him into buildings. Except for the few hours he'd spent with Cindy, he'd been doing this non-stop for 4 days. Below in the street, someone tossed a styrofoam cup out the window of a blue Dodge. Modular Man wondered where he'd seen that particular action before. Macroatomic switches performed a silent, superliminal sifting of data, and the android realized he'd been seeing that blue Dodge a lot, and in many of the same places Modular Man had been in the last few days. Refugee centers, shelters, a ceaseless midnight patrolling of the streets. Whoever was in the Dodge was looking for someone. The android wondered if the Dodge was looking for the bag lady. Modular Man decided to keep the Dodge under observation. The car's search was slower than the android's, so Modular Man began scissoring, searching streets left and right of the car while returning to the Dodge every so often. At the Jokertown Salvation Army Center, he got a good look at the Dodge's occupant, a middle-aged white man, his crooked face drawn and harried. He memorized the car's license plate and rose into the sky again. And then, hours later, there she was, dead ahead of the Dodge, huddled beside someone's front stoop with her bags piled on top of her. The android settled onto a rooftop and waited. The Dodge was slowing down.
And Sean says to me, he says, I want you to see this doctor.
Hubbard hunched into his overcoat. It felt as if the wind were blowing through his body, traveling right through flesh and bone. His teeth were chattering. He had been driving for what seemed years before, once again getting that awful, nauseating feeling of déjà vu. He'd found her again, crouched behind someone's stoop, behind a rampart of shopping bags.
There ain't nothing wrong with your mother that a shot of the Irish couldn't fix.
Black, I have found her again. Lower West Side. Black's answer was sardonic. Are you certain nothing's going to go wrong this time? The robot isn't here. I will stay out of sight. 10 minutes. Bring food, Hubbard said. We'll try to catch her unawares.
Fuck you, Sean, I says. Fuck you.
The bag lady had jumped to her feet, was shaking her fist at the sky. Hubbard looked at her. I'm with you, lady, he mumbled, and then he looked up. Oh, shit, he said. Modular Man floated off the rooftop. He couldn't tell whether the bag lady was screaming at him or at the sky in general. The occupant of the Dodge was several houses away, sheltered behind another front stoop. It didn't look as if the man intended any action. He thought about the way she had twisted his components, of the obliteration of existence that would happen if she ripped into his generators or brain. Memories rose to his mind, the snap of single malt in his nose, the fat man with his rifle, Cindy moaning softly in his arms, the ape's foaming snarl. He didn't want to lose any of it. Oh, shit, Hubbard said, staring up in horror. The android was floating 40 feet over the bag lady. She was screaming at him, reaching into her bag. The thing in the bag hadn't been able to snatch him last time. In sudden fury, Hubbard reached out with his mind. He would take command of the android, smash him into the pavement over and over until he was nothing but shattered components. His mind touched the android's cold macroatomic brain. Fire blossomed in Hubbard's consciousness. He began to scream. There was something black in the bag lady's shopping bag. It was growing. The android dove straight for it. His arms were thrown out wide. If the woman moved her bag at the last minute, things would get very messy. The blackness grew.
The wind was tugging at him, trying to spin him off course, but the android corrected. As he struck the blackness of the portal, he felt again the obliterating nullity overcome him. But before he lost track of himself, he felt his hands closing on the edges of the shopping bag, clamping on them, not letting go. For a small fraction of a second he felt satisfaction. Then, as expected, he felt nothing at all. The Siberian winds had not chilled the warm air over the municipal landfill near St. Petersburg, Florida. The place smelled awful. Modular Man had lost almost 4 hours this time. His check showed no internal damage. He was lucky. He stood amid the reeking garbage and rummaged through the shopping bag. Rags, bits of clothing, bits of food, and then the thing, whatever it was, a black sphere about 2 kilos in weight, the size of a bowling ball. There were no obvious switches or means of controlling it. It was warm to the touch. Clasping it to his chest, the android rose into the balmy sky.
"Nice," Travnicek said. "You did good, Toaster. I pat myself on the back for a great job of programming."
The android brought him a cup of coffee. Travnicek grinned, sipped, and turned to contemplate the alien orb sitting on his workbench. He'd been trying to manipulate it with various kinds of remotes, but had been unable to achieve anything. Travnicek moved toward the workbench and studied the sphere from a respectful distance.
"Perhaps it requires proximity to work it," the android suggested. "Maybe you should touch it."
"Maybe you should mind your own fucking business. I'm not getting near that goddamn thing."
"Yes, sir."
The android was silent for a moment. Travnicek sipped his coffee. Then he shook his head and turned away from the workbench.
"You can fly off to Peru tomorrow to join your army friends, and make contact with the South American governments while you're at it. Maybe they'll pay more than the Pentagon."
"Yes, sir."
Travnicek rubbed his hands.
"I feel like celebrating, Blender. Go to the store and get me a bottle of cold duck and some jelly donuts."
"Yes, sir."
The android, his face expressionless, turned insubstantial and rocketed up through the ceiling. Travnicek went into the small heated room he slept in, turned on the television, and sat in a worn-out easy chair. Amid last-minute Christmas Eve hype for last-minute shoppers, the tube was featuring a Japanese cartoon about a giant android that fought fire-breathing lizards. Travnicek loved it. He settled back to watch. When the android returned, he found Travnicek asleep. Reginald Owen was playing Scrooge on the screen. Modular Man put the bag down quietly and withdrew. Maybe Cindy was home. Coleman Hubbard sat in institutional clothing in his ward at Bellevue. Brain-damaged people walked, argued, played cards. A little plastic tree winked at the nurse's station. Unseen to anyone except Detective John F.X. Black, a moon floated in regal majesty above Hubbard's head, listening to Hubbard as he spoke.
11 naught 1 naught 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 11 naught 111.
24 hours, Black said. We can't get anything out of them but this.
1 naught 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 1 naught.
The image of a moon seemed to fade for a moment, and Hubbard caught a glimpse of the figure of a thin old man with eyes like broken shadows. Then a moon was back.
I can't contact him, not even to cause him pain. It's as if his mind has been in touch with some kind of machine.
His hands clenched into fists.
What happened to him? What did he make contact with out there?
Black raised an eyebrow.
Tiamat? No, Tiamat isn't like that. Tiamat is more alive than anything you'll ever know. Not 11 naught 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 1 naught.
When I found him, I saw the bag lady, put her to sleep, and found nothing in her bags. Whatever it was, someone else has it now.
1 naught naught 1 naught.
The ram's eyes turned to fire, and then his body twisted, becoming a lean greyhound shape with a curved snout and bared fangs, a giant forked tail towering over his back. Fear touched Black's neck. A moon had become Setech, the destroyer. The astral illusion was terrifyingly real. Black expected to see blood dripping from the animal's snout, but it wasn't there. Not yet, anyway. He used you on an unauthorized mission, Satek said, as part of a plot that was probably aimed against me. Now he is a danger to us all. If he snaps out of this, he may say something he shouldn't.
Destroy him, Master, Black said. Foam dribbled from the thing's snout, smoked on the floor. The other patients paid no attention. The great hound hesitated.
If I get into his head, I might get whatever he's got.
Black shrugged. Want me to handle it?
Yes, I think that would be best.
I already planted the will in his apartment, the one that leaves everything to our organization. The beast's tongue lolled. The look in its eyes softened.
You're thinking ahead. I like that. Maybe we can work you a promotion.
Millions of miles from Earth, almost eclipsed by the sun, the swarm mother contemplated her scattered, surviving budlings. Observers on Earth would have been surprised to know that the swarm did not consider its attack a failure. The assault had been launched more as a probe than as a serious attempt at conquest, and the swarm, analyzing the data received from its creatures, developed a number of hypotheses. The Thracian swarm had been confronted by 3 responses that utterly failed to cooperate with one another. It was possible, the swarm considered, that the Earth was divided between several entities, swarm mother equivalents, who did not assist one another in their endeavors. Large numbers of the Siberian swarm had been destroyed at once, broadcasting their telepathic agony to their parent. It was obvious that the Earth Mothers possessed some manner of devastating weapon, which, however, they were reluctant to use except in uninhabited areas. Perhaps the environmental effects were distressing. Possibly, the swarm reasoned, if the Earth Mothers were divided and all possessed such weapons, they could be turned against one another. If Earth was thereby rendered uninhabitable, the swarm was willing to wait the thousands of years necessary for Earth to become useful again. The span of time would be nothing compared to the years the swarm had already waited. The swarm, as it was eclipsed by the sun, decided to concentrate its monitoring activities on confirming these hypotheses. It sensed possibilities here.
So I says to Maxine, I says, when are you gonna do something about that condition of yours? I says it's time to let a doctor see it.
The bag lady, one shopping bag hanging from her arm while she clutched a second bag to her chest, walked slowly down the alley, fighting the Siberian wind. Cindy's blonde hair flailed in the breeze as she shivered in a calfskin jacket. She watched as Modular Man tried to talk to the woman, give her a takeout bag filled with Chinese food, but she continued mumbling to herself and plodding up the alley. Finally, the android stuffed the takeout bag into her shopping bag and returned to where Cindy waited. "Surrender, Mod Man. There isn't anything you can do for her." He took her in his arms and spiraled into the sky. "I keep thinking there is something." "Superhuman powers aren't an answer to everything, Mod Man. You have to learn to come to terms with your limitations." The android said nothing. "The thing you need to understand, if this business isn't going to drive you crazy, is that no one's invented a wildcard power that can do a goddamn thing for old ladies who are out of their heads and who carry their whole world with them in shopping bags and live in garbage cans. I don't have any powers, and even I know that." She paused. "You listening, Mod Man?" "Yes, I hear you. You know, you're awfully hard-bitten for a girl just arrived from Minnesota." "Hey, Hibbing is a tough town during a recession." They floated up toward Aces High. Cindy reached into her jacket pocket and produced a small package wrapped in red ribbon. "I got you a present," she said, "seeing as it's our last night together. Merry Christmas." The android seemed embarrassed. "I didn't think to get you anything," he said. "That's all right. You've had things on your mind." Modular Man opened the package. The wind caught the bright ribbon and spiraled it down into the darkness. Inside was a gold pin in the shape of a playing card, the Ace of Hearts, with the words, "My Hero," engraved. "I figured you could use cheering up. You can wear it on your jockey shorts." "Thank you. It's a nice thought." "You're welcome." Cindy hugged him. The Empire State threw a spear of colored spotlights into the night. The pair landed on Hiram's terrace. The busy sounds of the bar could be heard even over the gusting wind. A Christmas Eve crowd was celebrating. Cindy and Modular Man gazed for a long moment through the windows.
"Hey," she said, "I'm tired of rich food."
The android thought a moment.
"Me too. How about that Chinese place? Then we can go to my apartment."
Warmth filled him, even here in the Siberian jet stream. He was airborne in a fraction of a second. Down the alley, something bright caught the eye of the bag lady. She bent and picked up a strand of red ribbon. She stuffed it into a bag and walked on. Jube 3. The holidays are the crudest time. Croyd had told him one New Year's Eve years ago. Times Square was full of drunks waiting for the ball to come down. Jude had come to observe, and Croyd had hailed him from a doorway. He hadn't recognized the sleeper, but then he seldom did. That time Croyd had been a head shorter than Jube, his loose, baggy skin covered with fine pink down. He'd had webbed feet and a hip flask of dark rum, and had wanted to talk about his family, about lost friends, about algebra. The holidays are the crudest time. He'd repeated, over and over, until the ball fell and Croyd had puffed himself up like a balloon from the Macy's Thanksgiving Day parade and drifted off into the sky. "The crudest time!" He'd shouted down once more, just before he vanished from sight. It wasn't till now that Jube had understood what he'd meant. He had always enjoyed the human holidays, which afforded such colorful pageants, such lavish displays of greed and generosity, such fascinating customs for study and analysis. This year, as he stood in his newsstand on the morning of the last day of December, he found that the day had lost its savor. The irony was too cruel. All around the city, people were preparing to celebrate the start of what could be the last year of their lives, their civilization, and their species. The newspapers were full of retrospectives on the year just ending, and every one of them had pegged the Swarm War as the year's top story, and every one of them had written it up as if it were all over, except for some mopping up in the Third World. Jubin knew better. He shuffled some newspapers, sold a Playboy, and looked up glumly into a crisp morning sky. Nothing to be seen but a few cirrus clouds, high up and moving fast. Yet she was still there, he knew, far from Earth, moving through the darkness of space, as black and massive as an asteroid. She would blot out the stars as she drifted across them, silent and chill, to all outward appearances cold and dead. How many worlds and races had died believing that lie? Inside, she lived, evolving, her intelligence and sophistication growing daily, her tactics honing themselves with each setback. Among the races of the network, she was the enemy with 100 names, the Demon Seed, the Great Cancer, Hell Mother, Devourer of Worlds, Mother of Nightmares. In the vast minds of the Kandiki God Queens, she was called by a symbol that meant simply dread. The Craig machine intelligences referred to her by a string of binary impulses that signified dysfunction. The Lincolnine sang of her in notes high, shrill, and pain-racked, and the Lebrar remembered her best of all. To those vastly long-lived cyborgs, she was the Atmaru, darkness for the race. 10,000 years past, a swarm had descended on the Lebrar birth world. Encased in their life-sustaining shells, the cyborg Lebrar lived on. But those who had stayed behind to wear flesh instead of metal were gone, and with them all the generations to come. The Lebrar had been a dead race for 10,000 years. "Mother!" Academy had cried out, and Jube had not understood, not until he slit the cord on his stack of newspapers the day the buds landed in New Jersey. It must be some mistake, he had thought inanely when he saw the headlines. The swarm was a horror from history and legend. It was the nightmare that happened to other planets, far distant, not the one you were actually on. It was outside his experience and his expertise, No wonder he had suspected the Takesians when the single ship was lost. He felt as though he was a fool. Worse, he was a doomed and helpless fool. She was up there still, a palpable living darkness that Jube could almost feel. Inside her festered new generations of swarmlings, the life that is death. Soon her children would come again and devour this perversely splendid race that he had come to have such affection for. Devour him, too, for that matter. And what could he do to stop them?
"You look like a pot of excrement this morning, Walrus."
A voice like sandpaper rasped casually. Jube looked up, and up, and up. Troll was 9 feet tall. He wore a gray uniform over green, warty skin, and when he grinned, crooked yellow teeth stuck out in all directions. A green hand as broad as a manhole cover lifted a copy of the Times delicately between 2 fingers, nails black and sharp as claws. Behind his custom-made mirror shades, the red eyes sunk beneath his heavy brow ridge, flicked over the columns of newsprint.
"I feel like a pot of excrement,"
Jube said.
"The holidays are the crudest time, Troll. How are things at the clinic?"
"Busy," said Troll.
"Tachyon keeps shuttling back and forth to Washington for meetings."
He rattled the Times.
"These aliens ruined everybody's Christmas. I always knew that Jersey was just one big yeast infection."
He dug in a pocket, handed Jube a crumpled dollar bill.
"The Pentagon wants to lob a few H-bombs at the mother thing, but they can't find her."
Jube nodded as he made change. He had tried to find the swarm mother himself, using the sensing satellites the network had left in orbit, but without success. She might be hiding behind the moon, or on the other side of the sun, or anywhere in the vastness of space. And if he could not locate her with the technology at his disposal, the humans didn't have a chance.
"Doc won't be able to help them,"
he told Troll glumly.
"Probably not,"
the other replied. He flipped a $50 into the air, caught it neatly, and pocketed it.
"Still, you have to try, right? What else can you do but try? Happy New Year, Walrus."
He strode off on legs as thick and gnarled as the trunks of small trees, and as long as Jube was tall. Jube watched him go. He was right, he thought as Troll vanished around the corner. You do have to try. He closed the newsstand early that day and went home. Floating in the cold waters of his tub, awash in dim red light, he considered his options. There was only one, really. The network could save humanity from the swarm mother. Of course, there would be a price. The network gives nothing away for free. But Jube was sure that Earth would be only too glad to pay, even if the master trader demanded rights to Mars, or the Moon, or all of the gas giants. What was that weighed against the life of their species? But the opportunity was light years off, and would not return to this system for another 5 or 6 human decades. It must be summoned. The master trader must be informed that a sentient race with enormous profit potential was threatened with extinction, and the tachyon transmitter had been lost with the MB and the single ship. Jubin must build a replacement. He felt hopelessly unequal to the task. He was a xenologist, not a technician. He used 100 network devices he could not begin to build, repair, or even comprehend. Knowledge was the most precious commodity in the galaxy, the network's only true currency, and each member species guarded its own technological secrets zealously. But every network outpost had a tachyon transmitter, even primitive worlds like Glabber that could not afford to buy starships of their own. Unless the lesser species had the means to summon the great starships to their scattered, backward worlds, how could trade take place? How could planets be bought and sold? How could profits accrue to the master traders of Starholm? Jube's library consisted of 9 small crystalline rods. One held the collected songs, literature, and erotica of his homeworld. A second, his life work, including all his researches on Earth. The others held knowledge. Surely the plans for a tachyon transmitter would be in there somewhere. Whatever knowledge he assessed would be noted, of course, and its value debited from the value of the researches here on Earth. But surely it was worth it to save a sentient race. There would be expenses, he knew. Even if he found the plans, it was unlikely that he would have the necessary parts. He would have to make do with primitive human electronics, the best he could obtain, and probably he would be forced to cannibalize some of his own equipment. So be it. He had equipment he had never used, the security systems that guarded his apartment, extra locks would do, the liquid metal spacesuit that he could no longer squeeze into, the cold sleep coffin in the back closet, purchased against the contingency of a thermonuclear war during his tenure on Earth, the games machine. There was a more serious problem. He could build a tachyon transmitter, he was sure of it, but how to power it? His fusion cells might be sufficient to punch a beam through to Hoboken, but there were a lot of light years between Hoboken and the stars. Jubin rose from his tub, toweled himself off. He knew much of what would happen when the sleeper went after Akedmi's body. Croyd had told him, a week after that grim afternoon Jubin had spent flushing the remains of his MB brother back to the salt sea from which they had all risen, at least metaphorically. But none of it seemed to matter when the swarmlings landed. Now it mattered. He padded into his living room and opened the bottom drawer of the buffet he'd purchased from Goodwill in 1952. The drawer was full of rocks, green, red, blue, white. 4 of the white rocks had bought this building in 1955, even though the old man in the green eye shade had only paid him half of what the stones were worth. Jube had always used this resource sparingly, since no more stones could be synthesized until the opportunity returned. But the crisis was here. He was no ace, he had no special powers. These would have to be his power. He reached down with a thick 4-fingered hand and grabbed a handful of uncut sapphires. With these, he would locate the MB Singularity Shifter to power his transmission to the stars. Or, at the very least, he would try. (1986) If Looks Could Kill, by Walton Simons. Picking out the right victim was always murder. They had to have plenty of cash to make the kill worthwhile, and it had to be done in an isolated place. The rent was due, and killing somebody off the street made more sense than murdering the super. That might alert others to where he was, and he was tired of changing apartments. The cold annoyed him. It seeped into his thin 6-foot body and settled in his bones. He turned up the fur collar on his loose-fitting coat. Before he had died, when he was just James Spector, the New York winters had been numbing. Now, only the agony of his death, constantly welling up inside, caused any real pain. He walked past St. Mark's Church and headed east down 10th Street. The neighborhood was rougher in that direction and more likely to suit his needs.
Shit,
he said, as the snow began to fall again. The few people on the streets would likely take refuge indoors. If he could not find a victim here, he would have to try Jokertown. The thought did not please him. The flakes settled onto his dark hair and mustache. He brushed them off with a gloved hand and moved on. Someone lit a match in a nearby doorway. Spector walked slowly up the stairs, fumbling for a cigarette. The man in the doorway was tall and powerfully built. He had pale, pockmarked skin and light blue eyes. He drew deeply on the cigarette and blew smoke into Spector's face.
"Got a light?"
Spector asked, undaunted. The man frowned. "Do I know you?" He looked at Spector carefully. "No. Maybe somebody sent you, though."
"Maybe."
"Wise guy, huh?" The young man smiled, revealing even white teeth. "You'd better state your business, my man, or I'll kick your skinny ass down these stairs." Spector decided to play a hunch.
"I haven't been able to get anything for days. My source dried up, but a friend said there was somebody around here who might be able to help."
He projected need with his voice and posture. The man patted him on the back and laughed. "Ha! This must be your lucky day. Come on into Mike's parlor and we'll fix you right up." Mike's apartment smelled worse than a week-old cat box. The floor was littered with dirty clothes and pornographic magazines.
"Nice place,"
Spector said, barely concealing his contempt. Mike pushed him roughly against the wall and pulled Spector's hands over his head. He He frisked him quickly, but thoroughly.
Now, tell me what you need, and I'll tell you what it's gonna cost. You make trouble, I'll blow your brains out. I've done it before.
Mike pulled out a chrome-plated .38 with matching silencer and smiled again. Spectre turned slowly and stopped when his eyes met Mike's, then linked their minds. The terrible sensations of Spectre's death rushed into Mike's body. He could feel the crushing weight on his chest. The muscles had involuntarily contracted with such force that bones snapped and tendons tore. The throat constricted as vomit surged into the mouth. The heart pumped wildly, forcing the contaminated blood through the body. Fiery pain screamed into his mind from dying tissues. Lungs burst and collapsed. The heart fluttered and stopped. Even after the darkness, there was still pain. Spectre kept their eyes locked, making Mike feel every detail, convincing the pusher's body that it was dead. He did not stop until Mike shuddered in a way he had come to recognize. Then it was over. Mike's eyes rolled up and he toppled lifeless to the floor. A twitch of his dead finger fired the .38. The slug caught Spectre in the shoulder, spinning him against the wall. He bit his lip, but otherwise ignored the wound and flipped Mike over.
Now you know what it's like to draw the Black Queen.
He picked up the gun and clicked on the safety, then carefully stuck the weapon in his belt.
But look on the bright side. You only have to go this once. I wake up with it every morning.
Spectre searched the body. He took all the money, even the change. It was just short of $600.
Small-time jerk. I'm so glad I could share something with you,
Spectre said, cracking the door to look into the hall. He saw no one and walked quickly down the stairs. The cold and snow dampened the city's sounds, muffling its life. His shoulder was healed by the time he reached his apartment. He was being followed. 2 men across the street were keeping pace with him, staying just far enough behind to avoid his field of vision. Spectre had sensed them several blocks back. He turned south, away from his apartment, into Jokertown. It would be easier to lose them there. He walked slowly, saving his energy in case he had to make a run for it. Maybe they were friends of Mike the Pusher. Not likely. They were too well dressed, and people like Mike didn't make friends. More likely they were working for Tachyon. Out of necessity, Spectre had killed an orderly at the clinic the day he escaped. The little carrot-headed shit would almost certainly try to find him and send him to jail. Or worse, take him back to the clinic. The only memories he had of the Jokertown clinic were bad ones.
You little bastard, he thought. Haven't you already done enough?
He hated Tachyon for bringing him back. Hated him more than anyone or anything in the world. But the little alien scared him. Spectre began to sweat under his heavy coat. A 4-legged joker blocked the sidewalk in front of him. As he approached, it moved crab-like down an alley to avoid him. He turned and looked across the street. The 2 men were there. They stopped and huddled together. One crossed the street toward him. Spectre could kill them, but then Tachyon would only come after him harder. Better to lose them and hope the Takesian forgot about him. The ice-slicked streets were almost deserted. Even jokers had to respect the bitter cold. Spectre chewed on his lip. The Crystal Palace was only a block away. It was as good a place as any to try to shake them. Maybe Sasha would catch them and throw them out on their asses. The doorman gave him a nasty look as he went in. Spectre wanted to show him what a really nasty look was, but pissing off Chrysalis was the last thing he needed to do right now. Besides, so few places in Jokertown had doormen. The interior of the Crystal Palace always made him uncomfortable. It was furnished floor to ceiling with turn-of-the-century antiques. If he accidentally broke or damaged anything, he would probably have to kill 20 people to pay for it. Sasha was not around, so there would be no help there. He walked quickly through the main bar and into an adjoining room that contained privacy booths. He slid into the nearest one and pulled the heavy burgundy-colored curtains closed behind him.
Something I can do for you?
Spectre turned slowly. The man sitting across the table from him wore a death's head mask and black cowled cape.
I said, is there something I can do for you?
Well,
he said, trying to buy time.
Do you have anything to drink?
The mask had startled him, and Spectre never needed an excuse for a drink these days.
Only for myself, I'm afraid.
The man indicated the half-empty glass before him.
You seem to be in some kind of trouble.
Who isn't? Spectre disliked the fact that he was as transparent as Chrysalis's skin.
Yes, trouble is universal. One of my closest acquaintances was eaten, devoured by one of our extraterrestrial visitors last month.
He took a sip of his drink.
It's an uncertain world we live in.
Spectre opened the curtain a crack. The two men were at the bar. The bartender was opposite them, shaking his head.
Obviously you're being followed. Perhaps if you had some kind of disguise, you could get away without being noticed.
He pulled off the cowl and cape and laid them on the table. Spectre bit his fingernails. He hated trusting anyone.
Okay. Now tell me what I have to do for you. There is something, right?
Just refill my glass. Brandy. The bartender will know what kind.
He pulled off the mask and tossed it onto the table. Spectre turned away. The man's face was identical to the mask. His skin was yellow and tightly drawn over the prominent facial bones. He had no nose. The Joker stared at him with sunken, bloodshot eyes.
Well?
He quickly put on his disguise, then picked up the glass.
Back in a minute.
He opened the drapes and stepped out. The men were sitting about 20 feet away. They stared at him as he walked to the bar. He was sweating again.
Refill,
he said, after getting the bartender's attention. The man did as he was told. Spectre walked slowly back toward the booth. Only one of the men was looking at him, but he was looking hard.
Here you go,
he said, delivering the drink.
And here I go.
You might want to keep the outfit,
said the skull-faced man.
I think you're going to need it.
He pulled the curtains closed. Spectre walked with measured slowness to the door. Both men were still seated. As soon as he stepped outside, Spectre ran. He sprinted down the icy sidewalks, a caped vision of death, until his breath was gone. Slipping into an alley, he took off the cape and mask and tucked them under his coat, then headed home. He had gone to bed drunk for the third time in as many nights. It eased the pain enough for him to sleep. He was not sure if he really needed sleep anymore, but he had gotten used to it in the years before his death. There was a clicking noise. Spectre opened his eyes and took a deep breath, dimly aware that something was happening. The door opened slightly, revealing a crack of light from the outside. Spectre rubbed his eyes and sat up. As he fumbled for his clothes, the door stopped short, held by the chain. He backed toward the windows while pulling on his pants. As he shrugged into his coat, he heard something hit the floor. The door closed. Spectre smelled smoke and rotting citrus. His eyes began to water, and he wobbled on unsteady legs. He had to move or the gas would knock him out. He opened the window and kicked out the screen, but caught a foot on the window ledge and fell onto the fire escape. He landed off balance and smashed his head against the snow-covered steel railing. The pain and cold air cleared his head momentarily. There was a man above him on the fire escape, hurrying downward, and he heard another one banging up the stairs from below. They would both be on him in a moment. Spectre struggled to stand. The man below had turned the climb to the last flight. Spectre leapt at him, catching the man off guard, driving him toward the railing. Spectre heard the man's spine snap on impact. He gathered himself and ran down the stairs, leaving the man screaming on the landing. From 2 stories above the street he leapt. His feet skidded on the icy pavement as he landed, and his body crumpled beneath him. He fought for breath and managed to roll over. A woman wearing mirrored sunglasses was bending toward him. She was holding a hypodermic. He recognized her just as he felt the needle sink into his flesh. Spectre came to in a hallway, his hands and feet securely bound with nylon cord. The woman who had drugged him supervised as 2 men wearing heavy coats and mirror shades carried him into a dark room. As long as they were wearing the protective glasses, he could not lock eyes with them. Spectre was dumped in a hard wooden armchair. The room had an old smell, like an attic or long-deserted house.
Ah, Nurse Gresham, I see you're back with our troublemaker.
The voice was that of an older man. His tone was firm and cold.
He was a handful, though. Somebody else got killed.
The man clucked his tongue.
Then he's as dangerous as you said. Let's have a good look at him, shall we?
Spectre heard stone creaking as the ceiling above him opened. The moon and stars shone brightly through the skylight. He had lived in the New York City area his entire life. Smog and city lights made it hard to see the stars at all, yet here they shone hard enough to hurt his eyes. His interrogators remained outside the lighted area.
Well, Mr. Spectre, what do you have to say for yourself?
Silence.
Speak up. Bad things happen to people who waste my time.
Spectre was scared. He knew that Jane Gresham worked for Dr. Tachyon at the Jokertown clinic, but the man questioning him was definitely not Tachyon.
As far as I can tell,
he said,
you people came after me for no reason at all. I'm sorry that guy got killed, but it wasn't my fault.
That's not what we're talking about, Mr. Spectre.
3 nights ago you murdered one of our people for no reason. He was merely trying to satisfy your need for some drugs. Look, you've got everything wrong.
Spectre figured he must have stumbled into a big-time dope operation. Nurse Gresham could be stealing all kinds of drugs at Tachyon's clinic.
The deal went down fine. Somebody else must have done it.
There was a hum, and an old man moved forward into the light. He was seated in an electric wheelchair. His head was abnormally large and sparsely covered with white hair. His thin body was twisted, as if forces inside it were trying to move in different directions. His skin was pale, but healthy, and he wore thick glasses.
Do you remember this?
The old man held up a coin. Spectre recognized it instantly. It was an old penny that he had taken from Mike's body. Since it was the size of a $50 and dated 1794, he had saved it, thinking it might be worth something.
No,
he said, stalling for time.
Really? Look at it carefully.
The penny shone blood red in the moonlight. Spectre had heard enough to know he was in deep trouble. Gresham and the old man were going to kill him. If he was going to stop them, now was the time.
Nobody move, or I'll kill this old guy the same as I offed your pusher friend.
They laughed. Look at me, Mr. Spectre. The old man leaned forward.
Use your power on me.
Spectre locked eyes with him and tried to share his death. He could feel it wasn't working, for whatever reason. The old man seemed to be blocking him off somehow. He slumped, beaten into his chair.
Sorry to disappoint you. You're not the only one to have extraordinary powers. Untie him, Nurse Gresham.
The woman reluctantly did as she was told.
Be careful of him,
she warned the old man.
He could still be dangerous.
Spectre did not feel dangerous. Whatever he had gotten himself into, it was certainly no run-of-the-mill drug operation.
How do you know about me? What do you want?
Nurse Gresham kept a very complete file on you at the clinic. The old man opened a notebook and began reading.
James Spectre, a failed CPA from Teaneck, New Jersey, infected by the Wildcard virus 9 months ago. You were clinically dead upon arrival at the Jokertown clinic. Since you had no living family members to object, Dr. Tachyon revived you with a now abandoned experimental process. You spent 6 months in ICU screaming uncontrollably. Finally, with the help of medications, you were brought back to sanity. You disappeared approximately 3 months ago. Coincidentally, an orderly died mysteriously the same day. It's all here, very complete.
Bitch! Spectre tried to locate the nurse in the darkness.
Now, said the old man. If I let you live, Mr. Spectre, you may get to like her.
You'd let me live? He realized it was the wrong way to put it. I mean...
Realistically, the old man interrupted, you have a great talent. Aces are rare. You don't just flush them down the toilet. You could be quite useful to our cause."
"What cause?"
The old man smiled. "You'll find out if we accept you into our society. But before we even consider that, you'll have to prove your value. We have a little job for you, but with your abilities and the information we'll give you, it shouldn't be too hard."
"And if I don't play ball?"
Spectre was scared, but he wanted to know the exact consequences. The old man tore a sheet of paper from the notebook and handed it to him with a pen. "Write your address on that piece of paper and put it in your pocket." Spectre was confused, but did what he was told. The old man closed his eyes tightly and placed the tips of his fingers together. Spectre shivered. He felt as if cold water were being poured over his naked brain.
"I feel—"
He stopped, overcome by the sensation. "Yes, I know. Not like anything else, is it? Now, tell me your address." Spectre opened his mouth to answer and realized he could not remember. The information was simply gone. "Selective amnesia. When a person is physically present with me, I can take out whatever I want." He raised a bushy eyebrow. "Or I can remove everything." Spectre was shaken, but knew that the old man's power might also be used to remove the memory of his death. The loss of his power would be a small price to pay to sleep nights again.
"I see what you mean. I'll do whatever you say."
"You see, Nurse Gresham, he's no trouble at all. It would be stupid to kill someone who can be so useful. Inject him again and return him to his apartment before he wakes up."
"Hold on a minute. Who are you, if you don't mind telling me?"
"My real name would mean even less to you than it does to me. You can call me the Astronomer." Spectre figured that anyone who called himself the Astronomer was certifiable, but this wasn't the time or place to bring it up.
"Fine. Well, Astronomer, what do you want me to do for you? The only thing I'm good at is killing people."
The Astronomer nodded. "Precisely." Spectre was nervous about killing a cop, especially since it was Captain McPherson. Nobody had been stupid or courageous enough to mess with the head of the Jokertown Special Forces unit. The Astronomer had given him no choice. McPherson's death had to appear accidental, since one of the Astronomer's people was in place to succeed him. If Spectre failed or tried to get away, the Astronomer would brainwipe everything but his death. He laced the shin guards on tightly and rolled his jeans down over them. He was also wearing additional protection under his shirt, on his forearms. The Astronomer must have been planning to kill McPherson for some time. Spectre was seated on a sofa in the apartment directly beneath his target. The woman who lived here was one of the Astronomer's underlings. From what he had been told, McPherson's maid was also in on the operation. "If you want to replace someone, first replace the people around them," the Astronomer had said. Spectre looked at the wall clock. It was between 1 and 2 in the morning. He checked to make sure the hypodermic was in his pocket, then turned out the lights and opened the balcony door. He picked up the rope and hefted the padded grappling hook at the end. The distance to the balcony above was about 12 feet. He leaned out and tossed the hook. It landed perfectly, one large barb catching the edge above. A handful of snow fell on his face. He tugged at the rope. It snapped taut, and the hook held fast. Spectre climbed up quickly and heaved himself over the edge of McPherson's balcony. The accumulated snow muffled the sound of his feet on the concrete. He waited for a moment. He heard nothing from inside. The maid had done as she'd been told. The balcony door was unlocked. Spectre slid it open. A blast of cold air rushed into the apartment. He entered quietly and closed the door behind him. The dog was waiting for him. He could see the red glow reflecting off the animal's retinas. The dog growled a threat and charged. Spectre could not clearly see the animal and threw up one arm to protect his vulnerable head and throat. With his free hand he reached for the hypodermic, which Nurse Gresham had given him. The Doberman slammed into him, grabbing his extended arm in its jaws. He could feel it trying to bite through his arm guard to sever his tendons. He jabbed the hypodermic into the animal's stomach. It continued to growl and grind away at his arm.
A light came on in the next room. Now that he was able to see, Spectre pushed the dog away. The Doberman fell heavily and tried immediately to stand.
Get him, Oscar! Tear him to pieces!
The voice came from the lighted room. Oscar tried to respond. He bared his teeth and took a step. Then his eyes closed, and he collapsed.
So far so good,
thought Spectre. He faked a limp toward the lighted room.
Oh, I give up. Your dog hurt me bad. I need a doctor. Help me, please.
He tried to sound hurt.
Oscar?
McPherson's voice was unsure.
You all right, boy?
The dog breathed heavily and did not move. The light went out in the next room. Spectre fought down panic. He had not planned on McPherson turning the lights back off. His power was useless in the dark. He stood motionless for several long moments. There was no sound from the other room. He took a step forward. He knew the layout of the apartment. The light switch was by the door on the right-hand side. To reach it, he would have to be fully exposed in the doorway. He knew McPherson had a gun and would be ready to use it. He began to sweat. The pain knotted up inside him, readying itself for the attack. He took another step. One more, and he would be in the doorway. Spectre heard the sound of a telephone being lifted off the hook. He stepped forward and reached for the light switch. His finger came underneath it and turned on the lights. McPherson was crouched behind a large brass bed. He had the phone in one hand and an automatic in the other. The gun was pointed at Spectre's heart. Their eyes met and locked. Spectre remembered Mike's dead finger and shuddered as his death experience flowed into McPherson. The policeman trembled and gasped, then slowly keeled over behind the bed. Spectre clenched his hands into fists and sighed. He moved to the dead man's side and pulled the gun from his hand. He opened the drawer of the bedside table with one gloved hand and set the weapon carefully inside. Spectre felt a surge of relief. He had vividly imagined the bullet ripping through his chest cavity, causing him to bleed to death before he could regenerate. He picked up a pillow and threw it to the floor, like a wide receiver spiking a football after a touchdown. Now, maybe the astronomer and Nurse Gresham would leave him alone. He put the pillow back in place. The phone began to beep. Spectre put the receiver back on the hook and set the phone onto the bedside table. He sat on the rumpled bedspread and examined his victim. The look on McPherson's face was the same as the one he imagined had been on his own face when he died.
Is it dead, or is it Memorex?
He asked the corpse.
More impressive than breaking glass, huh, cop?
He laughed. Spectre took a swallow of Jack Daniel's Black Label and savored the warmth as it spread through his insides. He was lying on his lumpy mattress, staring at the small black and white television. A late-night news program was doing a rehash of the alien invasion. The monsters were still big enough news that McPherson's death did not even make the front page of the Times. The videotape of the attack at Grover's Mill was being shown for the 1,000th time. A National Guard unit was using a flamethrower on one of the things. It made a high-pitched scream as it caught fire and burned. Spectre shook his head. Being able to kill people by looking at them should be enough to give a person some security, but that was not the case. The space monsters gave him the same creepy feeling in his guts as the astronomer. Spectre hoped that he would never see or hear from the old man again, now that he had lived up to his part of the bargain. The tape ended. "And now," the announcer said, "for some final thoughts on this tragedy, we're pleased to have as a guest Dr. Tachyon." Spectre picked up the almost empty bottle and prepared to hurl it at the set. The air shimmered next to the bed, and he felt the room grow colder. The translucent outline formed into a giant disembodied jackal's head. Colored fire poured from its mouth and nostrils. Spectre fell off the bed, pulling the covers on top of him.
"Drinking again," the jackal said. "If I didn't know better, I would say you had a guilty conscience."
The head turned to vapor and formed quickly into the astronomer.
"Holy shit! Is there anything you can't do?"
He tossed the covers aside and climbed back onto the bed.
"We all have our limitations. By the way, if you see the jackal head again, address it as Lord Amun. I only appear that way by using an advanced form of astral projection, one of my less impressive abilities, but it has its uses." The astronomer looked at the television. The tube went black with a crackle. "I don't want any distractions."
Look, I did what you wanted. The guy's dead and everybody's calling it a heart attack. Let's say everything's square and you leave me alone now.
He threw the bottle at the image. It passed silently through and crashed against the opposite wall.
So fuck off!
The astronomer rubbed his forehead. "Don't be foolish. That wouldn't help either of us. We can use you. A man of your power would be a great help. But I'm not being entirely selfish in trying to get you to join us. It would be criminal to stand by and watch you waste your talent like this. You only need direction to realize your potential."
"Oh,"
said Spectre, trying not to slur his speech.
"My potential for what?"
"To be one of the ruling elite in a new society. To have others turn pale at the thought of you." The astronomer extended his ghost-like hands. "What I offer is no empty promise. The future is in our grasp at this very moment. What we are doing is of cosmic importance."
"Sounds good," Spectre said without conviction.
"I suppose if you were going to kill me, you would have done it already. But I'm not really in any shape to handle cosmic problems right now."
"Of course. Get a good night's sleep if you can. My car will pick you up outside your apartment at 10 o'clock tomorrow night. You will learn a great deal and take your first step on a path toward greatness." The astronomer's image flickered and disappeared. Spectre was drunk and confused. He still did not trust the astronomer, but the old man was right about one thing. He was wasting his new power and his new life. Now was the time to do something about it, one way or the other. The astronomer's black limousine pulled up right on time. Spectre tucked the .38 into his coat and walked slowly down to the front door. When he got the chance, he would kill the old man. The astronomer was dangerous, and he knew too much to be trusted. A mirrored window lowered, and a pale hand beckoned him into the car. The astronomer's head was swollen with large wrinkles that had not been there the night before. He was dressed in a black velvet robe and wore a necklace made of the 1794 pennies.
"Where are we going?"
Spectre tried to appear unconcerned. He knew that the gun was his only possible weapon against the astronomer. "Curiosity, that's good. It means you're interested." The astronomer adjusted his sash. "You've had a great deal of pain and death in your life. Tonight there will be more, but it won't be your pain or death." Spectre fidgeted.
"Look, what do you really want from me? You're going to an awful lot of trouble for an outsider. You must have something special in mind."
"I always have something special in mind, but you must trust me when I say that you won't be harmed. My powers took years of experimentation to control. Some you are already aware of. Others," he rubbed his swollen forehead, "you will witness tonight. I have glimpsed the future, and you will play a great part in our victory. But your powers must be strengthened and honed. This can only happen if you are given the proper instruction."
"Fine. You want me to kill more people for you? Just say the word. Of course I will expect to be paid, but I just don't think I belong in your little group."
Spectre shook his head.
"I still don't know who the hell you are."
"We are those who understand the true nature of Tiamat. Through her we will be given unimaginable power." The astronomer stared, unafraid, into his eyes. "The task will be difficult, and great sacrifice will be needed to accomplish it. When the job is done, you can name your price."
"Tiamat,"
Spectre muttered. The astronomer's fervor seemed genuine, but he sounded insane.
"Look, this is a bit much for me now. Just tell me where we're going."
"After a brief stop to the cloisters." Isn't that a little dangerous? Bad trouble on and off with teen gangs. Lots of people get killed there.
The astronomer laughed softly. The gangs work for us. They keep people away, including police, and we help them in solidifying their local power base. The cloisters is perfect for us. An old building on old soil. Perfect. Spectre wanted to ask, perfect for what, but thought better of it.
You don't have a controlling interest in the Metropolitan Museum, do you?
His attempt at humor went unnoticed. No. We did have another temple downtown, but it was destroyed in an unfortunate explosion. One of my very dear brothers was killed. There was a satisfied sarcasm in the astronomer's tone. Select a woman for us, Mr. Spectre. The limousine cruised methodically through the Times Square area.
Why don't you just have a call girl sent up to the cloisters?
Spectre had always wanted to harm a beautiful woman.
These bitches are the scum of the earth.
A call girl would be missed, the astronomer cautioned him, and we don't need a stunning beauty. We've had difficulties in the past when expensive women were used. Since then, we've had to be more careful. Spectre sullenly accepted the advice and looked around.
The blonde over there isn't too bad.
A good choice. Pull up next to her. The astronomer rubbed his hands together. The driver eased the limousine over, and the astronomer lowered the window. Excuse me, miss. Could we interest you in a little party? A private one, of course. The woman stooped to look inside. She was young, with dyed platinum hair and a no-nonsense disposition. Her tattered synthetic fur coat fell open to reveal a well-proportioned body, which was only partially concealed by her tight black mini-dress.
Slumming boys?
She paused, waiting for a comment, then continued.
Since there's two of you, it'll cost double. It's extra for kink or anything else special you might have in mind. If you're cops, I'll tear your fucking hearts out.
The astronomer nodded. That sounds fine to me, if my friend agrees.
Am I what you had in mind, honey?
The woman blew a wet kiss at Spectre.
Sure,
he said, not looking at her. The West Side Highway was nearly empty, and the trip took little time. The astronomer had injected the woman with a drug that left her conscious, but unaware of her surroundings. As the car pulled into the driveway, Spectre saw several shapes pressed close against the naked trees. In the dim light, he caught the glint of cold steel. He fingered the .38 in his coat pocket to make sure it was still there. Spectre got out of the car and walked quickly around to the other side. He pulled the woman out and guided her toward the building. The astronomer was walking slowly toward the doors.
I thought you were crippled.
Sometimes I'm stronger than others. Tonight I must be as strong as possible. A blast of cold wind whipped his robes about him, but he showed no sign of discomfort. He spoke briefly to a man at the door and shook his hand in a ritualistic manner. The man opened the door and motioned Spectre to follow. He had been inside the cloisters several times when he was very young. The era conjured by the architecture, paintings, and tapestries seemed more pleasant to Spectre than the one he was forced to live in. In the foyer, a carved marble beast loomed over them. It had an angular physique and small wings tucked against its broad back. Its head and mouth were huge. Thin, taloned hands held a globe up to the vast, fanged mouth. Spectre recognized the globe as Earth. A figure moved out from behind the statue and away from them. It wore a laboratory smock over its vaguely human shape. It hid its brown, insect-like face and disappeared into the shadows. Spectre shuddered. The woman giggled and pressed hard against him. "Follow me," the astronomer said impatiently. Spectre did as he was told. He noted that the interior of the building had been adorned with other hideous statuary and paintings.
You do magic, don't you?
The astronomer stiffened at the word. Magic? Magic is just a word that the ignorant use for power.
The abilities you and I possess are not magic. They are a product of Takesian technology. Certain rituals which have heretofore been perceived as black magic, in fact, merely open sensory channels for those powers. The hallway opened into a courtyard. The moon and stars lit the snow-covered ground with a brilliant glow. Spectre figured that this was where they must have interrogated him. There were 2 stone altars in the center of the courtyard. He saw a young man bound naked to one of them. The astronomer moved to his captive's side.
"Take the woman's clothes off and tie her down,"
said the astronomer. Spectre stripped her and bound her hands and feet. The woman was still giggling.
Extra for kink, extra for kink,
she said. The astronomer tossed him a gag. He shoved it into her mouth.
"Who's this guy?"
Spectre asked, indicating the naked man.
"The leader of a rival gang. He's young, his heart is strong, and his blood hot. Now be quiet."
The astronomer raised his palms upward and began to speak in a language that Spectre did not understand. Several other robed men and women moved silently into the courtyard. Many had their eyes closed. Others stared at the night sky. The astronomer put his hand into the young man's chest. The man screamed. The astronomer motioned to a group of people in the back of the courtyard with his free hand. A dozen or so carried a large cage toward the altar. The creature inside was massive. Its furry, sausage-like body was built low to the ground and was supported by several short legs. The beast was mostly mouth and gleaming teeth like the statue in the foyer. It had 2 large dark eyes and small ears which were folded back against its head. Spectre recognized it as one of the alien monstrosities. The man continued to scream and plead. He was only an arm's length from the thing's open mouth. The cage was pushed slowly forward until the man's head was between the bars. The creature's jaws snapped shut, cutting off the final scream. The astronomer pulled the decapitated corpse upright, snapping the restraining ropes. The man's blood fountained over his skin and robe. The astronomer's body straightened, and his skin shone with an unnatural vitality as he continued to chant. He removed his hand from the man's chest and raised it above his head, then tossed an object at Spectre's feet. The heart had been removed with surgical precision. Spectre had seen films of psychic surgeons, but nothing as spectacular as this. The old man walked to the cage and stared at the thing inside.
"Tiamat, through the blood of the living I will become your master. You can have no secrets from me."
The creature mewed softly and moved as far away from the astronomer as the cage would allow. The astronomer's body became rigid, his breathing slowed. For several moments, nothing moved. Then the old man clenched his fists and screamed. It was a wail unlike anything Spectre had heard before. The astronomer staggered to the corpse and began tearing at it, throwing hunks of flesh and viscera about like a whirlwind. He ran back to the cage and sank his fingers into the creature's head. It tried to break free, but could not get either of the astronomer's arms into its jaws. The astronomer howled and viciously twisted the thing's head. There was a loud pop as the neck snapped. The old man collapsed. Spectre held back as the others rushed to the astronomer's side. The bloody scene had filled him with an intoxicating glow. He could feel the need to kill rising fast and hard inside, overpowering his other thoughts. He turned to the girl on the altar.
"No!"
The astronomer righted himself and lurched forward.
"Not yet."
Spectre felt a calmness being imposed on him. He knew the astronomer was causing it.
"You did this to me. I have to kill soon. I need it."
Yes, I know. But wait, and it will be better than you can imagine."
He swayed and took several deep breaths.
"Tiamat does not reveal herself so easily. Still, I had to attempt it."
The astronomer gestured to the others in the courtyard, and they quickly filed out.
"What were you trying to do with that thing? Why did you kill it?"
Spectre asked, trying to control his need.
"I was trying to contact Tiamat through one of her lesser creatures. I failed. Therefore it was useless to us."
The astronomer pulled off his robe and turned to the woman. He ran his bloody fingers through her dark pubic hair, then placed both hands on her abdomen. As he mounted her, he slipped his hands under her skin and began kneading her internal organs. The woman whimpered, but did not scream. Apparently, she was still too disoriented to accept what was happening to her. Spectre watched the act with little concern. From what he could tell, the old man was massaging himself inside the blonde's body. Spectre had been only moderately interested in sex before he had died. Now, even that was gone. If he wanted to shoot the old man, he would probably not get a better chance. He reached for the gun. As he did, the need to kill overpowered him. The astronomer had released his calming influence. Spectre took his hand out of his coat pocket. He knew what he needed. Satisfaction was not what came out of the barrel of a gun. The astronomer became more excited. The wrinkles on his forehead began to throb visibly, and he was tearing small pieces out of her. Now the woman was screaming. Spectre felt his need building in harmony with the old man's.
"Now,"
said the astronomer, thrusting wildly.
"Kill her now!"
Spectre moved in, his face only inches away from hers. He could see the fear in her eyes, and was certain she could see her death in his. He gave her his death, slowly. He did not want to drown her in it. That would be too quick. He filled her mind and body. She was a writhing, screaming container for the viscous black liquid of his death. The astronomer groaned and fell on top of her, jolting Spectre from his trance-like state. He was ripping hunks from her with his teeth and hands. The woman was dead. Spectre stepped back and closed his eyes. He had never enjoyed the act of killing until now, but the satisfaction and relief he felt were beyond what he had thought possible. He had controlled his power, made it serve him for the first time, and he knew he needed the astronomer to be able to do it again.
"Do you still want to kill me?"
The astronomer pulled himself, spent, off the corpse.
"I assume the gun is still in your coat. It's either that or this."
He held up one of the pennies. There was no real choice. Any doubts were erased by what he had just experienced. He took the coin without hesitation.
"Hey, everybody in New York carries a gun. This city is full of some very dangerous people."
The astronomer laughed loudly, the sound echoing off the stone walls.
"This is only the first step. With my help, you'll be capable of things you never dreamed possible. From now on, there is no James Spectre. We of the Inner Circle will call you Demise. To those who oppose us, you will be death, swift and merciless." Demise. I like the sound of it.
He nodded and put the penny in his pocket.
"Trust only those who identify themselves with the coin. Your friends and enemies are chosen for you now. Spend the night if you like. Tomorrow we'll continue your education."
The astronomer picked up his robe and went back inside. Spectre rubbed his temples and wandered back into the building. The pain began to grow again. He accepted it, even loved it. It would be the source of his power and fulfillment. He had drawn the Black Queen and suffered a terrible death, but a miracle occurred. His gift to the world would be the horror inside him. It might not be enough for the world, but it was enough for him. He curled up under the statue in the foyer and slept the sleep of the dead. Jube 4. On the third floor of the Crystal Palace were the private chambers Chrysalis reserved for herself. She was waiting for him in a Victorian sitting room, sitting in a red velvet wingback chair behind an oak table. Chrysalis gestured at a seat. She wasted no time.
"You've piqued my interest, Jubal."
"I don't know what you mean,"
Jube said, easing himself down on the edge of a ladder-back chair. Chrysalis opened an antique satin change purse and extracted a handful of gems. She lined them up on the white tablecloth.
2 star sapphires, 1 ruby, and a flawless blue-white diamond. she said in her dry, cool voice. All uncut, of the highest quality, none weighing less than 4 carats, all appearing on the streets of Jokertown within the past 6 weeks. Curious, wouldn't you say? What do you make of it?
Don't know, Jube replied. I'll keep an ear out. Did you hear about the Joker with the power to squeeze a diamond until it turned into a lump of coal?
He was bluffing, and they both knew it. She pushed a sapphire across the tablecloth with the little finger of her left hand, its flesh as clear as glass. You gave this one to a sanitation worker for a bowling ball that he'd found in a dumpster.
Yeah,
Jube said. It was magenta and white, custom drilled for some joker, its 6 holes arranged in a circle. No wonder it had been dumped. Chrysalis prodded the ruby with her pinky, and it moved a half-inch. This one went to a police filing clerk. You wanted to see the records concerning a body liberated from the morgue, and anything they had on this lost bowling ball. I never knew you had such a passion for bowling, Jubal.
Jube slapped his gut.
Don't I look like a bowler? Nothing I like better than to roll a few strikes and drink a few beers.
You've never set foot in a bowling alley in your life, and you wouldn't know a strike from a touchdown. Her finger bones had never looked so frightening as when they picked up the diamond. This item was tendered to Devil John Darlingfoot in my own red room. She rolled it across transparent fingers, and the muscles in her face twisted into what must have been a wry smile.
It was Mother's,
Jube blurted.
Chrysalis chuckled. And she never bothered to have it cut or set? How odd. She put down the diamond, picked up the second sapphire. And this one? Truly, Jubal, did you really think Elmo wouldn't tell me? She placed the gem back with the others carefully. You need to hire someone to perform certain unspecified tasks and investigations. Fine. Why not simply come to me?
Jube scratched at one of his tusks.
You ask too many questions.
Fair enough. She swept a hand over the jewels. We have 4 here. Have there been others?
Jube nodded.
1 or 2. You missed the emeralds.
A pity. I'm fond of green, the British racing color. She sighed. Why gems?
People were reluctant to take my checks, Jube told her, and it was easier than carrying large amounts of cash.
If there are more where these came from, Chrysalis said, see that they stay there. Let the word get around Jokertown that the walrus has a secret cache of precious gems, and I wouldn't give a bloody fig for your chances. You may have stirred the waters already, but we'll hope the sharks haven't noticed. Elmo told no one but me, of course, and Devil John has his own peculiar sense of honor. I think we can rely on him to keep mum. As for the garbage man and the police clerk, when I purchased their gems, I bought their silence too.
You didn't have to do that.
I know, she said. The next time you want information, you know how to find the Crystal Palace, don't you?
How much do you know already?
Jube asked her.
Enough to tell when you're lying, Chrysalis replied. I know you're looking for a bowling ball, for reasons incomprehensible to man, woman, or joker. I know that Darlingfoot stole that joker corpse from the morgue, presumably for pay. It's not the sort of thing he'd do on his own. I know the body was small and furred, with legs like a grasshopper, and quite badly burned. No joker matching that description is known to any of my sources. A curious circumstance. I know that Croyd made a rather large cash deposit the day the body was stolen, and an even larger one the following day, and in between had a public confrontation with Darlingfoot. And I know that you paid Devil John handsomely to reveal whose interests he had represented in this little melodrama, and tried without success to engage his services. She leaned forward. What I don't know is what all this means, and you know how I abhor a mystery.
They say that every time a joker farts anywhere in Manhattan, Chrysalis holds her nose,
Jube said. He looked at her intently, but the transparency of her flesh made her expression impossible to read. The skull face behind her crystalline skin stared at him implacably from clear blue eyes.
What's your interest in this?" he asked her.
Uncertain until I know what this is. However, you've been quite valuable to me for a long time, and I would hate to lose your services. You know I'm discreet.
"Until you're paid to be indiscreet," Jube pointed out.
Chrysalis laughed and touched the diamond. Given your resources, silence can be more lucrative than speech.
"That's true,"
Jube said. He decided that he had nothing to lose.
"I'm really an alien spy from a distant planet," he began.
Jubal, Chrysalis interrupted. You're wearing on my patience. I've never been that fond of your humor. Get to the point. What happened with Darlingfoot?
"Not much," Jube admitted. "I knew why I wanted the body. I didn't know why anyone else would. Devil John wouldn't tell me. I think they must have the bowling ball. I tried to hire him to get it back for me, but he didn't want anything more to do with them. I think he's scared of them, whoever they are."
I think you're right. Croyd?
"Asleep again. Who knows what use he'll be when he comes to. I could wait 6 months and he'll wake up as a hamster."
For a commission, Chrysalis said with cool certainty. I can engage the services of someone who'll get you your answers.
Jube decided to be blunt, since evasion wasn't getting him anywhere.
"Don't know that I'd trust anyone you'd hire."
She laughed. Dear boy, that's the smartest thing you've said in months. And you'd be right. You're too easy a mark, and some of my contacts are admittedly less than reputable. With me as intermediary, however, the equation changes. I have a certain reputation.
Next to her elbow was a small silver bell. She rang it lightly.
In any case, the man who'd be best for this is an exception to the general rule. He actually has ethics.
Jube was tempted.
"Who is he?"
His name is J. Ackroyd, ace private investigator. In both senses of the word. Sometimes he's called Popinjay, but not to his face. Jay and I do favors for each other from time to time. We both deal in the same product, after all.
Jube plucked at a tusk thoughtfully.
"Yeah. What's to stop me from hiring him directly?"
Nothing,
Chrysalis said. A tall waiter with impressive ivory horns entered, carrying an amaretto and a Singapore sling on an antique silver tray. When he departed, she continued.
If you'd rather have him getting curious about you than about me, that is.
That gave him pause.
"Perhaps it would be better if I stayed in the background."
My thought exactly,
Chrysalis said, sipping her amaretto.
Jay won't even know you're the client.
Jube glanced out the window. It was a dark, cloudless night. He could see the stars, and somewhere out there he knew the mother still waited. He needed help, and cast caution aside.
"Do you know a good thief?"
he asked her bluntly. That surprised her.
I might,
she said.
"I need,"
he began awkwardly.
Parts. Scientific instruments and, electronics, microchips, things like that. I could write you a list. It involves breaking into some corporate labs, maybe some federal installations."
I stay clear of anything that illegal, Chrysalis said. What do you need with electronics?
"Building me a ham radio set,"
Jube said.
"Would you do it to save the world?"
She didn't answer.
"Would you do it for 6 perfectly matched emeralds the size of pigeons' eggs?"
Chrysalis smiled slowly and proposed a toast.
To a long and profitable association.
She could almost be a master trader, Jube thought with a certain admiration. Grinning tuskily, he raised the Singapore sling and brought the straw to his mouth. Unto the Sixth Generation, by Walter John Williams. Epilogue. It had been easy. While Flush and Sweat pretended to have a fight on the pavement in front of the moving van, Ricky and Loco had simply walked up to the van, liberated a pair of boxes apiece, and walked off into the street. The tall geezer who was moving hadn't even noticed that some boxes were missing. Ricky patted himself on the back for the idea. They didn't get opportunities like this very often anymore. Nat turf was getting smaller. Joker gangs like the Demon Princes were swallowing more territory. How the hell could you fight something that looked like squid? Ricky Santianes dug into his jeans, produced his keys, and let himself into the clubhouse. Flush went to the icebox for some beers, and the rest put the boxes on the battered sofa and opened them. Wow, a VCR.
What kind of tapes?
Japanese monster movies, looks like, something here called porno.
Hey, set it up, man!
Beers popped open.
Loco, a computer.
That's not a computer, that's a graphic equalizer.
Fuck it ain't. I seen a computer before, in school before I quit.
Ricky looked at it. Wang don't make no stereo components, bro.
Fuck you know.
Sweat held up a ROM burner.
What the hell is this, man?
Expensive, I bet.
How are we gonna fence it if we don't know how much to ask?
Hey, I got the tape player set up!
Sweat held up a featureless black sphere.
What's this, man?
Bowling ball?
Fuck it is. It's too light.
Ricky snatched it.
Hey, that blonde chick's hot.
What's she doing? Screwing the camera? Where's the guy?
I've seen her somewhere.
Where's the guy, man? This is weird. It's like a close-up of her ear.
Ricky watched while he juggled the black orb. It was warm to the touch.
Hey, the chick's like flying or something.
Bullshit.
No, look, the background's moving.
The blonde woman seemed to be airborne, speeding around the room backward while engaged in vaguely perceived sex acts. It was as if her invisible partner could fly. This is deeply weird. Loco looked at the black sphere.
Give me that,
he said. Watch the damn movie, man.
Bullshit. Just give it to me.
He reached for it. Fuck off, asshole. Weird lights played over Ricky's hands. Something dark reached for Loco, and suddenly Loco wasn't there. Ricky stood in shocked silence while the others stood and shouted. It was as if there was something brushing against his mind. The black sphere was talking to him. It seemed lost and somehow broken. It could make things disappear. Ricky thought about the Demon Princes and about what you could do about someone who looked like a squid. A smile began to spread across his face. Hey guys, he said, I think I got an idea.